Springfield was a place where time appeared to have stopped, preserving the ideal of the small American dream. Among the neat houses with well-kept lawns and white picket fences stood the Bennett family home on one of the town's most prestigious streets. Robert Bennett, the head of the family, was a respected businessman. He had built his construction company from the ground up, turning it into one of the most successful in the county. At 50, Robert was a man who embodied discipline and perseverance. His reputation as a man of his word made him not only successful, but also revered in the community. Sarah Bennett, his wife, was a beloved teacher at the local school. At 48, her kindness and compassion were undiminished. She always knew how to connect with each student, and her classes were highly sought after. Sarah was the heart of the family, always supporting her children and husband, ensuring that their home remained a place of comfort and peace. Thomas and Emily, the Bennett children, seemed like the perfect teenagers. Thomas had just turned 18 and was preparing to attend college, planning to follow in his father's footsteps in business. Emily, a 16-year-old with a bright and talented disposition, dreamed of becoming an artist and often secluded herself in her room, painting her emotions and feelings on canvas. But behind this picture-perfect family facade lay a secret that threatened to destroy everything that seemed so flawless. Thomas and Emily, who had grown up side by side, had always been close. Their bond, initially innocent and childlike, had begun to take on darker forms over time. Thomas, usually calm and composed, had always been the dependable older brother. But in recent years, his feelings towards Emily started to change. He found it increasingly difficult to see her as just a little sister. A feeling grew in his heart that both frightened and burdened him. Yet he couldn't fight it. He began to notice that his thoughts about her were becoming obsessive, and attempts to drown them out with schoolwork and sports only deepened his inner conflict. On her part, Emily began to sense something unusual in Thomas's behavior. She couldn't understand why he had become so distant and withdrawn, or why his eyes sometimes held a strange glint when they were alone. At times she caught herself realizing that her feelings towards him exceeded the boundaries of typical sibling affection. Her teenage emotions, fueled by her passion for artistic self-expression, only amplified her confusion. She painted images where her feelings for Thomas were hidden beneath layers of symbolism and allegory. Their secret connection, which they were afraid even to acknowledge, began to alter their relationship. They increasingly found excuses to be alone, hiding from prying eyes, unaware that their behavior had already begun to attract attention. Evenings when their parents were occupied became moments when they could be together, trying to make sense of their feelings. This connection became a trap from which there was no escape. Their emotions, both terrifying and magnetic, started to tear them apart from within. They couldn't confess their feelings to each other, nor could they break the bond. Each day they sank deeper into this dark abyss, not realizing that the consequences of their relationship would be catastrophic. May 2023, Thomas and Emily began spending more time together in secluded places where no one could see them. They started meeting in the woods outside town, venturing further from home, so that no one would notice their disappearances. During this time, their bond grew even stronger, and they both knew they were on the brink of something they could no longer control. Thomas tried to find a way out of the situation, contemplating options from leaving home to attempting to suppress his feelings. But each time his thoughts returned to Emily, as if she were his inevitable fate. June 2023. Emily, feeling that the situation had become unbearable, began writing a diary where she detailed her feelings for her brother. These entries became her only way to express everything she couldn't say out loud. However, the diary hidden under her pillow became another link in the chain of events leading to tragedy. July 2023, the secret meetings continued and the tension grew. Detective Julia Harper entered their lives, noticing the strange behavior of Thomas and Emily. She instinctively felt that something was amiss in this family and began her own investigation, suspecting that something much darker lurked behind the facade of this perfect family. The moment was approaching when the illusion of the perfect family would shatter, exposing a tragedy that no one could have predicted. Thomas and Emily found themselves trapped in a situation of their own making, and the only way out was through chaos and destruction. Summer 2023 marked a turning point in the lives of Thomas and Emily. In their seemingly peaceful world, the cracks became increasingly apparent. Emily began to suffer from constant feelings of guilt and shame. Every day was a torment for her. The same question repeatedly ran through her mind. How did we get this far? She feared looking her parents in the eye, worried that they would see the secret she so carefully concealed. Emily often woke up at night drenched in cold sweat after nightmares where she saw herself and Thomas standing on the edge of an abyss. She became withdrawn, distancing herself from friends and abandoning her love of painting. At school, her teachers noticed that Emily was losing interest in her studies and often seemed lost in thought, as if completely disconnected from reality. She was no longer the cheerful girl everyone once knew. Thomas, on the other hand, tried to keep himself in check, but his inner demons gradually gained control. He became increasingly irritable and prone to aggression. Thomas started avoiding his father, fearing that he would uncover his feelings. He often spent time alone, lost in dark thoughts about what he and Emily had done. The thought that their bond was not just a mistake, but something much darker and destructive tormented him. Thomas took longer and longer walks, trying to escape these thoughts. But the voices in his head, condemning him for what had happened, continued to grow louder. He didn't know how to silence them. Gradually, Thomas began to feel that he was losing control, and the fear of what he might do became his constant companion. Meanwhile, the Bennett's neighbor, Gary, the owner of a small cafe, began to notice the odd behavior of Thomas and Emily, and his friendship with Robert Bennett gave him access to the smallest details of the family's life. He had known this family for many years and had always admired their closeness and successes. But now something was clearly amiss. Gary first sensed something was wrong when he saw Thomas and Emily leaving the house late one evening and heading toward the woods on the outskirts of town. This place was rarely visited, and Gary wondered why they would go there at such a late hour. He tried to dismiss it, but as these walks became more frequent, his concern grew. One evening, as Gary was closing his cafe, he noticed Thomas and Emily sitting by the river in a secluded spot. Their conversation seemed tense. They were speaking in hushed tones, and when Gary tried to approach them to say hello, they quickly stood up and left, as if afraid of being seen. This behavior struck Gary as odd, too strange for ordinary teenagers, and it sparked his suspicion. Gary wasn't one to panic easily, but something about Thomas and Emily's behavior troubled him deeply. He started keeping an eye on them, trying to understand what was going on. Each time he saw them leave the house, his concern grew. Gary noticed that their meetings were becoming more frequent and took place in locations where no one could see them. Gradually, paranoia began to take root in Gary's mind. He couldn't stop thinking that these kids were hiding something terrible. He didn't know what to do, whether to share his suspicions with Robert or just leave things as they were. But his own fears and guesses kept building up, turning the peaceful life in the town into a true nightmare. August 2023, Thomas and Emily began spending more and more time in the woods, avoiding people. They understood that their bond was becoming increasingly dangerous, but they couldn't stop. Gary, struggling with growing anxiety, started to suspect that there was something much darker behind their secret meetings than just youthful mischief. September 2023, Gary decided that he couldn't stay silent any longer. He reached out to Detective Julia Harper, sharing his observations with her. Julia, who had already suspected that something was wrong in the Bennett family, decided to launch her own investigation. She knew that time was running out and that they needed to act quickly before something irreversible happened. The first cracks in Thomas and Emily's life marked the beginning of the end. The secret they had so carefully hidden began to surface, threatening to destroy not just their lives, but the entire world they knew. By fall 2023, events in Thomas and Emily's lives had begun to unravel their emotional stability completely. Emily, struggling to cope with guilt and her confused feelings toward her brother, decided to try to reconnect with those around her. She started socializing more with her classmates, attempting to distract herself from her inner turmoil. Her attempts at building connections with others proved futile. Emily couldn't shake the constant feeling that her secret was about to be exposed, that everyone knew what lay behind her smile. This fear destroyed any possibility of normal interaction. Every new acquaintance ended in failure for her. Emily tried to start a relationship with a classmate named Jason, but each of their meetings was filled with awkwardness and underlying anxiety. Her thoughts inevitably returned to Thomas, making it impossible to develop any relationship. Soon she completely distanced herself from Jason, which only deepened her isolation. Meanwhile, Thomas, seeing that Emily was trying to distance herself from him, sank deeper into his dark thoughts. His obsession with his sister had reached a point where he couldn't think about anything else. Every moment apart from her felt like losing a part of himself. These feelings grew into a fixation that their bond was something special, something they couldn't allow anyone or anything to destroy. Gradually, Thomas's obsession began to take on darker forms. He started noticing that Emily was pulling away from him, and this triggered a panic in him. Thomas began acting more aggressively. He would have jealous outbursts when he saw Emily talking to other guys, even if they were just her friends. He became enraged at the mere thought that someone could take his place in his sister's life. Explaining that she needed space, that she wanted to be a normal girl and have normal relationships. But Thomas wouldn't accept this. His aggression increasingly turned into emotional manipulation. He started pressuring his sister, convincing her that they couldn't live without each other. He told her that their bond was the only thing that mattered, and that no one would ever understand them except themselves. Thomas manipulated Emily, making her believe that their love was unique, and that she shouldn't listen to those around her who would never understand them. He insisted that they had to be together at any cost, even if it meant running away and leaving everything behind. These conversations became a nightmare for Emily. She realized that her brother was no longer in control of himself, and that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. By October 2023, the tension between the siblings had reached its peak. Thomas began stalking Emily. Following her wherever she went, he would appear near her school, wait for her outside their home, giving her no moment of peace, and Emily felt trapped without the strength or will to resist. She feared that Thomas was capable of something terrible if she tried to leave. One evening when their parents were at work, Thomas created yet another scene. He locked himself in Emily's room with her, refusing to let her out until they talked. His voice had a threatening tone, and Emily realized that he might move from words to action. Thomas accused her of betrayal, of wanting to leave him alone. He said that if she left, he wouldn't be able to go on living. That night became a turning point for Emily. She understood that she could no longer hide her fear and needed to find a way out of this nightmare. From that moment, their bond fully transformed into a painful knot that tightened more and more. Thomas and Emily, once close, were now prisoners of their own passion and fear. They understood that they were on a path that could only lead to disaster, but neither knew how to stop this relentless process. November 2023, Emily tried to seek help from her school friend Lisa, but couldn't explain what was really happening in her life. The fear of Thomas and the shame of what bound them were too overwhelming. She became even more withdrawn, avoiding any attempts at closeness. Thomas, on the other hand, started making plans for a future where it would be just him and Emily, with no one else. But he already knew that this plan might require extreme measures. The escalation of tension reached its peak, and the tragic path was already set. Thomas and Emily drifted further and further from reality, entangled in their feelings and fears. They stood on the edge of an abyss, and only time would tell who would make the first step towards the inevitable. November 2023. The days were growing shorter, and the tension between Thomas and Emily was growing stronger. Emily, exhausted by guilt and helplessness, finally agreed to his plan to run away. They began working out the details, filled with fear and uncertainty. Thomas convinced her that the only way to preserve their bond was to leave town and start over, in a place where no one knew them and where they could hide from judgment and the law. The plan was risky and demanded quick action. Thomas meticulously thought through every detail. They would take only the essentials, leave their cell phones behind so they couldn't, and slip away into the night while their parents were sound asleep. They intended to leave as few traces as possible, ensuring that neither the police nor anyone else could find them. Emily felt the urgency of time slipping away. She constantly looked over her shoulder, convinced that their secret was already out. Every sound in the house, every footstep outside the door made her heart race. Thomas, on the other hand, was growing increasingly aggressive and insistent. He kept pressing that they needed to act immediately, that every minute of delay brought them closer to being exposed. His obsession with saving their forbidden love was only intensifying. The night before, their escape arrived faster than they expected. The oppressive silence in the house only heightened their anxiety. They packed their things in complete silence, trying not to make a single sound, when suddenly a floorboard creaked. Thomas and Emily froze. The door to their room flew open, and there stood Robert, their father. His face was twisted in confusion and suspicion. He looked at the suitcases and backpacks his children were hastily trying to hide and knew something was wrong. Robert demanded an explanation, his voice growing louder and more threatening. He wanted to know what they were planning, why they were packing in the middle of the night, and what secrets they were hiding. Thomas, gripped by panic, tried to keep his composure, but his desperation grew with each passing second. He knew that if Robert found out the truth, it would all be over. His fear of losing Emily, who meant everything to him, overwhelmed him. In that moment, something inside him snapped. A surge of rage consumed Thomas. In a fit of anger and despair, he grabbed his father by the shoulders and shoved him with force. Robert, caught off guard, lost his balance and fell backwards. Time seemed to slow as his body tumbled down the stairs. The dull thud of his head hitting the wooden steps echoed through the house. Emily screamed, but it was more of a rasping sound. She rushed to her father, but it was too late. Robert lay motionless, his eyes open but devoid of life. Emily stared at her father's body, unable to believe what had just happened. Her world collapsed in an instant. She felt the ground give way beneath her feet, and terror consumed her. But instead of panicking, she instinctively knew they had no choice now. Thomas, still in shock, stared at his father, unable to move. Emily, summoning all her strength, grabbed her brother's hand and began urging him to run. Her voice trembled, but there was a steely determination in it. She understood that their lives were now completely shattered, that there was no turning back. And if they didn't leave immediately, they would be caught and things would end even worse. Thomas, still in a daze, reluctantly agreed. They gathered their remaining items and left the house, leaving behind only death and chaos. The night was dark, the air cold and damp. They raced through the streets, not looking back, not thinking about where they were going. Their hearts were filled with fear and desperation, and ahead of them lay only an unknown, terrifying path. Thus began their flight, fraught with dark forebodings and the inevitable catastrophe that loomed over them. The night, shrouded in darkness and cold, marked the beginning of their frantic escape. On December 10th, 2023, Thomas and Emily left the house where tragedy had just occurred, leaving behind everything they knew and loved. Their hearts pounded in unison with their hurried steps, their thoughts tangled in fear and despair. In the darkness of Springfield they ran, trying to evade the justice that they were now certain would inevitably catch up with them. But the further they went, the more paranoia began to set in. Thomas and Emily could no longer even trust each other. Every step was accompanied by the torturous feeling that someone was watching them, that someone was about to catch them. They avoided crowded places, fearing they would be recognized and hid in the shadows, where the fear only grew. Around every corner, in every pass or by, they saw a threat. They didn't know where to go, had no plan. And most importantly, no idea how to escape the guilt that was slowly eating them alive. Their entire existence became a never-ending flight to nowhere, where reality started to warp and distort under the pressure of fear and horror. Soon their escape turned into a living nightmare. After days of wandering nameless roads and nights spent in cheap motels, Emily began noticing strange things creeping into her consciousness. She couldn't shake the horrific visions that haunted her at all hours. The scene of her father's death replayed over and over in her mind, his body lying on the floor, blood slowly spreading across the wooden steps, almost as if it were alive. Soon these visions turned into hallucinations. Her father would rise from the floor, reach out to her, his dead eyes staring into her soul, accusing and cursing her. Thomas was not immune to this madness either. He began hearing his father's voice, stern and full of condemnation. The voice echoed in his head, sometimes growing louder and more insistent. It reproached Thomas, called him a traitor and a murderer, told him that their life was now a punishment for what they had done. Thomas tried to fight it, but the harder he tried, the more the voice took hold of his mind. Soon, Thomas could no longer tell where reality ended, and this nightmare began. Paranoia and guilt pulled them into an endless vortex of terror from which there seemed to be no escape. They stopped trusting each other. Every glance, every gesture seemed suspicious. Emily withdrew further into herself, while Thomas began to lose control of his emotions, sinking into a pit of despair and self-destruction. Their physical condition also deteriorated. Endless hours without sleep and the constant fear of being caught led to exhaustion. They could barely eat, could hardly think of anything other than the terror that followed them at every step. Thomas began wasting away, his face gaunt, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Emily didn't look much better. Her once lively face was now pale, with dark circles under her eyes, and it seemed she was living on the edge of a nervous breakdown. With each passing day, their flight became more chaotic and desperate. They tried to get as far away as possible from the place where their tragedy began, but the horror kept following them like a shadow. Every night they woke up in cold sweats, hearing screams and seeing ghostly images in the dark. Their minds were torn between the desire to end it all and the fear of the inevitable reckoning. This unbearable reality, where each new day brought more suffering, had turned their lives into an endless nightmare. They no longer lived, but merely existed, sinking deeper into the abyss of despair and terror. December the 20th, 2023, marked the day when Thomas and Emily Bennett's escape reached its dramatic conclusion. After weeks of futile attempts to stay hidden, they found refuge in an old abandoned house on the outskirts of town. This house, long forgotten and deserted, became their final sanctuary, the place where their mental state reached its breaking point. Detective Linda Morris, known for her sharp mind and keen intuition, had finally tracked them down by piecing together their route through surveillance footage and witness statements. Thomas and Emily, already broken by internal horror and guilt, didn't expect to be found so soon. Morris, arriving at the scene with a team of officers, left them no chance of escape. When the police surrounded the house, Thomas and Emily didn't even try to hide. It was as if they had lost the will to live. Emily, upon seeing the detectives, broke into hysteria, screaming and begging to be left alone. She tried to convince Morris that they were innocent, that it was all some terrible misunderstanding. But her words were incoherent, full of despair and fear, which only solidified the police's belief that they were witnessing a tragic conclusion. Thomas, in contrast, seemed completely detached. He sat on the floor, unresponsive to his sister's cries and the police orders to stand up and surrender. His gaze was empty, and it appeared he had already given up inside. When they lifted him and placed handcuffs on him, he didn't even try to resist. Only a single tear rolled down his cheek as he finally met Linda Morris's eyes, realizing this was the end. After the arrest, when the police began a thorough search of the house, they discovered a small box hidden under old furniture in one of the rooms. Inside were diaries and letters that Thomas and Emily had written to each other over the past several months. These records became key evidence, revealing the dark world in which they had lived. Emily's diary was filled with entries about her internal struggle, the guilt that tore her apart, and the fear that their love would lead to disaster. She described how each day became a trial for her, how she tried to find a way out of the situation, but her feelings for her brother always overpowered her. Her letters to Thomas, full of passion and despair, reflected her helplessness in the face of this forbidden love. Thomas's writings, on the other hand, revealed a different spectrum of emotions. His diary was a testament to his growing obsession with Emily. He detailed his feelings for her, his jealousy of others who might get close to her. His letters were laced with threats and a conviction that they couldn't live without each other, that their bond was something unique that no one could ever understand or break. These writings left no doubt that their mental states were on the brink of catastrophe. They knew their love was forbidden, but they couldn't let go of it. The diaries and letters became crucial evidence in the case, proving that Thomas and Emily were aware they were heading down a path to inevitable tragedy. These documents were presented in court and were a decisive factor in the verdict. The revelation of these writings shattered the image of the perfect Bennett family, exposing the horrific secrets that led to their downfall. The diaries were the final proof of how powerful emotions and internal conflicts could destroy even the closest of people, turning their lives into a nightmare from which there was no escape. On March 25, 2024, the judge delivered a verdict that marked the culmination of one of the most shocking trials in Springfield's history. Thomas and Emily Bennett were found guilty of the murder of their father, Robert Bennett. The trial was long and agonizing, with numerous recesses as the defense attorneys tried to present psychological evaluations, arguing that the defendants' mental states should mitigate their punishment. The judge, though considering the mental conditions of Thomas and Emily, could not overlook the brutality of their crime. There was no justification they could offer to the law or society. Thomas was sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years, but with mandatory psychiatric supervision. Emily, whose role in the crime was seen as complicity under duress, received 20 years with the possibility of parole after 15 years, also with mandatory psychiatric treatment throughout her sentence. On the day the verdict was announced, the courtroom was silent. Thomas and Emily's eyes were dull, showing no emotion. When the judge delivered the sentence, Emily quietly wept, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she didn't say a word. Thomas, on the other hand, seemed completely detached from the proceedings, his face a mask of indifference. But inside each of them, a storm of emotions was tearing them apart. They realized they had lost everything: each other, their family, their freedom, and perhaps even themselves. After the trial, the town of Springfield would never be the same. The Bennett home, once a symbol of peace and prosperity, became a grim monument to destruction. The townspeople, shaken by the horror, began avoiding even talking about the story, as if fearing that mentioning the tragedy might awaken dormant nightmares. Local legends quickly spread throughout Springfield. Some said the Bennett house was cursed. Some claimed they heard strange sounds coming from its walls at night. Others said they saw shadows in the windows, even though the house had long been abandoned. People began to believe that the Bennett tragedy had permanently scarred the place, and that anyone who dared to enter the house might encounter the same madness that destroyed this family. Robert Bennett's business was shut down, and his partners tried to forget about their past. Sarah, the mother of Thomas and Emily, was found in a state of shock in her room a few days after the verdict was announced. She was hospitalized and remained isolated from the outside world for a long time. The locals, fearing they might become involved in this curse, stopped talking about the Bennett family and even avoided mentioning their name. The town sank into an atmosphere of fear and suspicion, where everyone felt that the horror of this story could touch them at any moment. Thomas and Emily were sent to different prisons, isolated not only from each other, but also from the world they once knew. Their lives turned into an endless nightmare, where each day was filled with the pain of memories. Emily, in her solitary cell, suffered from constant nightmares, reliving her father's death over and over. Her mental state deteriorated, and she became increasingly withdrawn, refusing to communicate with prison psychologists. In the rare letter she wrote but never sent, Emily addressed Thomas, begging him for forgiveness and forgiving him in return. Thomas, in his cell, also found no solace. He heard his father's voice, accusing him of betrayal and destroying the family. These hallucinations became part of his daily life, and he sank deeper into the abyss of despair. Thomas barely interacted with other inmates, spending most of his time in silence, except for the rare moments when he argued out loud with someone no one else could hear. Springfield, once a peaceful and prosperous town, would never recover from this tragedy. The Bennett family's story became entrenched in local folklore, serving as a grim warning to anyone who dared to ignore taboos and hide the truth. Legends of the cursed Bennett house would be passed down from generation to generation, a reminder that even the quietest and most peaceful places can harbor the darkest secrets. The townspeople no longer spoke of the story aloud, but everyone knew that the shadow of the tragedy still lingered over their home. And while Springfield eventually returned to its routine, the people knew the horror that once befell their town could return if they allowed their dark sides to surface again. Story 2. A complex crime. The incident that occurred in late summer 2016 at Spring Creek Park sparked a wave of public outrage. How many similar tragedies must happen before New York City authorities listened to the citizens' pleas? Local residents had repeatedly alerted authorities about the presence of unsettling individuals in the park. Some of them would gather in groups while others wandered alone. Either way, their appearance evoked a sense of danger. Regrettably, it took a crime for the city administration to finally take action and address this issue. Additionally, the event led to numerous discussions and topics about the safety of female runners, particularly those who exercise alone. According to a survey, 54% of women feel anxious when they go out, fearing they might be subjected to verbal harassment or physical attacks. The story of Karina Vetrano is both horrifying and baffling, firstly because nothing seemed to miss on the day of the fateful event. The attack on the woman occurred in broad daylight in a fairly populated area. Secondly, her death has a mystical aspect to it. And thirdly, the investigation of the case, as well as the sentencing of the perpetrator, raised many questions. August 2nd, 2016, Karina arranged to meet her father after work. They wanted to spend time together. Since Miss Vetrano had moved, family gatherings had become rare because everyone was busy with their own things. In addition, the young woman was combining two jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her to his home. There, the family shared their impressions of the past week. When Karina was about to go home, she asked her father if he wanted to go jogging with her, as they often did, covering several miles together. Her father replied that he couldn't this time. "You see, my back hurts so badly that nothing helps. Maybe a new prescription is needed. Or maybe it's the change in the weather," Mr. Vetrano explained. "Maybe I should call you a cab." The weather was beautiful. The heat had abated, and there was a fresh smell in the air. Therefore, Karina declined the offer. Besides, she was training for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had recently broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly do her good. That evening was the last time the parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy, tranquil place buried in greenery, a true paradise amongst the city's infrastructure. However, only part of the park was available for walking. The rest was covered with thickets and swamps. Mr. Vitrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route, to stay away from unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice. In search of solitude, she decided to go to a grassy, deserted place. Karina's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, and she fell down. This rash decision cost the young woman her life. A frightening uncertainty entered the Vitrano home. It had been 2 hours since they had said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the calls of her parents who were frantically trying to reach her. And she had promised to keep her cell phone to herself. The anxiety was growing. Her father sensed that something was wrong and decided to seek help from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on good terms, and the high-ranking official knew that Philip would not make a fuss over nothing. After that, Karina Vitrano was reported missing. Police began searching for the young woman, combing the park area and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were brought in. As it is known, the first 24 hours after the disappearance of a person are crucial and most informative. Therefore, law enforcement utilized all available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vitrano, along with a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing the paths and wading through the tall grass, all the while making phone calls. As dusk fell, the man noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's phone. Maybe she lost her cell phone and just didn't let us know. Philip hoped. The patriarch of the family headed toward the police officers, deciding to pick his way through the thicket. Stepping into the grass, he came across something soft. A partially undressed female corpse lay face down. Philip turned it over and saw a familiar face. A desperate scream burst from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't lost her phone like he thought. His little girl wasn't answering her phone because she had been robbed of her life. The realization of what had happened overwhelmed Mr. Vitrano. Hearing the screaming and yelling, the police rushed to him. They dragged Philippe away from his daughter's body, trying to explain that this was now a crime scene. Anything in the area was considered evidence. To prevent the evidence from being tampered with, the law enforcement officers asked the father of the deceased not to touch anything. On the way home, Mr. Vitrano thought a lot. He was tormented by how to tell his wife about their daughter's death. Images of the past flashed before his eyes. He remembered how on July 12, 1986, in Queens, their second daughter was born. Philip had been proud of her from an early age. She was obedient and well-mannered. He vividly remembered taking her to her first day of school, how well she did in her studies. Such education enabled her to earn a higher degree. Karina graduated from St. John's University with a master's degree in speech pathology. She had always dreamed of helping children and worked with autistic kids. His daughter was multifaceted. She loved to travel and write. She adored sports, especially running. Their shared passion brought them closer. She was his inspiration. The father remembered how jealously he treated her suitors. He so wanted her to be truly loved, hoping that she would eventually create a strong family like he and Kathy had and give him wonderful grandchildren. The return journey turned into an eternity. At the entrance to the house, Mr. Vitrano paused, taking a deep breath. I need to be strong to support my family. I have to pull myself together. The man commanded himself. His wife met him at the threshold. Fortunately, he didn't need to explain anything to her. She understood everything from her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Soon, Karina's relatives and friends learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from the shock. Believing in the sudden death of the young woman was hard, let alone accepting its violent nature. Ms. Vitrano had been subjected to a brutal attack. This was the conclusion reached by investigators. At first glance, it was obvious that the woman had resisted. Even in death, her fists remained clenched. Bruises and abrasions were found on her once young and healthy body, and her athletic clothing was torn. The autopsy showed that the back of the victim's skull had been damaged by a blunt object, probably a stone. However, the cause of death was asphyxiation. A clear mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination also revealed the intimate nature of the crime violence. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were found under the victim's fingernails. probably in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and found her teeth knocked out and cracked in places. She had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck was covered with numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, trying to force her attacker to let go of her. Karina did not want to die and fought hard for her life. Karina Vetrano's youngest daughter, Karina, had a variety of interests, but she especially loved writing. In 2013, she starred in a short movie by her friend and screenwriter, Petros Georgiadis, which was based on a poem she had written, Paradox. In her blogs, the girl often addressed complex issues, often touching on the topics of love and the end of life. Shortly after this tragedy, new information was leaked to the media. In Princeton, Massachusetts, the body of another jogger was found among the tall grass. The woman, apparently also out for a walk in a secluded place, suffered a similar fate. At first glance, the cases were identical. Could there be another serial offender in America? The case was taken up by geneticists, who were tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from the crime scene. As luck would have it, unidentified samples were found on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis revealed no connection between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different people. Particularly intriguing is the story surrounding the DNA material taken from under her fingernails on her back and from Karina Vetrano's phone. The DNA was found in small quantities, but was deemed sufficient for analysis by experts. For a long time, this DNA remained the only lead in the investigation, giving a chance to identify the perpetrator. It is known that most life-ending crimes are committed by someone close to the victim, so the police could not dismiss any possibility. For this purpose, the victim's father provided his DNA, as he was the one who first discovered his daughter's body. However, the timing for this procedure was poorly chosen. It took place on the day of Karina's funeral. Later, all of the woman's relatives also underwent a DNA test, which did not give any matches. Detectives decided to interview Karina's relatives and friends, finding out if Mrs. Vetrano had any enemies or ill wishers. It turned out that there were none. Everyone respected and loved her. Then the investigators developed a new version. The deed was committed from base motives. Someone met the beautiful Karina in a secluded place and attacked her, giving in to base motives. At a loss, the investigation sought the public's help by offering a $10,000 reward for information that could lead to the perpetrator. The initiative received a widespread response. Detectives explored some 250 leads, conducted 600 genetic tests, and compiled more than 1,700 reports, all to no avail. It seemed that the perpetrator had not committed crimes before, at least not been caught for them, which further complicated the investigation. On August 31st, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station with some information. At the time of Ms. Vetrano's death, he was in a restricted area of the park and saw a man emerge from the bushes who then ran in a northerly direction. Based on his testimony, the New York Police Department developed and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, it took into account that the person depicted in the sketch could have been a passerby who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The release of the sketch of the suspected perpetrator provided no new information, and the investigation reached another long stalemate. On December 4, 2016, the Federal Bureau of Investigation joined the investigation into the death of Karina Vetrano. Initially, they developed a psychological profile of the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, the individual was very familiar with the area, especially the park where the incident occurred, suggesting the possibility that the assailant lived or continues to live nearby. However, fearing capture, he now avoids the area. It was clear he understood that the quiet, partially overgrown territory was ideal for concealing his act. Based on this theory, the police conducted screenings among local African American men, but this did not yield the desired result. Chanel Lewis's life didn't particularly stand out from other young African American individuals. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing complexes, about 4-5 miles from Spring Creek Park. Unemployed, Chanel lived with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. Perhaps the only detail that set him apart was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Nonetheless, this didn't prevent him from graduating from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Former classmates remembered Chanel as a quiet loner. The kids constantly picked on him, one of them shared. Girls even intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer mentioned that Lewis sometimes fought back, but not effectively. He was often ridiculed for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie and would smirk and walk away in difficult situations, earning him the nickname African Lizard. However, a fellow student, 17-year-old Danielle Munis, described Chanel as a smart kid with good grades. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she recalled. I never saw him be cruel. Some sources reported that the young man once claimed he wanted to cut all the girls, asking during his time in middle school, "What happens if I bring a knife to school?" Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school to which Chanel was transferred, commented on this. "We received no reports of threats in middle school. During his time at our school, he had no disciplinary sanction. I never heard him make threatening statements towards other students." Nonetheless, Chanel was a traumatized teenager who often experienced bullying. He dreamed of working in social services, wanting to help those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets, frequently visiting the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police, 2 for violations in Spring Creek, and 1 for urinating in public. In May 2016, another incident occurred when a local merchant reported Lewis for loitering in his store with a crowbar, as he had no prior incidents. However, this information was retained by the police and would later play a crucial role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death. In February 2017, Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, remembered something significant. He had repeatedly seen a young man in a hoodie wandering the park. John even attempted to follow him once, intrigued by the individual's behavior. The young man walked slowly, stopping for long periods in front of houses near the park as if scouting them for potential burglary. However, Russo lost sight of him when he contacted his colleagues by phone. The next day, following a store owner's report, a teenager matching the description came to the police's attention. 2 months into the investigation, John Russo recalled this wanderer, thinking he might have seen or heard something relevant. Investigators zeroed in on Chanel Lewis after Detective Russo took a closer look at the young man's file. Chanel's peculiarities raised interest. The police began to inquire about him among acquaintances and teachers, and information surfaced that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news stirred concern and suspicion. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was later discovered that during the time of Karina's death, Chanel was not at home. After an argument with his family, he had gone to the park. Upon his return, his appearance was disheveled, with torn clothing and visible bruises and abrasions. His mother inquired about what had happened, and Lewis claimed he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline with a witness's description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Lewis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, most of which were cuts, and he also had an injured hand. The investigators reviewed the medical records from that day and found the story plausible. However, they saw it differently, noting similarities between the events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. On February 4, 2017, Chanel was brought to the police station and voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Would a perpetrator willingly do this? Detectives wondered. The interrogation began on the morning of February 5th. Lewis admitted that he was indeed in the park around 5 p.m. on August 2, 2016, but clarified he was walking on dirt paths, not through the thickets, and listening to music. He confessed to encountering a young woman jogging with her phone in her hand. When asked by detectives if something happened when he encountered her, Chanel nodded and quietly said yes. Everyone was stunned. His response was vague, indicating confusion. "I was angry. One thing led to another." What happened, he finally stated clearly. Investigators were skeptical of this semi-admission, fearing it might provoke doubt among jurors during a trial. They waited for Chanel to elaborate. "I was walking in the park, trying to distract myself from a family argument. Then I met a woman. She was alone. I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders, threw her to the ground, and hit her face about 5 times so she couldn't scream. My punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring my hand," Chanel recalled. He also added that the struggle lasted about 5 minutes. Miss Vetrano fiercely resisted, scratching and biting. To avoid attracting attention, Lewis dragged her from the path into tall grass, where he attempted to undress and assault her. She was shocked but continued to resist. Chanel then forcefully strangled her until he realized she was no longer alive. When asked if he knew the victim beforehand, he replied, "I did not know her before this. It all happened by chance." The motive for the act became even more unexpected and bizarre. It turns out loud music played by a neighborhood gang member for hours on end triggered Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman, a strange reason for an act, indeed. Investigators' confusion was dispelled when DNA comparison results matched perfectly. Microscopic traces found on the victim's body and phone belonged to Chanel. Consequently, the police and the prosecutor concluded the case was solved and ready for court. However, the motive still seemed implausible. It's possible Chanel had noticed Karina before, as he often frequented the park and might have seen her with her father. He liked her and decided to approach her, but after being rejected, he became angry and struck her, and the situation spiraled out of control. This scenario would have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his earlier statements to the authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance echoed by his family, denying his involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Lewis with ending a life and sexual assault, facing him with a sentence ranging from 25 years to life imprisonment. The debate over Lewis's guilt not only unfolded in the courtroom, but also spilled over into the media. Lewis's defense team stirred the pot, pointing out alleged legal violations during his arrest. Along with various news outlets, they claimed racial bias and discrimination. However, the judge dismissed these allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation complied with legal standards. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis findings. The defense argued that the evidence was insufficient and contaminated, given the large number of people at the crime scene, including the victim's father, who discovered her body. Forensic biologist Linda Rossano stated the odds of the DNA belonging to someone other than Lewis were 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also introduced Lewis' phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, prompting the question, what sin was Chanel hoping to atone for? The release of Lewis' confession video sparked further controversy, with his lawyers arguing he was under immense pressure, leading to a coerced confession. They suspected the police of fabricating evidence, claiming the recording began only after Lewis was pressured and that the search of his home violated protocols. The defense suggested the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially botched, with public pressure mounting for an arrest leading to Lewis becoming a scapegoat. The jury was struck by the defense's powerful arguments. After hearing both sides, they were unable to reach a conclusive verdict. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial, with a retrial initially scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later postponed to March 2019. After 5 hours of deliberation, Chanel Lewis was ultimately found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life without parole on July 23, 2019. The defense's delay tactics included citing an anonymous source to allege misconduct by suggesting jury pressure and a conspiracy, with some calling the trial a lynch mob. The case, seemingly straightforward at first, ignited widespread prejudices and fears in society. Karina Vetrano's death touched many, serving as a grim reminder for women to be cautious. Did justice prevail? In any case, a young woman's life was cut short, and Chanel Lewis was sentenced to life imprisonment. Both families lost their children. The hope remains that the truth was indeed uncovered. Otherwise, an innocent man is behind bars while the perpetrator remains free. Story 3. According to statistics, the number of crimes committed by juveniles has been increasing worldwide in recent years. There has been an upsurge in violence among school children, usually directed at their peers, and the victims are often hospitalized, disabled, or even killed after such incidents. Such hostile acts usually have one goal: prove their own superiority, power, and permissiveness. Plus, the laws of many countries are lenient to juvenile offenders, which gives them faith in their impunity. The story of a French girl named Agnes Marin, who died at the hands of a high school student, shook the whole country. They studied in a prestigious college with an impeccable reputation, in which it seemed nothing like this could not happen. However, as it soon turned out, the perpetrator had attacked the girls before, but his wealthy parents managed not only to keep the case quiet, but also to arrange a son in a good school in another city, hiding the truth about his adventures. It is said that teenage aggression is a form of protest during the period of personality formation, and search for oneself. But in our story today, this boy's cruelty was the result of a complete lack of empathy, the ability to empathize and sympathize with others. He was extremely dangerous to society and incorrigible, and therefore became the second teenager in French history to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Who was Agnes Marin? Agnes Marin was born in 1999, November 26th in Paris, and was the only child of the couple Paula and Frederick Marin. The girl grew up in a fairly well-to-do family. Parents adored their child and sought to give her all the best. Agnes, from an early age, did not know anything to refuse. She was dressed in brand-name stores, taken to the sea, bought expensive toys and gadgets. Marin was an active, sociable, and restless child. She always had a lot of friends and hobbies. She showed creativity, loved music and movies, and in the future dreamed of becoming a film director. At school, she studied well, and teachers noted her high abilities, but often to achieve the best results, she was prevented by banal laziness and inattentiveness. At the age of 13, Agnes got involved with a bad company, which negatively affected the girl's studies and behavior. She started smoking, and not only regular cigarettes, drinking alcoholic beverages and skipping school. Her parents were not in favor of harsh measures of upbringing, and several times tried to simply talk to their daughter. But the conversations did not lead to anything. The girl promised to correct herself and to stop communicating with bad company. But she lied. When she was once again caught smoking and drinking beer right on the territory of the educational institution, the question of her expulsion arose. Her parents realized that if their daughter stayed in Paris, she would continue to socialize with people who had a bad influence on her, and nothing would change. Therefore, Frederick and Paula decided to transfer Agnes not just to another educational institution, but to send her to another city, or even a province, away from the capital's bustle and temptation. A new school. After reviewing several options, Marin's parents opted for a closed private college, Savignol, located in the commune of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, which is in the department of Upper Loire region of Auvergne. It is a prestigious educational institution with almost a century of history. The college was founded in the 30s and worked on the principle of boarding school, where children not only studied but also lived. However, by the end of the 2000s, the college faced serious financial difficulties and was actually teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. In a small community with a population of only 2,500 people, young people increasingly sought to go to study in the capital or a major city, and therefore the local educational institution experienced a shortage of students, and as a consequence, a shortage of finances. Previously, to get into this college required a high grade point average, as well as good characteristics. But even this did not guarantee admission, because the competition was several people for one place. However, in 2011, the situation changed dramatically. Due to a large shortage of students, the school, in order not to go completely bankrupt, significantly reduced the requirements for admission, especially if they were children of wealthy parents who were willing to act as sponsors. Despite her behavioral problems, Agnes had a good academic record and grade point average, which allowed her to get into Savignol College, and the authorities simply turned a blind eye to her characteristics. Agnes' parents were happy. They believed that the change would be good for their daughter. She would become more responsible and more easily overcome such a difficult transitional age. Marin was a very sociable, cheerful, and friendly girl. She was able to fit into the new team from the first days. She felt comfortable and quickly made friends. In addition, she showed good progress in her studies, including in new disciplines, which were not available in her previous school in Paris. Her parents visited their daughter at the boarding school every 2 or 3 weeks. They were very pleased with her successes, as well as changes in behavior for the better. Agnes came home to visit only once during her studies. It should be noted that the new school was located on a vast territory surrounded by forest. There were no clear boundaries, fences, and strict security because the crime rate in these parts was considered one of the lowest in the country. To get from the college to the center of the town of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon required no more than a quarter of an hour on foot. So students after school often went there in groups. But before 5 o'clock in the evening, all had to return back. There were disciplinary penalties for breaking the rules. The disappearance of a student. On November 16, 2011, Agnes, together with some of her classmates, decided to take a walk into town after class. There she met a friend of hers who studied in another school, but they often crossed paths and constantly called each other. The two girls decided to go shopping, and fell behind the general company. A couple hours later, the young people returned to campus, but Marin was not with them. At first, this circumstance did not cause much alarm, and everyone was sure that she would soon return. But the time passed. It began to get dark, and the absence of the student seriously worried the teachers. Her phone was switched off, and she could not be found on campus. So the school management did not hesitate to report the incident to the police. The search began that evening and was conducted by law enforcement officers, teachers, and students of the school. They were divided into groups, each of which combed a different area, but no trace of the missing girl could not be found. No one had seen her and had no idea where she might be, but everyone hoped that she would return alive and unharmed. Marion's parents were notified almost immediately and asked if their daughter had returned home. Frederick and Paula were shocked at the news and rushed to Luchambon-sur-Lignon as fast as they could. They assured them that Agnes could not have run away, for she had no reason to do so and had nowhere to go. According to them, their daughter liked her new school very much. She had made many friends here. She did not feel any discomfort, and she had no conflicts with anyone. The father and mother of the missing Agnes became actively involved in the search. They talked to their daughter's friends, posted pictures of her all over the city asking for help in finding her, and tried to find any clues or leads. What is Agnes' friend hiding? The first thing the police did was to look for people who were the last people to see the missing Agnes, and who might have known about her future plans. Girls from her class said that Moran met a friend of hers in the city, and went shopping with her, but no one could give her name. However, soon the law enforcers managed to find Estelle, the same friend from another school. The girl was indeed the last person with whom Agnes had been in contact, so she was considered as a very valuable witness. However, she did not provide any useful information at the first interview. She said that Agnes had helped her choose a birthday present for her father. Then they had a milkshake each and said goodbye. Estelle headed for her home, and Agnes had to return to campus. The girl's story sounded plausible, but her behavior seemed a bit odd. She was visibly nervous and seemed to be holding something back. They decided to talk to her again, and suddenly the story she had told began to take on some details that she wanted to keep quiet. Estelle confessed that Agnes had planned to meet a young man that day, a man she had not told her the name of. The guys were going to do something bad, apparently taking illegal substances. A couple hours later, Estelle tried to call Agnes, but she didn't answer, and by evening her phone was turned off. The girl admitted that she lied at the first interrogation because Moran asked her not to tell anyone about the meeting with the mysterious guy, and she promised her that. However, when it became known about the disappearance of Agnes, Estelle decided to confess everything because she suspected that the sudden disappearance could be associated with this young man. It has been suggested that Agnes may have simply run away from college. The girl may have fallen in love and is now spending time with her secret boyfriend. Her phone was last online on campus the day she disappeared, but the device was turned off afterward, and it was impossible to locate it. Nevertheless, police officers were able to quickly access all data regarding Agnes' calls and correspondence. It was then that the name of a 17-year-old Matthew Molinas, a high school student at the same school as the missing Marin, first came to the attention of the police. The first suspect. It turned out that the missing woman for the last few days corresponded with Matthew Molinas. But what could connect her with a 17-year-old young man? What interests they could have in common? In any case, Boy had to be questioned because he could have valuable information and shed light on the case. Nothing concrete or alarming in their correspondence could be found, but on the day of Agnes' disappearance, they were really going to meet on campus and walk together. Matthew promised to show her something, but did not specify what it was. Moulin was first invited to talk to the police on November 17th. He behaved perfectly calm, but there were strange scratches on his face and hands that looked quite fresh. However, the young man admitted that he was dabbling in illegal substances, and yesterday he specifically overdid it, which caused him to lose consciousness and fell into a thorny bush where he lay for several hours. Classmates and educators confirmed that there were indeed problems with this student. Matthew was admitted to Savignol College in January 2011. His parents transferred him here to supposedly protect him from bad company and problems. The young man even here used alcohol and various illegal substances, which raised the question of his expulsion. But he still felt sorry for him and was given time to improve. Molinas looked like a typical rebel and troubled teenager. It was as if he challenged those around him with his appearance and behavior. He wore Gothic-style clothes, smoked and drank hot drinks right on the campus. He bragged about his antics to his peers, noting that he would not be punished for it. On the day of Agnes' disappearance, Matthew disappeared for several hours. Toward evening, he came out of the woods in dirty clothes with scratched face and hands, and to all questions he answered that he had too much to drink and was passed out. Naturally, it all looked and sounded suspicious, but so far there was no hard evidence against him, and therefore the investigators decided to take a closer look at him. The spoiled son of rich parents Matthew Molinas was born in December 1993 in the municipality of Negru Salorg in Garda, and was the eldest of 3 children of the couple Sofia and Dominique Molinas. He grew up with his 2 younger sisters in a fairly well-to-do family, and from childhood was used to having his every whim immediately fulfilled. From an early age, he was observed some strange things. The boy was quite aggressive, irascible, hard to find a common language with peers, and tried to stay apart from other children. In adolescence, the situation worsened. Mattia had outbursts of rage. He often started fights, began to drink alcohol regularly, and experimented with all sorts of illegal substances. But at the same time, despite his aggression and antisocial behavior, the young man had a very attractive appearance, thanks to which he became popular with the opposite sex. At the time of the described events in his hometown, he had a girlfriend, about whom his parents knew and whom he visited on weekends. Mattia had a number of records with the police, including the theft of prescription drugs from a pharmacy, which he committed with a friend. But the case was hushed up, probably thanks to money from the teenager's parents. He was also able to get into a prestigious private school with a low grade point average and problems with the law because his father offered to sponsor the school when it was in crisis. During interrogations, Molinas behaved defiantly and arrogantly, but remained completely calm, so that the police even doubted his involvement in the disappearance of Agnes. The guy was constantly twirling a yo-yo in his hands, his favorite toy with which he never parted. At the first interrogation, he claimed that he did not know Agnes, but when he was shown a printout of their correspondence, he began to change his testimony, trying to lie on the fly, but quickly became confused in his own words. According to the guy, he promised to show Agnes a clearing in the forest where mushrooms grow. Allegedly, they used them together, and after Matthew became ill, and he fell into a thorny bush where he lay until the evening, and when he woke up, he saw that Marin was not. He didn't go looking for her, but just went back to the campus because it was getting dark. A lawyer hired by the parents of the Molinas was present at all the interrogations, and recommended that his young ward show the place where he had last seen Agnes, and where they, according to him, used mushrooms. However, Matthew said that he would not be able to find that clearing because they stumbled on it by accident, and he got out of there on autopilot, not really understanding where he is and what is happening around. But Matthew's words were soon refuted by experts who found no traces of mushroom ingestion in his blood. The scratches on his body were recognized as a consequence of a struggle. That is, someone scratched him with nails, and apparently it was a girl, a gruesome discovery in the thicket. The students of the school who had seen Matthew coming out of the woods that evening pointed out the direction from which he had appeared, and it was in that part of the woods that it was decided to make a large-scale, thorough search. At that time, there was still a faint hope of finding Marin alive, but on November 18th, searchers awaited a terrible discovery. In a small clearing, hidden in a dense thicket, was found badly mutilated and partially charred body of the missing Agnes. Her clothes were torn, her underwear was missing. There were all the signs of violence, as well as traces of penetrating stab wounds. Doubt that this heinous crime committed by Molinas, no one had no doubt, but it was necessary to wait for the conclusion of forensic experts, as well as to obtain confessions from the killer himself. Actually, when Matthew was told about the terrible discovery, he did not particularly repudiate and began to testify, telling how everything was confessions of a ruthless killer. The strangler confessed that he deliberately lured Agnes into the woods to abuse her, but allegedly did not plan to kill her. However, she put up fierce resistance, scratched him, so he had to tie up the victim using the rope from his favorite toy, yo-yo, which he carried with him everywhere. Agnes screamed and threatened to turn him into the police, which pissed the guy off. Going to prison, he did not want to, and therefore decided to kill the unfortunate and get rid of the body, and then gave her 17 stab wounds, most of which came to the neck, face, and chest. When the victim stopped showing signs of life, he doused her with a flammable mixture from a canister and set her on fire, hoping that the fire would completely destroy the body. Then he quickly left, because it started to get dark and he did not see that the fire was soon extinguished. He took his toy off the dead body and took it with him. The high school student told about the incident calmly and in detail, as if savoring every word and watching the reaction of the detectives. He felt no remorse or pity for the victim. The examination confirmed that under the fingernails of Agnes were particles of skin and epithelium matue, and in her body revealed traces of biological fluid of the rapist. Also on the rope of the very toy yo-yo found sweat traces of both the perpetrator and the victim. After all the necessary studies and medical conclusions, Agnes's body was given to her parents, who buried their only daughter in Paris. It is noteworthy that the funeral took place on November 26, 2011, on her birthday. The first victim of a young psychopath. When law enforcers thoroughly took up the biography of Molina's, they were shocked by the fact that Marin was not his first victim. But this information was carefully tried to hide. As it turned out, he had been cruel to others since childhood, bullying animals, other children, and even his own sisters. He always took an incomparable pleasure in hurting others and watching them suffer. In August 2010, Matthew attacked his young neighbor Julia, with whom he knew since childhood. The girl showed interest in the handsome neighbor, and he decided to take advantage of it. The guy lured her into the woods where he hit her on the head, and while the victim was disoriented, tied her up with scotch tape taken from the house, and then abused the unfortunate. Molina's then began to strangle her and probably would have killed her, but suddenly her cell phone rang. The perpetrator recoiled, looked around, and simply left the scene. A terrified Julia managed to free herself and called her parents, who immediately reported the incident to the police. Matthew was arrested the same day. During interrogations, he cried, trying to appease the police, and also made attempts to shift all the blame on the victim, claiming that she herself provoked him, teasing and hinting at intimacy. But law enforcers understood that he had prepared for the crime in advance, and even took duct tape with him to immobilize the victim. Nevertheless, despite the gravity of the crime, Matthew was not punished. The court took into account the very young age of the perpetrator and instead of prison, sent him for compulsory treatment in a psychiatric clinic where he spent only 4 months. All this time, psychologists and psychiatrists worked with him and evaluated his condition. In December 2010, the chief specialist who was in charge of Molina's gave a conclusion that he was fully rehabilitated. And after the course of therapy, he no longer posed any threat to others. The court, after reading this report, released the offender, requiring him only to attend several anger management sessions. Parental patronage. It is worth noting that the Molina couple also put a lot of effort into getting their son released. They promised the judge that Matu would leave the region and not cause any more trouble. And they also said that they would make sure that the heir would undergo therapy. They hired the best lawyers who did everything possible to keep their client out of jail. After that, the parents started looking for a new school for their son. But since he had a criminal record for such a serious article, they did not want to accept him anywhere. Then the father personally went to the provincial closed college Savinol and made an appointment with the director. He knew about the financial problems of the institution and immediately offered to sponsor him. When it came to the admission of Matthew to the college, the director noted that the guy is too low academic performance, and the criminal case of a potential student could hit hard on the reputation of the school. But Dominic Mullines in every possible way vindicated his son, lying that there was no violence. Just his ex-girlfriend, so tried to get back at him after the breakup. Allegedly, that's why he was released a few months later when everything was sorted out. Surprisingly, but the leadership of the educational institution did not go into the details of the trial and accepted the version told by Dominic. Apparently, the amount of sponsorship he had announced played a decisive role, and they simply turned a blind eye to the crime and withheld this information from other students and their parents. The trial and the verdict, however, he was a minor at the time of the violent and brutal crime, and therefore the law provided for a lighter sentence for such offenders, and the trial itself had to be held in private. Agnes' parents insisted on making the sessions open, at least partially, with the involvement of journalists who would cover the case in the media. However, the Moran couple were refused, and the trial was held behind closed doors. The proceedings began only on June 18, 2013. The public prosecutor harshly criticized the numerous omissions in the case of Matthew. In particular, the fact that the psychiatrist who gave the conclusion that the guy is not a threat to others was a young girl who did not have the proper qualification. She had no previous experience with criminals and made a fatal mistake. The defendant underwent a second psychiatric examination, and experts concluded that not only is he unrepentant, but he may well commit a similar crime again if given the opportunity. Matthew himself confirmed this, stating that he enjoyed watching the victims suffer. Mullins was diagnosed with symptoms of schizoid and paranoid disorder, which together with outbursts of uncontrolled aggression made him extremely dangerous to others. However, he was fully aware of his actions and could be held responsible for them before the law. That the young man be tried as an adult due to the brutality of his crime, and his request was eventually granted. On June 28, 2013, Matthew was found guilty of abuse and murder with particular cruelty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and forced psychotherapy. He became the second juvenile offender in French history to receive such a harsh punishment. Molina's lawyers decided to appeal the sentence, but on October 10, 2014, a jury of appeals upheld the life sentence, ending any possibility of a review of the decision. Matthew's parents wrote and published a book in which they described their bitter experience and admitted that their son remains unrepentant. Story 4. Love under duress. A broken vase can never be mended, goes the famous saying, symbolizing irreversible harm or betrayal. A fragile vessel may be pieced back together, yet its cracks linger, forever altering its appearance and utility. This analogy hits close to home for survivors of intimate exploitation. Historically, our society has often tried to diminish the pain of such experiences to avoid causing discomfort to others. However, our culture and legal systems have evolved. Individuals who have suffered these indignities are now sharing their stories and receiving the support they need, propelled by dire incidents that could not be ignored. Among these is the tragic story of Antonia Barra from Chile, around which the entire national community rallied to ensure justice was served against her aggressor. The loss of the young woman became known on the evening of October 13, 2019. Her family could never have envisioned how that day would conclude. Her sister Carla, visiting their parents' home, went upstairs to say hello to Antonia, expecting a casual chat. However, finding her seemingly asleep, Carla chose not to disturb her and headed to the door. Before she could leave, she heard Antonia ask about their mother and request the light be turned off. After telling Carla she loved her, Antonia turned away. Maybe she's just tired or not in the mood, thought Carla. Little did she know, Antonia was grappling with harrowing thoughts that left her feeling there was only one way out from her profound distress. By 7 that evening, their mother, not hearing any response from Antonia's room, entered to find a harrowing scene. Her daughter was motionless, suspended above the floor. Marcella rushed to her, finding no signs of life. Overwhelmed by shock, she sought assistance from neighbors. The family friends helped take down the body and called for emergency services. Shortly afterwards, Alejandro Barra addressed the media, vowing to uncover the root causes of his daughter's desperate act and to seek justice. Known for her vivacity and intelligence, it was clear that something significant had profoundly impacted Antonia. The autopsy confirmed self-strangulation as the cause of death. The case required immediate action. Not waiting for official inquiries, the parents initiated their own investigation. Private detectives meticulously pieced together the last days of Antonia's life, identifying the individual who had driven her to despair. Promptly, Alejandro and Marcela reported Martin Pradines to the police, suspecting him of exploitation. There is little known about him. He was born and lived in Temuco, Chile, the same city as Antonia. He came from a large family, parents, a sister, and a brother. The dynamics within his family are unclear, as there is scant information available online, which is justified later. Undoubtedly, in his early youth, a young woman named Daniela Alvarez bore his child. Nonetheless, the relationship between the two did not last long. After the birth, the couple parted ways. Detectives discovered that between 2015 and 2017, Antonia and Martin communicated via a social network. At that time, Antonia was a teenager. They exchanged messages and commented on each other's photos, though their interactions were confined to the digital realm. However, they eventually met in person, which unfortunately led to a tragic outcome. Antonia was born in the late 1980s into a strong and close-knit family. The Barra family home was large and spacious, suited to a family of their size. Loving parents Alejandro and Marcela raised 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son. It was a household where care and attention were plentiful. The children were kind and well-behaved, causing no significant trouble. However, Antonia stood out among her siblings. She was unusually perceptive, responsible, and ambitious from a young age, which made her a particular source of pride for her parents. She excelled in school, got along well with her teachers, and had plans for her future. After graduating high school, she got into her university of choice and began studying a highly sought-after major. As a freshman, she immersed herself in mastering the basics of her future profession and actively participated in academic and social activities, making new friends. Her friends shared her interests and aspirations. Antonia formed an especially close bond with Consuela Uribe, who was studying at the law school. The friends would often go out, shop, and go shopping, and attend parties together. They became very close. Thus, when Antonia broke up with her boyfriend Rodrigo, Consuelo suggested she distract herself from the heartbreak. Antonia was struggling with the breakup, so she embraced her friend's idea. She wanted to clear her mind and temporarily forget the past. The friends planned a trip for Chile's Independence Day on September 18th. Their destination was the tourist town of Pucón. By sheer coincidence, it was there that Martin and Antonia's paths crossed again. Martin was planning to attend an electronic music festival. The event was to be held at a local club called Black Room, where a DJ friend of his was performing. On September 17th, around 6:30 p.m., Uribe and Barra set off for Pucón with 3 other friends, one of whom was Consuela's boyfriend. The journey went smoothly, and upon arrival, the young people stayed in different accommodations. The girls stayed in a summer house owned by the Uribe family. After 8 p.m., the friends began preparing for a party at the popular venue, Black Room. The night promised a sea of unforgettable emotions. Before leaving, Antonia exchanged messages with her father, who asked her to be careful and cautious around strangers. In response, she reassured her father, writing that prudence was her foremost trait. Law enforcement officials repeatedly interviewed Martin Prudenas, but he denied any wrongdoing regarding Antonia. He claimed their intimacy was consensual and vehemently denied any involvement in her tragic end. However, detectives had their own perspective and evidence regarding the matter. During the investigation, it was established that Martin left Temuco on September 17th around noon, accompanied by friends. They planned to return the next day. Upon reaching their destination, the group held a party at a rented house, filled with conversation, jokes, and of course, alcohol. Meanwhile, Antonia and Consuela got ready and headed to the club. There they ordered a table, food, and drinks. The friends enjoyed themselves, chatting and dancing extensively. Needless to say, the Black Room Club became the venue for the young people's unexpected reunion. The chance meeting delighted them, and the man and woman spent the evening together, chatting and dancing. It was clear they were fond of each other. Antonia occasionally left him to return to her friend, who was also enjoying herself, and to greet the male acquaintances with whom she had traveled. She didn't realize how carried away she got with the alcohol, likely due to the long drive and an empty stomach, something she usually did not allow herself to do. Around 6:45 a.m., Consuela found her friend pleasantly chatting with a mutual acquaintance, Emilio. At that point, she told Antonia it was time to leave. Antonia refused, feeling good and wanting to continue the evening. Her friend advised her to stop drinking and reconsider her decision, but Antonia was adamant and chose to stay at the club while Consuela left. This turned out to be a regrettable decision for Antonia. Emilio became an unwitting witness to the events that unfolded afterwards, which he detailed during the investigation and in court. He noted that Martin approached Antonia and started a conversation with her. He then took her by the hand and led her towards the exit, unsure whether she was engaging in the conversation or just confused due to the alcohol. Nevertheless, it seemed she did not mind being led away, or perhaps she was unaware of it. Emilio assumed that the man had invited her to join him, and she agreed. Nonetheless, external surveillance footage told a different story. Martin's friends recounted that they left the club in 2 cars, but there was no room for the pair in either vehicle. They proceeded on foot. Along the way, they came across a store. Surveillance footage made it clear that the man coerced the woman into entering. She could barely stand and was unable to resist. Martin, slightly more sober, was able to somewhat control the situation. Throughout the night, they were captured on camera several times. Along the way, Prudenas was overly affectionate and tried to kiss his companion, who did not reciprocate and tried to pull away. Upon entering the rented house, none of his friends paid much attention to the woman. Only 19-year-old Barbara, who had joined recently and hadn't been drinking, noticed that the couple was intoxicated. Afterwards, they went upstairs. Around 9 a.m., Consuelo received a voice message from a friend. Initially, she couldn't make out what was being said. After listening more carefully, she understood a few words. Since her friend didn't know her exact location, she used GPS to find it. Consuela, accompanied by her boyfriend Jose, went to the designated location. Upon entering the house, they were met by a naked Martin, who was covering himself with a pillow. When Consuela asked him where her friend was, he claimed he didn't know. They found Bara in one of the upstairs rooms, lying on a bed in her underwear, quietly crying. Jose picked her up and carried her to the car. Consuela asked what had happened, but Antonia could only cry. The young couple tried to console her, hugging and attempting to engage her in conversation. Back at the summer house, Antonia confessed everything. Martin had exploited her against her will, and she felt powerless to stop it. Her memories were hazy. She couldn't recall much, but one thing was clear. He had wronged her. This occurred when they went upstairs. Afterwards, he left her alone and disappeared. Upon hearing about the incident, Jose and Consuela insisted that Antonia report the scoundrel to the police and seek justice. However, she refused, fearing that her parents and the public would find out. She chose to quietly endure the trauma and try to recover on her own. She asked them to tell no one about the incident. During this heartfelt conversation, Antonia received a message from her father asking how she was doing and joking about whether she had been drinking too much. To avoid arousing suspicion, she tried to respond in her usual manner, thereby inadvertently highlighting her own intentions. The next day, Antonia met with Martin to talk. However, he was dismissive and arrogant. He insisted that the events of the previous night had been consensual. Antonia realized that she would not hear the truth or receive an apology. She knew she had to try to move on. Later psychotherapists invited to the court hearing will explain that at the time Antonia was experiencing intimacy trauma syndrome. It's characterized by disruptions in physical, emotional, cognitive, and interpersonal behavior. This condition can appear immediately following the incident or even months, and sometimes years later. The poor girl was suffering through an acute stage alone. She could not rid herself of distressing sensations, distraction, anxiety, confusion, alternating with hysterics and crying. She undoubtedly felt a compulsive desire to cleanse herself, experiencing bouts of nausea or even vomiting. For 3 weeks, Bara kept silent and tried to behave as usual. A childhood friend confessed that she noticed nothing unusual about her. However, her classmates could not overlook the memory impairments and disorganization associated with the syndrome. One of them remarked on her declining academic performance, which was very uncharacteristic of the once disciplined student. When asked what was the cause, Antonia cited poor health. It should be noted that a large number of witnesses came to the girl's defense during the trial: friends, acquaintances, and classmates. But what was the turning point in making a fateful decision? Perhaps Antonia would have remained alive, sought professional help over time, had it not been for a series of events. Somehow her terrible secret became known to an ex-boyfriend. However, the information reached him in a very unflattering form, which he hurried to report. The girl replied that she was not at fault for what had happened. The information he had was a gross exaggeration. Then Rodrigo did not believe her. Moreover, the day before the incident, Martin called. It is unclear what the conversation between them entailed, possibly threats from his side. One thing is clear: the next day the girl was gone. A few hours before her death, she sent a farewell message to her boyfriend, and in a family chat she shared a childhood video. In it, Antonia was dancing and laughing joyfully, showing how much she missed her former self. She could not return to her previous way of life, thoughts, and actions. This tragedy made a deep impression. Thanks to Alejandro finding the strength to share his daughter's story nationwide, her tragedy resonated with the public. Antonia's name was written on posters and social media hashtags, even on building walls. Public support had an incredible result. In less than a week, women came forward with similar claims against Pradini. 6 new charges were filed against his name, reporting actions he took from 2010 to 2019. The man turned out to be a criminal and was taken into custody. Concurrently, Martin's family petitioned to protect their personal information, which had leaked online. The family asserted that their constitutional right to honor and respect for private life was violated, citing numerous insults, aggressive messages, and fake information online. In these actions, the Perdinos family suspected, including the Barra family. On June 12, 2020, the Temuco court granted their request. The judge required Antonia's relatives to refrain from disclosing information about the assailant's family through social media and from making compromising publications. Sparked outrage, Chileans were extremely upset, believing that it protected Martin. On July 21st, the Barra family filed an appeal with the Supreme Court, but it was rejected. Later that month, the suspect's lawyer submitted a petition for protective measures concerning his client. In the same month, he was officially charged with several attacks. Public outcry was gaining the Antonia case, a symbol of justice restoration for victims of violence. Many women, after many years, dared to come forward about their experiences. On July 22nd, an unexpected event occurred. The court changed the previously decided preventive measure from detention to house arrest. Martin Perdinas was effectively set free. At the same time, the judge explained that this in no way summarizes the presumed punishment. Meanwhile, the prosecutor charged Martin with 5 instances of misconduct, but the court only acknowledged 2. Massive protests swept across the country. Thousands of people took to the streets, outraged by the cessation of investigations regarding certain facts and the decision on house arrest. The authorities supported the citizens by sending a request to the appeals court. The judiciary responded immediately and took Martin into custody. The same court later eliminated the statute of limitations for 2 cases of intimate violence. Concurrently, Alejandro, along with feminist organizations, worked on drafting a bill that would establish punishments for such crimes. He emphasized that no one should remain indifferent when a woman is led away by a man without resisting, especially while intoxicated. Barra stressed the importance of taking necessary measures in such cases. As this state makes a woman a potential victim, the investigation continued. In February 2021, Martin's phone was found. Forensic analysis revealed it contained photos in which the accused displayed women's underwear. He was clearly proud of his conquests and apparently kept a count. The police report ran nearly 400 pages, including statements from victims and witnesses, people close to both Martin and Antonia, and those who had known them since childhood. The accused childhood teacher recounted that Perdinas was a smart and cheerful child, but was very interested in topics related to intimacy. Some women recalled that when they were little, he touched them. At the time, however, no one thought much of it, as they were all children. The criminal court in Temuco commenced its hearings, which were expected to last over a month. During this period, the prosecution presented a series of evidence, expert testimonies, and witness statements. The disclosed video footage clearly showed that Antonia was unable to control the situation. On August 26th, Martin was sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment for crimes against intimacy and acts of intimacy-related aggression. On December 29th, the Supreme Court accepted the defense's appeal, disagreeing with the verdict. A new trial was scheduled for spring 2023. Meanwhile, the efforts of the Barra family had an effect. The drafting of Antonia's law began, enhancing existing legislation to ensure that anyone committing an act of violence that pushed the victim to end their own life would be inevitably punished with imprisonment. The defendant's legal team resigned, and his case was taken over by public defense. Finally, on April 24, 2024, the second trial commenced for 5 cases of violence and 2 cases of forcible intimacy. During this time, Perdinos waived his right to remain silent and explain the events. He claimed that his crimes were committed under severe alcohol intoxication, to which the prosecutor responded that by drinking with the women, he made the victims vulnerable. On July 7, 2023, the man was found guilty. The federal prosecution demanded a sentence of 41 years in prison. On July 28, 2023, 31-year-old Martin Perdinas was sentenced to 17 years in prison for 7 intimacy-related offenses committed against 6 victims. Considering the time already spent in custody, he would serve 14 years. The tragedy that befell Antonia Barra helped expose a dangerous offender. It's unknown how many more innocent women might have suffered from his actions. The line between harassment and flirtation is very thin. One can never be prepared for someone deciding to cross that perilous line. However, the societal changes that have occurred have altered the perception of victims of violence. Now, everyone understands the risks of uncontrolled desires and the inability to control oneself. Ultimately, the body and soul of another person are as fragile as a crystal vase. thus precious and inviolable. Story 5. Dangerous Connections. 19-year-old student Lizzie Marriott vanished on October 9, 2012. After her classes, she went home and left a note on the table. It was addressed to Tony and Becky Hanna, the uncle and aunt of the girl where she was staying. In it, Lizzie said she was going to visit a friend and would be back no later than midnight. Neither on that day nor the next did Denise return. Later, her car was found in the campus parking lot. The girl seemed to have disappeared without a trace. After some time, the search for the missing girl turned into a search for her body. The police became aware of the gruesome details of her death. Once the girl's openness and friendliness turned against her. This is a story about the danger posed by uncontrolled desires. Horrible crimes are committed when not only state, but also universal laws are violated. The freedom of one person ends where the rights of another begin. This is an undeniable truth. For Tony and Becky, their niece became a full-fledged family member. To save on housing, she moved in with them during her studies at the University of New Hampshire. Lizzie loved marine animals very much, so she chose a future profession in marine biology. She moved to Chester in the fall of 2012, leaving her parents, Bob and Melissa Marriott, with whom she lived in Massachusetts. They were separated by a 2-hour drive, but they still maintained close communication. The girl had a gentle character, was kind and sweet, which made everyone love her. She would shout, "I'm home," her aunt recalled, and we felt joy in our hearts because she felt comfortable with us and we with her. Lizzie liked her new life, and unprecedented horizons lay ahead. In her spare time, she worked at Target, where she quickly adapted and was well regarded. There she met 18-year-old Kate McDonald. The girls quickly found a common language, often hanging out after work. Once Lizzie was already at Kate's apartment, so when she invited her again, she agreed. On October 9th, the friends met. They wanted to spend the evening together, have dinner, and watch a movie. However, their solitude was interrupted. 30-year-old Seth Mazzella, Kate's boyfriend, joined them. The heroine didn't mind the company. It's more fun together. Moreover, her new acquaintances were interesting personalities involved in theater. And Seth graduated from the same university as Lizzie, but in theater arts. Despite the fact that the guy worked as a consultant in an electronics store, he had a rich experience. He trained as an emergency medical technician, earned a black belt in karate, and even taught martial arts. In general, they had a lot to talk about. The evening promised to be interesting and end on a good note. It's just that entering the young people's apartment, the girl never came out again. After Lizzie didn't return by the promised time, her relatives decided to wait until the evening of the next day. Perhaps she stayed overnight at a friend's and went from there to the university. However, when she didn't show up and on October 10th, the aunt and uncle got worried and contacted her parents. It turned out they also had no information. After the unpleasant news, the mother and father got in the car and headed to Chester. On the way, they reported their daughter's disappearance. Not only the police and relatives, but also the girl's friends joined the search. The investigation began with questioning everyone who knew her. Unfortunately, the relatives didn't know where Lizzie had gone. However, thanks to her friends, this information was established. Nate McNeil, a friend, said he knew where she might be and pointed to Kate McDonald. He also said he asked Kate if she had Lizzie and she said no. Detectives took note of the guy's words and started checking the new information. Meanwhile, it was found that there were no movements in the girl's bank accounts, and her phone was turned off. The initial version that she might have been in an accident was ruled out. Just a few days later, her car was found. At the same time, Bob and Melissa Marriott announced a $10,000 reward for anyone who could provide information about their daughter's whereabouts. After talking to Lizzie's friends and colleagues, investigators learned interesting information about Kate and her boyfriend. The couple was far from what they tried to appear in public. Soon after, Seth Mazzella was arrested. Lizzie and Kate's acquaintances said that recently the girls had been spending a lot of time together. However, they seemed different in character and attitude toward life. Lizzie was very sociable and compassionate, while Kate, on the contrary, was reserved and rude. What brought them closer was unclear. Those who had been working at the store for years said that this was not always the case with McDonald. After she started a relationship with Seth, she changed a lot. There was no trace of her former cheerfulness and lightness. As it turned out later, she even limited communication with her relatives, since they were against her new boyfriend. There was something suspicious about him, antisocial. The couple started dating when the girl was 17. After she turned 18, they moved in together and began living in Mozilla's apartment in Dover, New Hampshire. Paying special attention to the couple, the police checked their databases, but found nothing remarkable. Studying the profiles of young people on the internet, officers learned some details about their personal lives. Seth and Kate practiced not relationships. On one of the websites, McDonald, under the pseudonym Miss Scarlet Vampire Actress, posted a spicy ad. She wrote that she and her lord were looking for a live-in slave. The required duties were house cleaning, dishwashing, laundry, cooking, and readiness for intimacy at any time. The girl also shared a bit about herself and her partner. She described their relationship as dominant, submissive, where the former dictates and controls and the latter completely submits to his will. At the end, the girl attached her photos in a Gothic style. From the text, it was clear that the feelings of the two were not based on love and respect, but rather on humiliation and obedience. The couple practiced BDSM, where Seth was the dominant and Kate was the submissive. Now detectives had no doubts that they could be involved in Lizzie's disappearance. On October 12th, the young people were summoned for questioning. They were questioned simultaneously, but separately from each other. This played into the hands of the investigation. For 2 hours, Kate insisted that she hadn't met Lizzie on October 9th. After that, she refused to talk altogether. Meanwhile, Seth was more talkative. He denied his friend's words and said that on that day Marriott was indeed at their place. However, a tragedy occurred. At first everything was fine. They watched a movie, played strip poker. After that, they engaged in a threesome. According to him, no one objected to intimacy and was morally prepared. During the process, he tied the girls with ropes, but at some point something went wrong and Lizzie accidentally died. Then, in a state of shock and fear of being misunderstood, he and Kate took the girl's body to Pierce Island and threw it into the Piscataqua River. After that, they went home. After an 11-hour interrogation, Mazzella went with the police to the designated place, where he vividly demonstrated how he got there and threw the body off the cliff. On October 13th, the guy was charged with murder. The news of their daughter's death was devastating for her parents. Melissa Marriott said she had a feeling about it, but she didn't want to believe it until the last moment. On the same day, a candlelight vigil was held in memory of the departed. Her father thanked those who came and said that the prayer spoken today would help Lizzie find peace. "She has become an angel who flew to heaven," said Bob Marriott. Her friend Nate, who actively participated in the search for the girl, remembered that she always told funny stories, so she could lift spirits or comfort in difficult times. "Perhaps she would have found something to say to us in this case too," he sadly said. The girl's parents refused to accept the version of death told by Mozilla. They explained that their daughter was in a relationship and cherished it very much. According to them, she would never betray her beloved Brittany. They prayed to God and asked the police to find the poor girl's body as soon as possible, to say goodbye to her like humans and bury her. The search went on every day. Volunteers joined the efforts of the authorities. Even a private detective was working on it, which became Lizzie's final resting place, and subject to strong tides and ebbs. It is quite possible that she has long been carried into the Atlantic Ocean. The investigation continued. A search took place in Mazzella's apartment and beyond. It is worth noting that the young couple's house was not clean and orderly. Chaos reigned everywhere. Detectives also found out that Seth was interested in occultism and black magic. Since no evidence was found in the apartment, forensic experts examined the surrounding area. In one of the trash containers, they found a bag of belongings. Among them were black leather gloves, a sweatshirt, and men's underwear. During the examination, it was established that the underwear had DNA traces belonging to Seth and Lizzie. This confirmed the intimate nature of their relationship, and the sweatshirt belonged to the deceased and was identified by her family. But what were leather gloves doing on this list? If it's a love game accessory, why get rid of it like the rest of the evidence? Apparently, not everything in Mazzella's words was true. He could easily pass off the desired as reality. However, what Kat McDonald said confirmed it. The girl broke her silence, and on October 17th, she told what happened. She admitted that on October 9th, Lizzie came to her. Later, Seth joined them. At first, the three of them watched a movie, then played strip poker. In the process of the game, they got excited and decided to have intimate relationship. Everyone's desire was mutual. It all started with kisses and tenderness. Then Seth suggested tying Lizzie up with ropes, and she agreed. The girl even showed schematically how Seth did it. Everything was going well, but suddenly Marriott had a seizure. She began to suffocate, and moments later she lost consciousness. When Seth and Kat lifted the girl, she wasn't breathing. Everything happened quickly and unexpectedly. McDonald claimed that no one was to blame for what happened. It was an accident. However, a significant role in the investigation was played by the testimony of an unexpected witness. One day, a young woman went to the police station. She said she had important information about Lizzie Marriott's case and asked to speak to the detectives leading the investigation. During the conversation, she introduced herself as Catherine Fish, Seth Mazzella's ex-girlfriend. From the conversation, it became clear what she was hinting at. Seth was capable of murder. Once he confessed to her that in one of his fantasies, he takes someone's life. But let's start from the beginning. Catherine and Seth met about 10 years ago. At first, he seemed attentive and caring. He courted her beautifully, didn't skimp on flowers and gifts. He was very charming in conversation. The girl quickly fell in love with the affable young man. But at the moment of their first intimacy, she learned that he was into BDSM. At first, she didn't mind new sensations, as long as he kept himself under control. However, later, Seth began to show excessive cruelty and dominance. He didn't want to be contradicted or stopped. Sometimes he shared his thoughts and fantasies with her. During one such conversation, Catherine heard a terrible confession. Then she realized he could be dangerous. As if to confirm this, he grabbed her by the throat very tightly once. The girl begged him to let go, but he wouldn't stop and continued to squeeze harder. This incident finally shattered her illusion. Since they moved to another city, the girl didn't know where to go to get away from him. She didn't know anyone and didn't communicate with anyone. Besides, she was financially dependent on her boyfriend, so she continued to live with him, waiting for a convenient moment to escape. Catherine admitted that over time Seth started talking about a third partner. He got bored with her in bed, so he decided to spice things up. Therefore, he periodically brought different girls to their house, but none of them stayed long. So Mozilla said they needed to find a permanent girlfriend. Catherine's life turned into hell. Catherine admitted that Seth had frightened her so much that she didn't dare to escape. After a few months, gathering courage, she finally decided to run away. Fish miraculously overcame the distance of 1,000 miles to get to her parents' house. But that's another story. She never saw her ex-boyfriend again. In May 2014, Seth Mazzella appeared in court. The prosecution believed that the defendant was guilty not only of intentional murder, but also of taking advantage. Several people testified against him. Shortly before the trial, among them was Kat McDonald. 2 months after Lizzie's death, she too was arrested and was in custody. She was charged with obstruction of justice and investigation. The girl had plenty of time to analyze what had happened and understand whom she was covering for. Initially, while behind bars, she and Seth were actively corresponding. The lovers dreamed of escaping and going to another country where there were no extradition laws. They wanted to get married and have children. However, their escape plan suffered a setback. In the winter of 2012, Seth persuaded his cellmate Ryan Bachman, who was soon to be released. Mozilla gave him access to his bank account. Bachman was supposed to withdraw money, buy drugs with it, and sell them, thereby increasing the initial capital. With this amount, they planned to buy weapons, 2 cars, explosives, and a boat. However, the friend decided to use the money for his own purposes. Moreover, authorities learned about the plan. After that, Seth abandoned the escape plan and sent Kat a letter suggesting they meet in the afterlife. He sincerely believed that death was not the end of life. Perhaps, in this way, he hinted to the girl about ending her life. In any case, time helped McDonald. Her thoughts cleared up. Therefore, when in 2014 the prosecutor's office offered her a favorable deal, she agreed without hesitation. According to it, the suspect had to tell the truth about what happened in the apartment on the evening of October 9th. In return, the threatened 20-year prison sentence was reduced to 3, a fairly advantageous offer, considering the circumstances that became known to the investigation afterward. The girl admitted that she was very afraid of Seth and obeyed him in everything. He gradually suppressed her will, deprived her of independence. A month and a half before the tragedy, the guy sent her a message ordering her to find a third partner as soon as possible, because he didn't want to be alone while Kat was away. The thing is, the girl had 10-day theater tours scheduled. However, McDonald never found a replacement for herself. Over time, the tone of Mazzella's messages changed. He moved on to threats and promised a terrible retribution if she didn't do what he wanted. At the very least, Kat had to bring one of her friends with whom he could carry out his plan. To fulfill the order, Kat invited Lizzie over. She agreed easily because she had been a guest at her place once and trusted her. And to ensure that the girl came without hesitation, MacDonald kept silent about the fact that they wouldn't be alone. Seth liked the presumed partner. He had seen her photos before, so he eagerly awaited the appointed hour. Imagine the disappointment and anger the guy felt when the evening didn't go as planned. On October 9th at 9 p.m., Marriott arrived at Mazzella's apartment. At first, Kat and Lizzie spent time together, chatting. Then Seth joined them. He was cheerful, joked a lot, and took care of the girls. In general, he brightened up the evening. After that, he went to bed. The young people started watching a movie. During the viewing, Seth suggested playing strip poker, dimming the lights in the room. He wanted to create a conducive atmosphere for intimacy. The game was casual, but Lizzie was losing, so she ended up in her underwear. In another losing hand, Seth suggested kissing Kat, but the girl refused, explaining that she was already in a relationship and it repulsed her. After a while, the heated guy suggested Marriott to be alone, to which she categorically replied no. In response to her reaction, Seth went to his room, where he put on black leather gloves and took out a rope. After that, he returned and sat behind Lizzie. When Seth slipped the weapon over her neck, the unsuspecting girl didn't even have time to scream. He strangled the girl without blinking an eye. Then the murderer carried out his plan and violated the body of the deceased. All this time his girlfriend sat nearby and silently watched. Kat explained that she was very scared. She was afraid of becoming the next victim, so she did nothing to help the poor girl. Around 1 in the morning, the couple wrapped Lizzie's body in tarpaulin and put it in a suitcase which they carried to Lizzie's car. Then they headed to Pierce Island by the river there, where they lifted the suitcase onto an observation deck, pulled out the dead Marriott, and threw her off the cliff. Then they cleaned up in the car together, drove to campus, and left the girl's car in the parking lot. The couple walked 10 miles home. Kat explained that she was scared by what was happening and was in a state of shock. And later, she didn't want to testify against the guy because she knew he wouldn't have any trouble getting rid of her. During the trial, the girl kept but not a single tear fell from her eyes. Because of this, many in the courtroom doubted her sincerity. She was a good actress and could easily pretend to be miserable. This caught the attention of Seth's lawyer. He claimed that the girl could professionally transform into any role. The defendant's defense insisted that Lizzie died accidentally during intimacy. At the same time, no one denied that Seth and Kat got rid of her by disposing of the body. MacDonald's defense, on the other hand, argued that Kat had been under pressure for a long time, which had shaken the girl's mental state. The guy essentially limited her communication with family and friends, constantly controlling and coercing her into intimacy. The prosecution focused on deliberate murder, emphasizing the discovered gloves. According to the prosecutor, Mazzella knew what he was going to do with Lizzie, so he deliberately put them on. He did it to protect himself and hide the traces. Considering all the circumstances, his action was by no means accidental. Witnesses for the prosecution also included Roberta Gherkin and Paul Hickok, acquaintances of the couple. It turns out that at 10:49 p.m. after Marriott's murder, Seth called them. He said he needed help and asked them to come over. After 11 p.m., they appeared at Mazzella's apartment and saw a strange scene. Seth was sitting on the bed, and a girl in lingerie lay next to him. When Paul asked what was going on, Seth replied, "This time things went too far." He repeated this phrase over and over again. Roberta found Kat on the kitchen floor. The girl was sitting in the fetal position and rocking back and forth. The arriving couple immediately said to call an ambulance and quickly left. They didn't interfere and didn't call the police because they didn't want any extra trouble. On August 14, 2014, Seth Mazzella was found guilty of first-degree murder by strangulation, taking advantage in criminal conspiracy. The 32-year-old man was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. 20-year-old Kat MacDonald received the promised 3 years of imprisonment. It is known that in 2016, the girl was released. She does not maintain any social networks, at least not under her own name. Some believe she returned to her parents. Lizzie Marriott's body was never found. The girl's parents couldn't bury their daughter, so they made a small memorial for her in the form of a bench by the lake in their hometown. Bob and Melissa Marriott believe that the sentence is too lenient for Lizzie's former friend. Although the perpetrator is punished, they cannot call it justice. The girl is dead and will never return. However, her case can serve as an example for other women. Story 6. Think about what you really know about abusive relationships, especially if you grew up in a loving home where your parents never raised their voices. Chances are, your understanding comes from things you've read online or heard in conversations with friends or coworkers. But abuse is a lot more than what you might think. It's all about controlling and restricting another person. Today, we're going to focus on one of the most brutal forms of aggression, and we'll keep coming back to it throughout this discussion: the restriction of personal freedom. Abusive people often feel entitled to control every aspect of their partner's life: who they talk to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and what time they come home. Sounds awful, right? But what's even worse is that these people think they're being generous. In their minds, they're giving freedom by allowing their partner to do things that in a healthy relationship wouldn't even be up for debate. Our heroine refused to live by the rules that were forced on her, and it cost her life. So let's start the story and figure out if there really was abuse in this family, or if the public just wanted to paint the husband as an abuser to hold him accountable for his wife's murder. Cary, North Carolina, is the perfect town for quiet family life. It's so safe that after living there for years, people stop locking their cars or even the front doors of their home. There's no crime or racial tension. Great schools, open roads, and friendly, smiling neighbors. This is the town the Coopers chose to start their family and build a happy life. Brad and Nancy Cooper seemed to live the perfect life outside their home. Brad was a smart, successful IT engineer. Nancy was athletic, beautiful, fun, and the best mom to their two young daughters. They led a calm, quiet life. Brad worked, and Nancy took care of the house and the girls. Nancy, a former competitive runner, made sure she stayed in shape and took great care of herself. July 12, 2008 started out like any other day. Nancy went out for her morning run, but she never came back. What happened next is disturbing, complicated, and will leave you wondering what really happened. The story is so tragic that all it left Nancy and Brad's family with were questions and a small hope for justice. That afternoon, Jessica Adam called emergency services to report her close friend Nancy Cooper missing. Her voice shaking, Jessica told the dispatcher that Nancy had gone for a run at 7 a.m. but hadn't returned home. The two friends had plans to meet, but Nancy never showed. Even worse, Jessica had tried to reach her for hours, but neither Nancy's cell phone nor her home phone answered. Brad was at work and didn't take his wife's disappearance too seriously. He assumed Nancy had just taken a longer walk than usual and would be back soon. But even by evening, she still hadn't returned. To understand where Nancy might have gone, let's take a closer look at the history of the Cooper family, and maybe some answers will emerge on their own. In the 1960s, University of British Columbia graduate Harry Renz and Donna Audrey decided to make their relationship official by getting married. Over the next few years, they had 4 children, a son named Jeff and 3 daughters, Krista, Jill, and Nancy. Living in Edmonton, they raised their children in a loving, supportive home. In 1988, Harry and Donna started an employment agency that helped people in Alberta, Canada, with life management, job training, and employment services. Nancy Renz was born on October 25, 1973, as an identical twin to her sister, Krista. Nancy met Brad Cooper in Calgary in 1998, when she was just 24 years old. Tall and dark-haired, Brad immediately caught Nancy's eye. But it wasn't just his looks that won her over. It was his calm, steady personality. He was reliable like a rock. Nancy fell in love. The feeling was mutual. Nancy was also tall, blonde, fit, and had a quiet charisma that stirred something in Brad's heart. Their relationship moved quickly, and when Brad got a prestigious job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to move there with him. To make the immigration process to the U.S. smoother and to stay together, Brad and Nancy got married in the fall of 2000. At first, it might seem like they got married for immigration reasons, so Nancy could move with Brad. But the couple had already been planning a wedding for the fall of 2002. After they moved to North Carolina, Brad started building his career at one of the largest companies, while Nancy was forced into the role of a stay-at-home mom. Brad's career took off. At Cisco Systems, he became a specialist in combining internet technologies and phones, working as a VoIP engineer and architect. Brad was one of just 152 experts in networking technology. The family lived comfortably. Each of them had their own BMW in the driveway, but Nancy became a prisoner in her own home. To be in the U.S. as a Canadian citizen, you can visit, but you can't work without a permit. Over the next few years, the couple had 2 beautiful daughters, Bella in 2004, and Katie in 2006. Neighbors said Nancy was a loving and hands-on mom who spent lots of time playing with her kids at the playground. But she didn't have a job, and she really couldn't, since she didn't have a U.S. work permit. Sure, she was still a Canadian citizen, and she could have found some under-the-table job to earn a little cash. But Nancy dreamed of having a career and being more than just a wife and mom. Now let's talk about Brad. Bradley Graham Cooper was born in the early 1970s in Medicine Hat, Alberta. After high school, he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in computer science from the University of Calgary. After graduating, he landed a job at TransCanada Pipelines as a network engineer. In 1998, he crossed paths with Nancy Wren, and sparks flew instantly. Over time, he grew close not only to Nancy, but also to her family, including her parents, impressing them with his tech skills by helping with their computers and joining in all the family events. His talent and expertise eventually earned him a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina. In 2005, Brad began working toward an MBA at North Carolina State University's College of Management. He went on to complete the degree, specializing in product innovation. While Brad's career was skyrocketing, and he kept adding to his skill set, Nancy became his shadow. She had to give up her dreams and her own career. Nancy was once a runner who had hoped to compete in the Olympics. A bad knee ended that dream, but she still ran marathons and other races, bringing new people into the running community and making new friends. Something that annoyed the more introverted Brad. Before long, their relationship started to deteriorate. According to friends, cracks in Brad and Nancy's marriage were there from the beginning, but Nancy never aired their issues in public and tended to idealize her husband. On the surface, they still seemed like the perfect family, but as Brad climbed the corporate ladder, he became more controlling and manipulative with Nancy. To him, she seemed like a boring housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days cleaning and taking care of the kids. Things got even worse when Nancy found out that her husband had been cheating on her with her close friend Heather in the spring of 2007. Brad denied it for months, but on New Year's Eve he finally confessed, admitting to the affair, but insisting it had only happened once, as if that somehow made it better. So one time doesn't count, right? The couple decided to work on their marriage and started going to couples therapy, where Brad admitted he had lied and told Nancy that his affair with Heather had been going on for a long time. After that truth came out, they decided to split up and sell the house. Nancy planned to move back to Canada with the kids, but Brad wasn't willing to give up custody of the girls or let them go to Canada. So to get back at her, he canceled Nancy's credit cards and made sure she couldn't take any further steps. Nancy was left alone in a foreign country with 2 young kids and no money to survive. Now, let's go back to Nancy's disappearance. When people learned about the couple's rocky marriage, Nancy's friends and authorities immediately suspected Brad Cooper had something to do with her going missing. Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, became even more worried when they got the news that their daughter was missing. They immediately planned a trip to Cary to help search for her. When Nancy didn't show up by late evening, police came to the Coopers' home and questioned Brad about his wife. He told them that on Saturday morning, she got up earlier than usual and went for a run with a friend. Brad also mentioned that Nancy never took her cell phone or keys with her. He said she also skipped her usual routine of driving to a coffee shop to meet her running partner. This experienced runner, who had been training for a half marathon, apparently changed her route that day and didn't run on one of her usual trails. The police listened to Brad's story, but they were clearly surprised, since no one other than Brad had seen Nancy that day. The cops needed solid proof to back up Brad's claim that she left the house at 7 a.m. Where were the witnesses, besides her husband, who saw her leaving, getting into a car, or even just walking down the street that Saturday morning? There weren't any. No one had seen Nancy since Friday night when she spent time at a friend's house across the street. Brad claimed she had plans to meet a friend later that day, which was actually her usual running partner. A search party was organized to find the missing runner. Could she have run away to escape her troubled marriage? Not without her kids, her friends would have said. After several days of intense searching, Nancy Cooper's body was found about 3 miles from her home, off a regular running route. A man walking his dog discovered her lying face down in a drainage ditch. He saw her body in a stormwater drain. She was wearing only a sports bra, and there was a single diamond earring in one of her ears. The medical examiner determined that the cause of death was strangulation, and her hyoid bone was broken. There were no other injuries or signs of sexual assault on her body, but every murder has a motive, and the police needed to find it. Once Nancy's body was found, many people immediately pointed the finger at Brad. He was the most obvious suspect. Shortly after, Cary investigators confirmed her death was a homicide. Police searched the couple's home and seized several items as part of the investigation. They reported that Nancy Cooper's phone and keys were found inside the house, though her friends told the police she always took them with her. When police interviewed Brad Cooper on the day his wife went missing, they noticed some small red marks and scratches on the back of his neck. This was noted in the police report, but no official explanation was given. It also became clear that no one other than Brad Cooper had seen Nancy after she left the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she attended alone. Although a friend did speak with her on the phone at 10:30 p.m. that same night, no one saw her after that. Investigators kept searching for evidence related to Nancy Cooper's death and worked quickly to identify their prime suspect, and it didn't take long for them to find one. The relationship between the couple caught the investigators' attention, and more importantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. In homicide investigations, the husband is usually the first person they rule out before they can move on to other suspects. The evidence led the police to issue overnight warrants to search the Coopers' home, their 2 cars, and Brad Cooper himself. It was clear the police were in a hurry to treat the family home and the cars as potential crime scenes. They used luminol to check for blood stains and searched for other evidence in the house or one of the cars. They also collected Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA for comparison with evidence they might find at the crime scene or where the body was found. They also planned to inspect and photograph any cuts, scratches, or other marks on Brad's hands and body. Remember, the Coopers were married, lived in the same house, and often shared a car, so any physical evidence connected to the crime would first need to be explained in the context of normal family life. And some odd details did come to light. Investigators found out that on the day Nancy disappeared, Brad had spent the morning doing laundry, vacuuming, and mopping the floors. He didn't deny that he had bought bleach and other cleaning supplies the day before. The police found it unusual that he was deep cleaning the house on the very morning his wife went missing. Of course, we don't know if Brad Cooper actually bought the bleach with any sinister intent. The police did take several boxes and bags of potential evidence from the Cooper home, all of which needed to be processed to see if they had any connection to Nancy's death. The information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence doesn't match up with what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage, the police stated in written testimony. The police also reported that Brad had cleaned the trunk of his wife's car, but not the interior. Brad claimed he had spilled gasoline in the trunk, but the police didn't detect the smell of either gas or cleaning fluid. Prosecutors stated that at the time of Nancy Cooper's death, the couple, both Canadian citizens, were in the process of separating, with plans for Nancy to return to Canada with their kids. However, in April 2008, Brad changed his mind, removed Nancy's name from their bank accounts and credit cards, and took the kids' passports to prevent her from leaving. As part of the investigation, Brad's computer was searched for documents that might contain information on how to kill someone or dispose of a body. Detective Adam Dismukes said during cross-examination that certain areas of the couple's home, including the front hallway, suggested a possible struggle when Nancy returned home from the neighbor's party. As they reviewed dozens of photos taken at the Cooper house, while the case was still being treated as a missing persons investigation, Brad's lawyer, Howard Kurtz, questioned Detective Dismukes, trying to argue that the evidence didn't point to Brad's guilt. The photos showed that some things had been moved or changed between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the next day. Decorative ducks that had been on the credenza and bamboo sticks in a vase in the foyer were missing in one of the photos, leading the detective to believe a struggle might have taken place there. But Howard Kurtz argued that other items in the hallway weren't disturbed, including a lamp. He pointed out that there were no scuff marks on the floor, and that the police never searched for the missing items. Other things in the house, Kurtz said, also remained untouched, like a glass coffee table and a lamp in the living room, as well as a computer in the home office. During a later interview, according to Dismukes, Brad Cooper said he felt the investigators already saw him as a suspect when the police searched their home. Based on police testimony, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their Cary home and dumped her body a few miles away. I believe Nancy Cooper came home early on the morning of July 12th, and Mr. Cooper killed her, said Detective Adam Dismuke. After gathering enough evidence, 37-year-old Brad Cooper was arrested in October 2008, more than 3 months after his wife Nancy Cooper was found dead 3 miles from their home in Cary. However, his trial didn't start until over 2 years later, in March 2011. During the 36-day trial, both the prosecution and defense presented their cases to the jury. Even though Brad maintained his innocence, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. The evidence presented during the trial suggested that Brad had been having an affair and was becoming increasingly controlling and abusive toward his wife. The prosecution argued that he killed Nancy to get rid of her and continue his affair. Brad eventually cut Nancy off from their joint bank account, and she had told people she wanted to return to Canada with their 2 kids. According to jury foreman Andy Gilbert, the jurors came into the trial with an open mind. Brad Cooper was innocent until proven guilty. In particular, the testimony of 2 FBI agents revealed internet searches on Brad's laptop, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was found. The evidence presented by Special Agents Gregory Johnson and Chris Chappelle influenced the outcome of the case, said Andy Gilbert. It made a lot of the other circumstantial evidence more relevant and credible. Brad had initially agreed to the divorce and splitting up their assets, but he changed his mind when he realized how expensive it would be. Defense lawyers argued that the couple had financial troubles, and Brad took such steps to protect them from financial ruin. They also claimed he had changed his mind about Canada because he realized he wouldn't be able to see his kids as often as he wanted. In 2011, Brad pled not guilty, but was convicted after the jury reviewed the evidence. The jury of 10 women and 2 men took about 10 hours over 3 days to reach their verdict. On May 5th, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, after the longest non-death penalty murder trial in Wake County. Nearly 100 witnesses testified over the 36 days as prosecutors tried to prove that an angry, frustrated Brad Cooper, fed up with his wife, planned and carried out her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. After the verdict, Nancy's parents filed a petition in court. They alleged that Brad had been involved in an affair, had yelled at Nancy, and verbally abused her. They also claimed Brad was emotionally unstable and a danger to the kids. Court documents revealed that Brad had attempted suicide multiple times as a teenager, and again more recently, the previous winter. In 2013, he appealed to have his conviction overturned, and the case was reviewed for a retrial. While awaiting trial, he pled guilty to second-degree murder and received a sentence of 12 to 15 years, including time already served. Meanwhile, Brad continued to fight Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. However, his guilty plea forfeited his rights, allowing Nancy's twin sister to take custody of the girls. Defense lawyers believe they have a strong chance of appealing the conviction, claiming that the jury was never allowed to see evidence proving that Brad's laptop had been tampered with. They also argued that the police ignored evidence in their investigation that could have helped identify Nancy's real killer or killers, focusing solely on their Brad did it theory. So who is Brad Cooper? Victim of circumstances or a cruel tyrant? It's known that Brad Cooper attempted suicide as a teenager and threatened to kill himself in the winter of 2008. But suicidal tendencies often point to manipulative motives, a way to prove something to someone when arguments and strength to fight are gone. Bradley continued to maintain his innocence throughout the trial, but in 2015, he finally confessed to killing Nancy, admitting he strangled her during an argument and dumped her body in a drainage ditch. At 40 years old, Brad Cooper pled guilty in Wake County Superior Court to the murder of his wife, Nancy, back in 2008. He had originally been convicted of first-degree murder in 2011, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals overturned that conviction. Judge Paul Gessner then sentenced Cooper to 12 years in prison, giving him credit for the 5 years he had already served. Brad Cooper remained in the Wake County Justice Center under a deal that reduced his life sentence without parole after he pled guilty to second-degree murder. Following his successful appeal of the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, his sentence was reduced to a minimum of 12 years. The unfaithful husband confessed to killing his wife only years after dumping her body, dressed only in a bra, in a drainage ditch, before reporting her missing after a run. Brad answered yes when the judge asked if he had killed Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and hidden her body at a construction site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008. This was the first time he had admitted to the crime in court. A According to prosecutors, Brad, now in his 50s, was having affairs with several women, including a neighbor, while his wife was trying to end the marriage and move back to Canada. As part of the agreement, Cooper also gave up his parental rights to their daughters, Katie, now 8, and Bella, now 10, allowing them to be adopted by Nancy's twin sister, Krista Lister. After the hearing, Nancy's father, Harry Renz, said, "When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Finally, that's happened." Nancy was a 34-year-old athlete and mother of 2 young girls. She was in a troubled marriage and had asked her husband to move out and let her leave their home, but he refused and dealt with it in his own way. After serving his 12-year sentence, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina on November 23, 2020. Immediately upon release, he was taken into custody by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to begin the process of deporting him back to Canada. As of now, he reportedly lives in Canada, but has no rights to contact either of his daughters. These days, it seems he prefers to stay under the radar and avoid public attention. People in Brad Cooper's position need to learn how to meet their needs in relationships honestly, how to compromise, communicate, and listen, and how to build connections where they're also heard and understood. It's harder than getting your way through manipulation, but it's far more productive and offers a real chance for closeness, self-awareness, and freedom from the crushing weight of loneliness. Nancy's murder is a case of domestic violence at its worst, and I urge anyone in a difficult relationship right now to take the steps necessary to ensure their safety. Don't wait and don't think it couldn't happen to you. Thanks for watching, guys. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There are a lot of shocking stories coming up. Story 7. The case that would eventually captivate the attention of not only the local community, but also the broader national audience, began in a small town in the outskirts of Jakarta, Indonesia, in the heat of August 2020. As the COVID-19 pandemic continued to reshape daily life, few expected the violence that would soon unfold to disrupt their lives. It was August 11th, a Wednesday morning, when the police received a disturbing call. A young woman named Hannah, aged 28, had gone missing. She had been reported last seen around 8 p.m. the previous night, heading to her boyfriend's house after finishing a late shift at a nearby cafe. Her disappearance, initially not drawing too much attention, quickly became a source of grave concern when authorities learned she hadn't reached her boyfriend's residence, and there was no sign of her on the streets near her apartment. Hannah's family, already worried due to the ongoing pandemic and the fear it brought, were immediately frantic. Her mother, an elderly woman who lived alone, was especially distressed as this was the first time Hannah had failed to return home after a late shift. Hannah was known for her punctuality and frequent contact with her family. She had never before been in a situation where she would lose communication for hours without explanation. The missing person report was filed at around noon on August 11th, and a search began in earnest. As part of routine police procedures, investigators began questioning her boyfriend, a 32-year-old man named Arif, who had been the last person known to have been in contact with her. Arif was visibly shaken by the news, but his answers were inconsistent. Initially, he had stated that Hannah had arrived at his home around 8:15 p.m. the previous evening, but that she had left again after a brief conversation. This was unusual. The couple was in a serious relationship, and it was out of character for Hannah to leave abruptly during the night, especially when they had planned to spend time together after her long shift. Given the lack of clarity in Arif's testimony, the police began to look into his background more closely. Arif had a criminal record for petty theft, though nothing serious. There was no indication that this history had anything to do with Hannah's disappearance, but his erratic behavior and the inconsistencies in his story raised red flags. The police soon discovered that Arif had been in significant debt. He had been struggling financially for months, reportedly taking out loans and borrowing money from friends and family. Despite his assurances to Hannah that everything would be fine, it was clear that his financial struggles were becoming more overwhelming. Could there have been a motive rooted in desperation? Was Hannah's disappearance tied to something more sinister than a sudden argument or misunderstanding? Meanwhile, the investigation expanded as more details emerged about the couple's relationship. Friends of Hannah and Arif both corroborated the picture of a seemingly happy couple, but beneath the surface, Hannah had confided in several friends about her concerns over Arif's growing stress and his constant need for money. Some even mentioned that Arif had begun to exhibit controlling behavior, a fact that was shocking to those who had never witnessed such behavior before. Arif's behavior only grew more suspicious as the hours passed, and Hannah's case began to attract more attention from local media. The investigation into Hannah's disappearance intensified as the days passed. On the morning of August 12, 2020, police began a systematic search of the surrounding area, focusing on places Hannah had frequented: her workplace, the route she typically took home, and the neighborhood where Arif lived. They also began to scrutinize the relationship between Hannah and Arif more closely, interviewing mutual friends and acquaintances who had been in contact with the couple in the weeks leading up to the event. Several of Hannah's close friends described her as someone who was always happy to help others, even at the expense of her own well-being. However, they also revealed that recently, she had been noticeably upset and more withdrawn. One friend, in particular, claimed that Hannah had confided in her about Arif's growing financial problems and how they had been causing tension between the couple. Hannah had expressed concerns about the future of their relationship, fearing that Arif's increasing desperation could lead him to make dangerous decisions. Despite the apparent tension, no one close to Hannah had suspected that anything truly sinister was brewing. The idea that Arif might be capable of causing harm to Hannah seemed far-fetched. But with each passing day, investigators found more details that painted a darker picture. The police discovered that the night Hannah went missing, there were no signs of her using public transportation or walking the usual route home. Surveillance footage from nearby shops and street cameras had no images of her, which suggested that something had happened very early in her journey, or that she had been deliberately kept out of sight. The breakthrough came when the police reviewed footage from a nearby convenience store that showed Arif entering the store around 9 p.m. on August 10th, around the time Hannah was expected to have arrived at his house. He was seen purchasing items that seemed out of the ordinary for a casual visit, including several bottles of cleaning supplies and a large tarp. The police were now certain that Arif's behavior was far from normal. Simultaneously, investigators learned that Arif had sold his car just days before Hannah's disappearance. This raised suspicion. Why would he sell his car without any prior notice? Had he planned something ahead of time? Did he have a backup plan for mobility in case something went wrong? As police began to piece together these unsettling clues, they started to suspect that Hannah's disappearance may not have been a random event. It was becoming increasingly clear that her disappearance was the result of a deliberate action, and all the evidence seemed to be pointing toward Arif. But despite this, the police were still unable to find any direct evidence linking him to Hannah's fate. On August 13th, just 3 days after Hannah was last seen, the search expanded further. Authorities began scouring nearby forests and abandoned areas where Arif might have hidden something. As part of the investigation, police also discovered that Arif had been secretly searching for ways to erase his digital footprint. He had deleted several key text messages and phone calls from his phone, which he later claimed were simply a result of mistakes on his part, something the police didn't buy. Meanwhile, the pressure on Arif was mounting. His behavior was increasingly erratic, and investigators began to focus on him as their prime suspect. A special team was brought in to question him further, but when confronted with the mounting evidence against him, Arif remained calm and continued to deny any wrongdoing. His denials, however, began to crack under the weight of the evidence, and police started to suspect that he was holding back key information. The police's next step was to search Arif's apartment. After receiving a search warrant, they combed through his home, looking for anything that could provide them with more information about what happened the night Hannah disappeared. At first, the apartment seemed to hold little of interest, until one of the officers found a small hidden compartment in a wardrobe. Inside the compartment, they found a blood-stained shirt. It wasn't immediately clear whose blood it was, but this was the first physical evidence that hinted at violence. The discovery was both chilling and perplexing. Why would Arif have kept such a piece of clothing if he had no involvement in any violent act? The investigators had no choice but to bring Arif in for further questioning. The following day, he was summoned to the police station for a formal interview. His demeanor was still strangely calm, and he continued to deny any knowledge of Hannah's whereabouts. However, it wasn't long before cracks started to appear in his story. During the questioning, Arif's responses became increasingly inconsistent. At one point, he claimed that he had never seen the blood-stained shirt before. But when the officers pressed him about other suspicious items found in his apartment, such as the tarp and cleaning supplies, his story began to falter. His calm exterior began to slip, revealing a man who was slowly unraveling under the pressure. The turning point came when Arif was confronted with a phone call made from his number to an anonymous number, just hours after Hannah's disappearance. The phone call was brief but unmistakable, and Arif could not explain why he had made it. In a moment of panic, Arif finally broke down and confessed. He admitted that he had killed Hannah in a fit of rage during an argument about his financial troubles. The argument escalated, and in a moment of desperation, Arif struck her. Terrified of the consequences, he attempted to hide her body, moving her to an undisclosed location, hoping that the situation would be forgotten over time. As Arif's confession reverberated in the cold, sterile interrogation room, it became clear that the case was far from over. Though he had confessed to killing Hannah, investigators now had to piece together every detail of the tragic night, corroborate his story, and locate Hannah's body. This was only the beginning of a long and painful process that would unravel more about Arif's mindset, his actions before and after the murder, and the ripple effects on everyone who had been close to Hannah. After Arif's admission, the immediate priority was to search for Hannah's body. The police, now deeply focused on the specifics Arif had revealed during his confession, launched a massive search operation. Arif had described in chilling detail how he had wrapped Hannah's body in a tarp and taken it to a remote area just outside the city. He claimed he had chosen a secluded spot in the forest, hoping that the isolation would keep him from being caught. His account of the night's events made it clear he had been meticulously planning how to dispose of the body. The tarp, the cleaning supplies, the hidden compartment in his wardrobe, they all pointed to a man who knew exactly what he was doing. His panic and desperation only deepened as he continued to elaborate on his actions. The search team scoured a vast area of wooded land on the outskirts of Jakarta, guided by Arif's description of the location. It was a grueling task. The heat of the August sun bore down on the officers as they combed through dense underbrush, shifting through piles of fallen leaves and debris. Days went by with little to show for their efforts, but on the afternoon of August 16, 2020, their persistence paid off. In a secluded part of the forest, hidden under layers of dirt and branches, the officers made the heartbreaking discovery of Hannah's body. The scene was eerily quiet, and the surrounding area was untouched by human presence. It was here that Arif had hoped his crime would remain buried, forgotten by time. The body had been partially decomposed, but it was still identifiable. Hannah had been brutally murdered and then discarded in a manner that reflected Arif's growing desperation. The police immediately secured the area and transported Hannah's remains back to the city for an autopsy. As the medical examiners conducted their investigation, the cause of death became clear: blunt force trauma to the head. Hannah had been struck with such force that it was evident she had fought for her life. Defensive wounds on her hands and arms indicated that she had tried to fend off her attacker, but ultimately, she was overpowered. The medical team found that she had died sometime between 8:30 p.m. and midnight, likely shortly after the argument escalated into violence. The physical evidence left at the scene, including strands of hair and traces of blood, confirmed Arif's role in the murder. The evidence also indicated that he had tried to clean up the scene before disposing of her body, further corroborating his confession and painting a chilling picture of someone who was fully aware of the consequences of their actions. As the investigation continued, it was clear that Arif's motives went beyond just a sudden outburst of anger. The more police uncovered, the more it became apparent that his financial troubles had played a significant role in the crime. Arif had been under tremendous financial pressure for months, struggling to repay loans he had taken from various sources, including payday lenders and informal loan sharks. His debts had reached an unsustainable level, and his once secure life had unraveled. Hannah had been one of the few people who knew about his financial struggles, and it seems that, in his mind, her suggestion that he seek help had been the final straw. According to Arif, he had feared losing her just as much as he feared losing control of his life due to his debts. The police investigation uncovered that Arif had been engaging in increasingly erratic behavior in the weeks leading up to the murder. He had become obsessed with his finances, staying up late at night to track his debts and trying to come up with ways to solve his mounting problems. Friends and acquaintances told investigators that Arif had started acting distant and anxious, often claiming that he was on the edge due to his financial situation. He had made several failed attempts to ask for money from his family and friends, but had been turned down. His relationship with Hannah had also been strained, and while they still spent time together, Hannah had become concerned about his ability to handle the stress of his financial troubles. In the weeks leading up to her death, Hannah had spoken to her friends about how much she loved Arif, but was unsure how to help him. She had suggested that he take control of his finances and possibly seek professional help, but Arif had resisted these suggestions. Instead, he began to grow paranoid and possessive, fearing that Hannah would leave him because of his financial failures. In one of their last conversations, Hannah had told her friend that Arif had become increasingly controlling, questioning where she went, who she spent time with, and whether she was hiding anything from him. Despite these troubling signs, no one expected the situation to escalate to murder. Friends and family were left in shock as the truth of Hannah's tragic death began to emerge. They could hardly believe that someone who had been a part of her life for years could take it away so callously. As Arif's trial began, the evidence against him was overwhelming. The forensic evidence, his confession, and the witness testimonies all painted a clear picture of his guilt. In his defense, Arif's lawyers argued that his mental state had been compromised due to the immense pressure from his financial problems. They claimed that his actions had been the result of a temporary lapse in judgment, a moment of madness in which he lost control. However, the prosecution countered, stating that Arif's actions were premeditated, citing his calculated efforts to dispose of Hannah's body and cover his tracks. The trial captivated the public, with media outlets covering every aspect of the case. For Hannah's family, the long wait for justice was both painful and necessary. They spoke out during the trial, pleading for a fair sentence, but also expressing their grief over the loss of their daughter, sister, and friend. They recounted how Hannah had been a kind, caring person, someone who had always put others first. Her death, they said, was not just a loss of life, but the loss of a beautiful soul who had so much potential and so much love to give. On January 18, 2021, after a prolonged and highly publicized trial, Arif was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The court's ruling was met with mixed reactions. Some felt that justice had been served, while others believed that the sentence was not enough for such a heinous act. Still, the verdict brought some closure to Hannah's grieving family and friends, though no amount of punishment could ever bring her back. Hannah's case remains a tragic reminder of the dangers of untreated mental health issues, unchecked financial pressures, and the potential for violence in relationships when emotional strain goes unaddressed. It serves as a lesson about the importance of seeking help, reaching out when in crisis, and the often hidden dark side of seemingly ordinary people under extraordinary stress. In the years that followed, Hannah's family set up a scholarship fund in her name, hoping to continue her legacy of kindness and compassion. While they would never forget the agony of losing her, they dedicated themselves to ensuring that her death wasn't in vain. They hoped that, through the fund, they could help others who were struggling with financial problems, offering a lifeline before desperation could spiral into tragedy. Story 8. In August 2023, a chilling case emerged from the quiet town of Smithville, Texas, a small community where the residents prided themselves on knowing one another. The town, typically a peaceful place, was thrust into a nationwide spotlight when a high-profile crime was reported. The disappearance of 34-year-old Lisa Montgomery, a beloved local teacher and mother of two. What seemed like an ordinary missing person case quickly spiraled into a far more complex and troubling situation. Lisa, known for her friendly and caring nature, had been living in Smithville for over a decade, raising her children and teaching at the local elementary school. To her friends and family, she was an example of someone who was dedicated not only to her family but to her community. But in the early hours of August 2nd, 2023, Lisa vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a few clues that would later become pivotal to understanding what had happened. Lisa's husband, James Montgomery, was the first to report her missing. He told the police that he had woken up to find the house empty, with no signs of forced entry or any indication that something violent had occurred. Her car was still parked in the driveway, her phone was left charging on the kitchen counter, and all of her belongings, including her purse and wallet, were untouched. There was no ransom note or any other obvious indication that Lisa had been kidnapped. Initially, the police assumed that she had either left voluntarily or was in some sort of distress, but they didn't yet know the gravity of the situation. The investigation into Lisa's disappearance began with a deep dive into her daily life. Detectives questioned her family and friends to uncover any possible motives for her to suddenly leave. James Montgomery, her husband, told investigators that he had no idea why she would have left. He said that their marriage was solid, though Lisa had been feeling stressed about some work-related issues. Lisa's close friends, however, painted a different picture, one that hinted at a darker side of her relationship with James. Lisa had confided in several of her closest friends about her marriage struggles. She had mentioned, in passing, that James had been more controlling in the past few months, and that he had been acting erratically. One friend recalled a conversation they had just days before Lisa's disappearance, where Lisa seemed unusually anxious. According to her friend, Lisa had mentioned that James had been going through a difficult period at work, and his temper had worsened in recent months. But nothing seemed to suggest that this tension would result in something catastrophic. Despite these concerns, no one had suspected James of being capable of anything more than verbal conflict. There had been no reports of physical abuse or police calls to their home. But as detectives dug deeper into the Montgomery's history, they began to uncover disturbing signs that something more serious may have been brewing in the background. One of the first breakthroughs came when detectives examined Lisa's phone records. They found that in the hours before her disappearance, Lisa had received multiple missed calls from an unknown number. These calls, which James later claimed not to have seen, were traced back to a burner phone that had been registered under a false name. The phone's owner, when tracked down, turned out to be a man with a criminal record, someone who had no obvious connection to Lisa or her family. The authorities were left with more questions than answers. Why was Lisa receiving calls from someone like this, and why had she not mentioned them to anyone? Additionally, Lisa's friends revealed something even more unsettling. In the weeks leading up to her disappearance, she had been researching ways to get a restraining order against James. She had mentioned to her friends that she was considering leaving him due to his increasingly possessive behavior. Lisa had also consulted with a divorce attorney, but she had not taken any formal steps yet. This revelation took detectives by surprise. Could Lisa have been planning to escape? And if so, why hadn't she shared this with her closest friends or family? The more the police learned about Lisa's private life, the more they began to suspect that James Montgomery might not have been as innocent as he seemed. He had been acting strangely since Lisa's disappearance, nervously avoiding the media and becoming defensive when questioned. But James's behavior took a more concerning turn when the police discovered that he had made an unreported trip to a neighboring town just hours after Lisa vanished. According to surveillance footage, James was seen purchasing cleaning supplies at a hardware store near a remote lake. The timing of this purchase, coupled with his earlier behavior, raised suspicion. Could he have been involved in his wife's disappearance? While the investigation was still in its early stages, the police began to focus their efforts on James Montgomery as their primary suspect. The pressure mounted on him as the weeks went by, but he continued to deny any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, a search for Lisa continued, involving local volunteers, search dogs, and even helicopters scanning the surrounding forests and waterways. Every lead seemed to point in multiple directions, but there were no breakthroughs. It wasn't until a tip came from an anonymous source that the case took another unexpected turn. The tip led authorities to a secluded area near the lake where James had been seen buying cleaning supplies. A group of searchers, following the tip, discovered a shallow grave just off the trail. In it, they found the body of a woman who was later confirmed to be Lisa Montgomery. The discovery sent shockwaves through the town and completely changed the direction of the investigation. The discovery of Lisa Montgomery's body was a moment that sent waves of disbelief through Smithville. The remote location near the lake, where James Montgomery had been seen buying cleaning supplies, raised immediate suspicions that this was no ordinary case of a missing person. What seemed like a tragic disappearance was now unmistakably a murder investigation. The discovery of her body, buried hastily in a shallow grave, confirmed the worst fears of her family, friends, and the tight-knit community that had once known her as a pillar of kindness. The forensic team was quickly dispatched to the scene to collect evidence, and the area was cordoned off to ensure that no additional clues were missed. Lisa's body was found partially covered by dirt and debris, with visible signs of trauma. Initial observations by the medical examiner suggested that Lisa had been violently attacked before being killed. There were bruises on her neck, consistent with strangulation, and abrasions on her arms and legs, which indicated that she had fought back. A final forensic report would later confirm that Lisa had been strangled, likely in the early morning hours of August 2nd, 2023, around the same time she was reported missing. The discovery of her body sent investigators into a deeper analysis of the Montgomery household. They now believed that James Montgomery, Lisa's husband, was directly involved in her murder. What had started as a missing persons case had evolved into a chilling account of a marriage marked by increasing violence and desperation. The authorities now turned their attention fully to James, hoping to piece together the events that led to Lisa's tragic death. After Lisa's body was recovered, James Montgomery was arrested and brought in for questioning. The pressure on him intensified, and his demeanor during his interrogation grew more erratic. Initially, he had denied any involvement in his wife's disappearance, but now that she had been found dead, his story began to shift. He claimed that Lisa had been unhappy and had left on her own volition, but this story no longer held up under scrutiny. The discovery of the shallow grave and the evidence of a violent struggle indicated that Lisa's disappearance was no accident. It was a planned, deliberate act. Detectives revisited the timeline of James's activities. Surveillance footage showed that James had been at the hardware store on the morning of August 2nd, hours after Lisa had gone missing. In the footage, he appeared nervous and hurried as he purchased a variety of items, including cleaning supplies, a shovel, and large plastic bags. The very items one might use when attempting to cover up a crime. Investigators also learned that James had driven to the lake area shortly after returning from the store, using his car to transport the body to the site where Lisa's remains were ultimately discovered. As the investigators dug deeper into James's financial records and personal history, a more disturbing picture emerged. James had been struggling financially, with a history of mounting debt, failed business ventures, and a strained relationship with his in-laws. He had become increasingly isolated and was known to argue frequently with Lisa about money and their future. It became clear that financial strain was not the only issue. There were reports from close friends of Lisa who had heard her express fear over the growing volatility in her marriage. In the weeks leading up to her death, Lisa had confided that James had been verbally abusive and manipulative, something she had never shared with anyone before. She had even mentioned that she was considering filing for divorce, though she had not yet made any formal plans to do so. Despite the mounting evidence, James's defense team continued to argue that he was innocent, maintaining that Lisa had left on her own accord and that her death was some sort of tragic accident. But the evidence was overwhelmingly against him. Police were now convinced that James had orchestrated the murder out of fear that Lisa was going to leave him. His financial instability and the recent threats of divorce seemed to have pushed him over the edge. In his mind, Lisa's departure would have been the final blow to an already crumbling life. But rather than facing the inevitable fallout, James chose a much darker path, one that would forever change the lives of everyone who knew them. In the days that followed his arrest, James's behavior became even more bizarre. He denied everything and refused to show any remorse, even when confronted with the physical evidence of Lisa's death. His friends and family, who had once described him as a loving and devoted husband, were now left grappling with the reality of the man they thought they knew. Those who had known Lisa as a kind, patient mother and teacher could hardly fathom the extent of the violence that had occurred in her home. Smithville was a place where people rarely locked their doors, where neighbors trusted each other implicitly. But now, this small town was reeling from the knowledge that a husband could kill his wife out of selfish desperation and fear. The local police department worked closely with the county district attorney's office to build a case against James. They knew they needed to present an airtight case that would prove beyond any doubt that James had murdered Lisa in cold blood. They gathered testimony from friends and family members who had heard Lisa's concerns about her marriage, as well as forensic evidence linking James to the crime scene. One of the most damning pieces of evidence was the DNA recovered from the cleaning supplies James had purchased at the hardware store, which matched Lisa's blood. This, combined with the surveillance footage, established his direct involvement in the murder. As the news of Lisa's death continued to spread, it became a subject of national interest. The case was covered extensively by local news outlets, with updates from the police investigation and commentary from legal experts. Lisa's friends and family held a memorial service for her, honoring her life and legacy. They spoke of her kindness, her dedication to her children, and her passion for teaching. But beneath the surface of their grief, there was an undercurrent of frustration and anger. How could someone they had trusted with Lisa's life turn out to be capable of such cruelty? In late August 2023, just weeks after Lisa's body was discovered, the Montgomery's case was formally presented before a grand jury. James Montgomery was charged with first-degree murder, and the investigation was extended to determine whether he had acted alone. Investigators questioned if anyone else had been involved, but after combing through his personal and professional life, there was no evidence to suggest any accomplices. It was clear that James had acted alone in carrying out the brutal killing of his wife. The grand jury proceedings were tense, and by the end of August, it was determined that James would face trial. The public was horrified by the details that had emerged, and many found themselves struggling to reconcile the man they had known with the cold-blooded killer described in the court documents. As the trial date drew nearer, the Montgomerys' case became a symbol of the horrors that could unfold behind closed doors. It was a sobering reminder of the hidden dangers in domestic life and the devastating consequences of unchecked emotional abuse and financial instability. As the investigation moved toward trial in late September 2023, the case against James Montgomery only grew stronger. The shocking nature of the crime had rippled through Smithville, but the attention was now turning toward the courtroom, where the question of justice for Lisa Montgomery would finally be decided. What was once a tight-knit, idyllic community was now grappling with a tragedy that had shaken its very foundation. James's legal defense team continued to push the narrative of innocence. They claimed that he had been misrepresented, that the police had fabricated evidence to fit their theory of guilt, and that Lisa's death had been a tragic accident, perhaps a result of some unknown external force, not a calculated murder. This defense, however, fell apart as more damning evidence came to light during pretrial hearings. Lisa's friends testified to her fear of James, providing vital context to her state of mind leading up to her death. They described how she had often spoken about wanting to leave him, particularly due to his increasingly violent behavior in recent months. One close friend even recalled Lisa saying she was afraid of what might happen if she tried to break free from their relationship. The defense also tried to suggest that James might have been a man under immense stress, his financial troubles reaching an all-time high. But the prosecution quickly dismantled this argument, emphasizing that while stress might explain erratic behavior, it could never justify murder. Furthermore, the prosecution laid out how James had manipulated the situation to avoid suspicion, using the cleaning supplies, the burner phone, and his strange behavior after Lisa's disappearance to further incriminate himself. The financial difficulties were not enough to explain the brutal violence that had taken place. They were, in the prosecution's view, simply a backdrop to James's increasing desperation, but they did not provide justification for taking another life. For the prosecution, the timeline of events was key. James had been the last person to see Lisa, and their home was the last place she was known to have been alive. They focused on the sequence of events. Lisa had gone missing on the night of August 1st, and by August 2nd, her body had already been disposed of. James's suspicious purchase of cleaning supplies, coupled with the hidden grave near the lake, painted a clear picture of premeditated murder. The fact that Lisa's body had been hidden in a shallow grave near a remote location, where it was almost certain to be difficult for anyone to find, demonstrated that this was no impulsive act. The forensic evidence was equally damning. The DNA evidence recovered from the cleaning supplies matched Lisa's blood, confirming that James had used the items in an attempt to clean up after his crime. There was no doubt that he had planned for the worst, hoping that he could hide the evidence and make it look like Lisa had simply disappeared on her own accord. The burn marks found on some of the plastic bags indicated that James had tried to burn them to destroy further evidence, but the attempt had ultimately failed. The case was unraveling against him. By mid-October 2023, James Montgomery was officially indicted for first-degree murder. The court hearings were filled with emotional testimony, as Lisa's family and friends spoke about the woman they had lost and the damage that James had done not only to Lisa, but to the community that once saw him as an ordinary husband and father. Lisa's mother tearfully recounted how she had watched her daughter's marriage deteriorate, how she had tried to intervene, and how she had urged Lisa to leave James, warning her that the man she loved had become a stranger. The victim impact statements were heartbreaking, and as the trial date drew closer, the weight of grief was palpable in the courtroom. Lisa's children, who were both under the age of 10, were placed in the care of her sister, as the court sought to ensure that they would be shielded from the emotional toll of the trial. Yet, the impact of losing their mother, and potentially facing the truth about their father's involvement, was something that would haunt them for years to come. In interviews, close family friends revealed that Lisa had always gone above and beyond to protect her children, and that they had never witnessed any outward signs of violence in their home. To them, this was the ultimate betrayal. The father who should have loved and protected them had instead ripped their family apart. As the defense team worked feverishly to prepare their case, They continued to argue that James's actions were not premeditated, but rather a tragic outburst. They brought in psychological experts who claimed that James was suffering from a severe mental breakdown, exacerbated by stress. According to these experts, James had been in a fragile mental state due to the immense pressure from his financial troubles, as well as what they described as emotional neglect in his marriage. This, they argued, had caused him to snap and act out in an uncharacteristic fit of rage, leading to Lisa's death. But the prosecution countered with a sharp rebuttal. While James might have been under stress, there was no evidence of sudden insanity or mental instability that would account for the premeditation and deliberate actions taken to conceal Lisa's body. Furthermore, the level of violence used against Lisa, combined with the way he attempted to cover up the crime, demonstrated that he had acted with intent and knowledge of what he was doing. In the eyes of the prosecution, this was not a crime of passion, but one driven by a cold, calculated need to remove a threat to his own self-interest. As the trial date drew nearer, the media coverage of the case intensified. National news outlets covered every aspect of the case, with reports airing interviews with Lisa's friends and family, as well as statements from legal experts. The public's interest in the case continued to grow, fueled by the shocking nature of the crime, the betrayal by a seemingly loving husband, and the growing suspicion of domestic violence. It was becoming clear that the case was not just about one woman's death. It was about the hidden violence in many marriages and the lengths to which some would go to escape the consequences of their actions. In early November 2023, the trial began in earnest. James Montgomery was formally charged with first-degree murder, and the prosecution laid out their case. Each piece of evidence, the DNA, the surveillance footage, the forensic findings, was meticulously presented to the jury. Lisa's friends and family gave heartfelt testimony about the woman they had lost and the toll her death had taken on them. The defense, though persistent, found it increasingly difficult to deny the overwhelming evidence against James. As the closing arguments approached, it seemed certain that James Montgomery would be convicted. Lisa Montgomery's death, while tragic, would not go unpunished. The case had become a symbol of how sometimes, behind the closed doors of a seemingly ordinary household, there lurked unspeakable violence. Lisa's family, despite their grief, hoped that justice would be served, knowing that it would not bring Lisa back, but at least it would ensure that her death was not in vain. The trial, which had captured the nation's attention, would ultimately serve as a somber reminder of the dangers that can hide in plain sight, waiting to destroy lives when least expected. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life. Jeffrey's account held true. He met Kira after work and they hung out at the mall for a while, then went down to the parking lot and drove away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone fine. Nothing is as bad as just waiting without any knowledge of what's going on. And with each successive day, the anxiety for Kira's life was getting progressively worse. Lacking any news from her, and having grown tired of waiting, Kira's family traveled to Bloomington in an effort to try to help with the investigation. They had flyers printed with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and distributed them to passers-by on the street. Their objective was to attract as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they could not simply stand by, but had to do everything they could to find their loved one. While Kira's family was distributing leaflets, the investigators continued their inquiry. When interviewing the couple's neighbors, officers noticed a surveillance camera installed on one neighbor's house. The camera rotated sideways, and in one of its angles, it captured Kira and Jeffrey's home. The investigators asked the homeowner to copy the camera footage for them, as they hoped to uncover some clues from it. In the meantime, a cell phone company's records arrived and provided investigators with a new lead. According to Kira's phone records, she had another man in her life besides Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Wendt, who was the manager of the same store chain in one of which she was employed. They had a very intense and lengthy relationship and corresponded frequently. Police were able to ascertain that Ryan Wendt was out of state, and while a search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was traveling in his car towards Colorado. This man was of major relevance to the investigation, because in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he also moved out of state the same time she disappeared. Maybe it was a mere coincidence and nothing more. Or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape hides something behind it, It is the investigators who would have to find the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives managed to reach Ryan, and he consented to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked many questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while he was driving his car across South Dakota and exchanged texts with her. These text messages had been sent shortly before Kira's disappearance. Upon reviewing the timing of the text messages, detectives determined that Kira had been in contact with her new lover, just as she was dining with her husband. It was abundantly clear from the correspondence that Kira was increasingly becoming distant from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location with respect to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. It appeared he was really out of state that particular evening and had no way of being connected to Kira's disappearance. He was released and dropped from the list of suspects on that basis. The timestamp of the messages revealed that Kira was still texting with Ryan even when she arrived home with her husband. However, their communication ended after 11:44 p.m. And since then, Kira's phone has been inactive. Meanwhile, a different team of investigators was getting ready to examine the video footage from the surveillance camera installed on Kira's neighbor's residence. This camera captured much of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning much too quickly, and that made observation difficult since if the investigators spotted something suspicious, the camera would rotate to the other side in an instant. Jeffrey and Kira's house was seen only for a brief few seconds as the camera shifted to the right. Jeffrey stated that after eating dinner and bowling, he and Kira went home, watched a movie, and retired to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they noticed that right after 2 a.m. Kira's car reversed into the yard. Because of the low quality of the footage and the constant motion of the camera from side to side, it was hard to tell precisely what was happening on screen at that time, but the car soon moved away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to the fact that Kira had told him to pump gas in her car prior to her commute tomorrow, so he went to the gas station. Surprisingly enough, his story was true. He was really seen at the gas station at around 3:30 at dawn. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he didn't return home, but for some reason made his way towards the highway. It is unclear where he headed next. The neighbor's camera did not record him coming home, but it could have been a mere coincidence as it was rotating constantly. Thus, it is possible theoretically that Jeffrey could have gotten back home later in the day when the camera was facing the other direction. When investigators looked at the footage further, they observed that Kira's Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m. Disappointingly, there was no way to see who was at the wheel. A missing person report was filed with police on Saturday, February 23rd, and the police department got a call on Monday, February 25th, to report the finding of a suspicious vehicle. Near the shopping center where Kira was employed, there are 2 multi-story parking lots. Security guards noticed that a certain car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver proceeded to examine the car before picking it up and spotted suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid, then called the police. That vehicle turned out to be Kira's white Chevy. There wasn't that much blood, just a few small stains, but it was there, and that was a very bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her dumped car, had divorce court forms that looked like they had been downloaded from the internet. Additionally, a small dark item lying in the snow behind the car caught the investigators' attention. When they got closer, they saw a rolled-up trunk mat that had dark-colored stains on the reverse side. DNA testing determined that it was Kira Stager's blood, with regret. The investigators began to realize that Kira was most likely no longer alive. This horrible discovery was a severe shock to her family and friends. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was lost, but with this, myriad questions arose in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? And who could have resented her enough to have robbed her of her life? The absence of Kira's body compounded the matter, for it was much more difficult to endure the sorrow that had befallen them. Without it, the detective's top priority now was to identify the person who abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car drove away from the house at 9:21 a.m. Approximately 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras captured it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was discovered, but there was a camera directed at the path that led to the car. The camera was located near where Kira's car was located. After viewing the footage from that camera, the detectives noticed that a few minutes after the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot, a man with a hood covering his head appeared in the footage. It was fairly cold, and it didn't seem odd that the man was in a hoodie. but the detectives wanted to track where he was headed. It was seen that the hooded man made it across the street and walked to a taxi stand where he had a brief conversation with one of the drivers, then got into the car and drove off. The police were able to determine which company the cabs parked in the parking lot of the shopping center belonged to. Based on the time of the hooded man's interaction with the driver, it was not difficult for the police to identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, which revealed that the hooded man concluded his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house, and then got out of the car after paying cash. As it left the neighborhood, the cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had partially filmed Kira and Jeffrey's home. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the frame. The low resolution of the footage made it difficult to see his face, but what was striking was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators kept viewing the footage, they saw the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had been missing, which made it nearly certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After securing a search warrant, the law enforcement officers headed to the house. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary, unremarkable house, but that was only at first glance. Under closer examination, the criminalists started to find dark red stains in the bedroom of the spouses. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed and around 100 of them on the mattress. It was apparent that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet was practically glowing. It had a lot of blood stains on it that could not be detected by the naked eye. These stains originated in the bedroom and extended into the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that it was Kira's blood, and this further convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Besides searching the inside of the house, police also examined Jeffrey's car. The car itself didn't have any blood in it, nor did they notice any evidence of a struggle, yet they still managed to find something of interest. A gas station receipt was found in Jeffrey's car, issued an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. Based on the receipt information, the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives proceeded to that gas station to review the security footage. The footage captured Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing cash from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and showed that he had a logo on his jacket in the chest area that looked like the logo on the man from the earlier footage. On the basis of this recording and all evidence found in the house, 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino was placed under arrest. He was brought to the station for questioning and was now the prime and only suspect. Immediately from the interrogation room, Jeffrey reached his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had sufficient evidence to charge him, but the most compelling evidence of his guilt would be the body. No one had any doubt that Kira was dead. The police, together with Kira's family and some volunteers, spent months searching for her. In late March, as the snowdrifts started to clear, volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's house, and called the police. The bag contained a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the finding to Kira as her DNA was detected on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search. But still divers surveyed the water body. Still, they found no remains in it. The area around the lake was searched multiple times using 4 search dogs trained to find bodies, but this too was fruitless. 2.5 months following Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department got a disturbing call. The male caller told the operator that he had seen what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police officers recovered from the water did actually prove to be a body. There were no clothes on it. Dental records determined that it was the body of Kira Steger. She suffered severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Because of the degree of decomposition, the medical examiners were incapable of establishing an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators tried to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to Kira's death and the events that followed. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey came home, he became aware or saw that she was texting someone else. Kira was unwilling to show the correspondence to her husband, at which point he forcefully snatched her phone away from her and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey grew even more enraged and in a fit of anger took Kira's life, and then tried to conceal evidence of the crime. He used her car to drive to the house, put the body in the trunk, then went to a gas station and from there to the river where he disposed of the body. He subsequently drove back home, dumping the bag containing Kira's pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew that after he left Kira's car in the mall's parking lot, he would have to pay for a cab, and it would be better to do so in cash. After disposing of Kira's car, Jeffrey went home and worked the rest of the day on cleaning the house. With his trickery, Jeffrey intended to convey the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and that she was perfectly fine. However, thanks to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, concurring with the defense that his acts were not premeditated and that the crime was the outcome of a heated and sudden argument following the discovery of his wife's infidelity. Prior to the sentence being announced by the judge, Kira's family members made their statements. "This monster is a calculated criminal," said Carrie and Steger, Kira's sister. "He deserves no mercy." Kira's mother, Marcy, stated that Trevino certainly showed her daughter no mercy. "He dumped my daughter like a piece of trash into the nation's most polluted body of water," she said. Still, her father, Jay, said whatever the punishment, it will never make up for the pain Trevino has caused their family. "No matter how much time you give Mr. Trevino, it's not enough, never enough," he said. Jeffrey Trevino was given a 27-and-a-half-year prison sentence. He will become eligible for parole in 2031. Story 2. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Destructive influences in a person's life can often have far-reaching consequences. While for some, a challenging environment inspires resilience and success, for many others, it becomes a trap that's nearly impossible to escape. But what if the harmful influences come from your own family? Is there any way out of such a situation? The story of Scarlett Grace killing shook the world with its brutality and sparked international controversy. A family vacation to a tropical resort turned into a horrific tragedy, one that many believe could have been avoided with better supervision and guidance from Scarlett's mother. Scarlett Grace Killing was born in July 1992 in the Hartford suburbs. She was the third of 9 children born to Fiona McCallan, a woman with a unique outlook on life, shaped by her fascination with the hippie philosophy. Fiona had her children with 5 different partners, none of whom she ever married. Tragically, none of the fathers maintained a relationship with either Fiona or their children after parting ways, nor did they provide financial support. Fiona became a mother at a very young age. Her first son, Halvar, was born in 1988. A year and a half later, she gave birth to another son, Silas. Scarlett came along 2 years after that. The father of these 3 children, Richard Killing, was of Libyan descent and worked for a prominent construction company. While he acknowledged the children as his own and gave them his last name, he neither married Fiona nor maintained any meaningful contact with the children afterward. Shortly after parting ways with Richard Killing, Fiona McCallan, a single mother, she was married, entered a relationship with a British stockbroker named Chris Osborne. From this union, Fiona had 2 daughters, Marilyn, born in 1994, and Christy Kiss, born in 1995. However, the couple separated not long after the birth of their second child. In 1996, Fiona, now a mother of 4, moved to London in hopes of transforming her life. She found work as a vendor at a local produce market, where she met a man named Paul, whose last name remains unknown. They began a relationship and Fiona gave birth to 2 more children, a son, Isaac, in 1997, and a daughter, Kate, in 1998. The family relocated to Devon, settling in a struggling neighborhood with high crime rates. Tragically, Paul left shortly after the birth of their daughter, leaving Fiona to care for the children on her own. By the late 1990s, Fiona experienced 2 brief relationships with different men. From these, she had 2 more daughters, Trinity and Aurora, born 1 year apart. Unfortunately, none of Fiona's former partners took responsibility for their children, provided financial assistance, or remained involved in their lives. Fiona faced immense challenges as a single mother. Without anyone to watch her children, she struggled to maintain steady employment. As a result, the family relied on modest government assistance, which was often insufficient for even basic needs. They lived in a cramped, rundown house provided by local authorities, barely meeting the standard of livability. Education for the children was a mix of homeschooling, led by Fiona, and intermittent attempts to enroll them in public schools. However, these efforts were often hindered by financial constraints, such as an inability to afford essential school supplies and bullying from peers. Fiona believed that teaching her children basic reading, writing, and arithmetic at home was sufficient to prepare them for life. The neighborhood they lived in was one of the most disadvantaged areas in Devon, plagued by crime and social instability. Fiona herself occasionally overindulged in alcohol and experimented with banned substances. Despite this, she made efforts to shield her children from her vices and prevent them from developing similar habits. Lack of resources and the accessibility of alcohol and prohibited substances ultimately created a destructive atmosphere for the family. Scarlett grew up to be a strikingly beautiful and outgoing young woman. She dreamed of becoming a model or actress and traveling the world. However, much of her time was spent unsupervised, which led her to fall in with a bad crowd. This group introduced her to alcohol and prohibited substances at an early age. While she tried to hide these activities from her mother, Fiona occasionally caught her smoking marijuana. Fiona would reprimand Scarlett, but stopped short of imposing strict punishment. By the time Scarlett turned 14, she had started dating, often with individuals significantly older than her. To be fair, Scarlett looked older than her years, which often led others to mistake her for being more mature than she was. She frequently attended parties, drank alcohol, and adopted a carefree attitude toward life. When Fiona discovered this behavior, she chose not to impose outright bans, but insisted on taking Scarlett to a local clinic for a medical consultation. There, Scarlett was provided with free contraception. Fiona, who had become a mother at a very young age, did not want her daughter to follow in her footsteps. Like her many siblings, Scarlett rarely attended traditional school, receiving most of her basic education at home under Fiona's guidance. Long blonde hair and a slender figure drew attention wherever she went. Around the age of 14, she got her first tattoo and became interested in body piercings, adding several to her face and body. In 2006, Fiona began a relationship with a man named Robert Clark. Rob owned a small business and was by far the most financially stable partner Fiona had ever been with. He quickly built a rapport with Fiona's children, treating them kindly and often giving them pocket money. About a year into their relationship, Rob proposed an idea. He suggested that Fiona and her family join him on an extended trip to India. Rob, who had visited the country several times before and was enamored with its culture, wanted to share his passion for India with Fiona and her children. After some deliberation, the family decided to travel to Goa. The plan was to explore spiritual practices, relax by the warm ocean, and enjoy the beautiful and soak in the region's rich culture, tropical climate, and stunning natural beauty. This journey, filled with hope and the promise of a fresh start, would ultimately take a dark and tragic turn, leaving an indelible mark on the lives of everyone involved. Fiona felt uneasy about her partner Rob paying for the entire family's trip. To contribute, she withdrew all her savings, carefully accumulated from government assistance, to cover at least part of the expenses. For Fiona and her children, this journey was meant to be a unique and exciting experience, especially since they had never traveled outside the UK or seen anything beyond struggling suburban neighborhoods. Even before the trip began, difficulties arose. Fiona's eldest son, who had reached adulthood by this time, was dealing with legal troubles connected to prohibited substances. Unable to obtain clearance to leave the country, Fiona was forced to leave the country. He stayed behind to watch over their home while the rest of the family traveled. Rob purchased 10 plane tickets for himself, Fiona, and her 8 children. In early November 2007, the family flew to Goa for a 6-month stay, planning to remain until the end of April 2008. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the adventure, particularly Fiona's younger children, who were excited to swim in the ocean and relax under palm trees. The family rented a beachside bungalow in the village of Anjuna, located on the northern coast of Goa. Known as a hot spot for international tourists, Anjuna offered cheap accommodations, vibrant nightlife, endless parties, and easy access to alcohol and other banned substances. The village was steeped in the hippie culture and ideology, with countless entertainment venues operating around the clock. For a family accustomed to the gray skies and modest lifestyle of England, the vibrant and sun-soaked paradise seemed like a dream come true. The weather was perfect, and the first few months flew by in a blur of relaxation and exploration. By mid-January 2008, however, the family had grown tired of the constant noise, parties, and bustling crowds of tourists. The province's high crime rates and the general atmosphere of chaos also made them feel unsafe. The family began discussing plans to leave Anjuna and explore other destinations in India, seeking a quieter and more peaceful experience. As the family prepared to move on, Scarlett unexpectedly refused to leave. She had formed a romantic connection with a local man named Julio Lobo, a Guan native 10 years her senior. Julio worked as a tour guide for a small beachside tourist company. Scarlett's attachment to Julio became the central reason for her resistance, creating a tense situation within the family. Fiona reluctantly allowed Scarlett to take on small jobs to earn her own money. Scarlett handed out flyers and occasionally helped her boyfriend Julio with his tour guide business. Although her earnings were minimal, she was proud of her independence and begged her mother to let her stay in Anjuna, insisting she could take care of herself. Believing it was reckless to leave her daughter alone in a foreign country with someone she barely knew. Scarlett, however, was persistent and argued that this would be an invaluable experience, helping her learn how to earn, budget, and support herself. For several days, mother and daughter argued over the matter. Fiona found it impossible to justify leaving her underage daughter behind, particularly in a place with such a wild reputation. Yet Scarlett's determination eventually wore her down. Scarlett promised not to drink alcohol, avoid stronger substances, limit her attendance at parties, and never go out alone at night. Julio also assured Fiona he would take care of Scarlett and keep her safe. On January 18, 2008, Fiona, Rob, and the rest of the family left Anjuna for the nearby province of Arambal. From there, they traveled to Baga, and then began exploring southern Goa with its serene, endless sandy beaches. Despite their tight budget, which had been significantly depleted during the first months of their trip, the family made the most of their time and cherished every moment. In early February 2008, Fiona received devastating news from the UK. On February 8, a hospital called to inform her that her eldest son Halvor had been hit by a car while crossing the street. Although he survived, he suffered serious injuries, leaving him unable to walk and in need of constant care. Even before receiving this alarming call, Fiona had been considering cutting the trip short and returning home. Her relationship with Rob had grown increasingly tense in recent weeks, and the family's financial situation had deteriorated to the point where they could only afford a single hostel room for all of them and could eat just one meal a day. Fiona called Scarlett to share the news about Halvor's accident and informed her of the family's plan to leave Goa and return to the UK. Scarlett, while upset about her brother's condition, expressed her reluctance to leave. Despite her objections, Fiona was firm in her decision. There was no way she would leave her daughter alone in a foreign country. During her time on her own in Anjuna, Scarlett had developed a routine. She handed out promotional flyers for Julio's tour guide business during the day and occasionally joined him as his assistant. In the evenings, she worked as a waitress at various beach bars. At night, she attended parties, spending her modest earnings on entertainment. Scarlett had become acquainted with many locals, particularly those working in the nightlife and hospitality industries along the beach. When Fiona and the rest of the family returned to Anjuna to collect Scarlett, she managed to persuade her mother to let her attend one last party to say goodbye to her friend. Reluctantly, Fiona agreed, believing that nothing bad would happen. Scarlett planned to go to the event with Julio and his younger sister, Ruby, intending to spend the night at Julio's aunt's house and meet her family the following morning. On the evening of the party, Julio unexpectedly fell ill with a fever and decided to stay home and rest. Scarlett and Ruby went to the party without him. They visited several beach bars, drank alcoholic beverages, danced, and enjoyed themselves. After midnight, Ruby began urging Scarlett to head home, but Scarlett insisted on staying a little longer, explaining that it was her last night out and she wanted to make the most of it. She assured Ruby that she would leave soon and head straight back to her family, planning to say goodbye to Julio the next day before leaving Goa. The two friends parted ways. Ruby went home, and Scarlett stayed behind to continue enjoying the night. Before leaving, the two promised to keep in touch after Scarlett returned to the UK. Scarlett also shared her plans to come back to Goa after turning 18, intending to stay and live there permanently. Tragically, these dreams would never come true. Scarlett was never seen alive again. Scarlett's family didn't immediately realize something was wrong, as they were unaware of her changed plan. Fiona assumed her daughter had spent the night at Julio's aunt's house, while Julio and Ruby believed she had returned to her family. It wasn't until closer to noon that Fiona, concerned by Scarlett's absence, called Julio to ask where her daughter was. Julio told her that Scarlett had planned to head back to the family after the party. Meanwhile, around midday on February 18, 2008, passers-by on Anya's main beach discovered the partially unclothed body of a young woman washed ashore. Workers at a nearby bar quickly identified the victim as Scarlett Killing, who had been working part-time for them as a waitress. However, final confirmation had to come from her family, who were soon contacted and brought in for identification. Fiona was devastated. She couldn't believe her daughter was gone until she saw Scarlett's body herself at the morgue. According to the official report, the cause of death was drowning, but the condition of the body raised serious concerns that Scarlett had been subjected to prolonged and cruel mistreatment. After identifying her daughter, Fiona went straight to the police to point out the suspicious circumstances surrounding Scarlett's death. First, most of Scarlett's clothing was missing. Second, Fiona noticed multiple bruises and injuries on her daughter's body, particularly in sensitive areas, which suggested potential physical mistreatment and intimate aggression. Despite these observations, local authorities seemed reluctant to investigate the possibility of a violent crime involving a foreign tourist, likely fearing that such news might deter other visitors. Officials claimed Scarlett had consumed excessive amounts of alcohol, gone swimming, and accidentally drowned. They suggested that her clothing had been pulled off by ocean currents, and that the injuries on her body were caused by sharp rocks along the shore. The police appeared eager to close the case quickly and pressed Fiona to sign the necessary paperwork. It took Fiona an entire month to challenge the official conclusion regarding her daughter's cause of death and secure a second autopsy. During that time, she relentlessly visited the police station and local government offices, submitting complaints and formal requests. Fiona insisted on viewing her daughter's body again, this time bringing her phone to document the bruises and injuries in detail. She feared that the case would be covered up, that something might happen to the remains, and that she would be left without any evidence. In addition to Fiona's efforts, Scarlett's relatives and friends conducted their own search for clues along the shoreline. In a patch of bushes near the beach, they discovered sandals, torn shorts, and a hair clip that belonged to Scarlett. The items were in plain sight, raising suspicions that the police hadn't even bothered to thoroughly examine the scene. The toxicology report, conducted a full month after Scarlett's death, revealed a lethal mix of strong alcohol and powerful prohibited substances in her system. However, very little water was found in her lungs, indicating that Scarlett had entered the ocean after she was already deceased. Fiona was convinced that her daughter had been drugged, assaulted, and then discarded in the water to cover up the crime. She believed the perpetrators hoped Scarlett's body would either drift into the open sea or that her death would be dismissed as accidental drowning. The second autopsy further supported these suspicions, uncovering over 50 distinct injuries on Scarlett's body. Some appeared to have been inflicted by bare hands, including bruises on her neck consistent with strangulation by fingers. Fiona, her family, Rob, and Scarlett's friends effectively took on the investigation themselves. They gathered information, searched for witnesses, and passed their findings on to the police. One significant lead came from Mike Moss-Sal, a British tourist who had been staying in Goa for the winter. Mike frequently visited local bars and occasionally saw Scarlett working as a waitress. According to Mike, around 3 a.m. on the night of Scarlett's death, she entered a bar where he was hanging out. She appeared highly intoxicated, barely able to stand and slurring her words. Scarlett stumbled over the threshold, falling to the floor and needing help to get up. Afterward, she headed to the staff area, sat down and began chatting with two men who worked there, Indian locals, one appearing to be in his 30s and the other over 40. Mike noted that Scarlett seemed familiar with the men, as their conversation was casual and filled with laughter. The two men kept making cocktails for her, one after another. Around 4:30 a.m., when the bar closed, most patrons left and Scarlett departed with one of the men she had been speaking with. They walked along the beach with the man supporting Scarlett, who was visibly unsteady. She went with him willingly. At one point, they veered off the well-lit section of the beach toward the bushes, and Mike Moss-Sal, watching the scene unfold, had no reason to suspect a crime was taking place. He didn't call for help or alert anyone, assuming the interaction was consensual. Additionally, he didn't realize Scarlett was underage, as her appearance made her seem older than she was. After Mike shared his account with the police, they quickly tracked down and arrested the two men Scarlett had been seen with on the night of her death. They were identified as 35-year-old Samson De Souza and 47-year-old Placido Carvalho, both local residents who worked at the bar where Scarlett had spent her final evening. On June 5, 2008, the case was handed over to the Bureau of Investigation, and both men were charged with committing intimate assault against a minor physical assault and causing her death. However, both denied any involvement and maintained their innocence. The Ghana authorities continued to delay the investigation. It took 2 years to gather evidence and prepare the case before it was finally sent to court in March 2010. Even then, the trial was postponed for another 3 years due to a lack of direct evidence. Any potential DNA traces had been washed away by the ocean, leaving the prosecution with a weak case. Another major obstacle was the absence of the key witness, Mike Moss-Sal, who had returned to the UK and refused to travel back to India to testify. He cited concerns for his safety, claiming to have received anonymous threats. Without his testimony, which was excluded from the case, the prosecution's argument began to crumble. Fiona personally contacted Mike and begged him to provide a statement on video, hoping to submit it as evidence in court. However, he declined, refusing to participate even in this way. Heartbroken, Fiona tried to appeal to his conscience, reminding him that while he hadn't intervened to save her daughter that night, he could at least help bring her perpetrators to justice. Even this failed to persuade him. Meanwhile, investigators in Goa attempted to shift the blame onto Scarlett herself. They argued that she had overindulged in alcohol, consumed prohibited substances, and either gone swimming or fallen asleep on the beach, leading to accidental drowning. Scarlett's personal journal was confiscated and scrutinized, with investigators highlighting entries in which she expressed homesickness. These were misinterpreted as signs of depression and used to suggest she may have intentionally ended her life. Fiona actively countered these claims in court, presenting her own evidence to refute the accusations. Despite her efforts, the legal process dragged on for an agonizing 11 years, leaving the family exhausted and disheartened, struggling to hold on to hope for justice. The case of Scarlett killing became an international scandal, drawing intense media scrutiny from the very beginning. Journalists closely observed Fiona and her family, photographing them in public, documenting their living conditions, and criticizing their appearance and lifestyle. As a result, the media painted an unfavorable picture of the family. Adding to the controversy, Fiona had separated from Robert Clark, who began giving interviews portraying her as a neglectful mother. According to Robert, Fiona failed to properly supervise her children, allowed them access to alcohol, and turned a blind eye to other questionable behavior. He claimed Scarlett was a difficult teenager drawn to parties, alcohol, and prohibited substances, accusing Fiona of effectively abandoning her daughter in a foreign country, leaving her to live with an older man. He also alleged that Scarlett stole money from the family, which exacerbated their financial struggles during the trip. In 2012, tragedy struck again when Fiona's eldest son passed away from an overdose of prescription medication. Following his death, social services investigated the possibility of removing her remaining minor children from her custody. However, Fiona successfully fought to retain custody and continue raising her family on her own. In September 2016, both defendants in the killing case were unexpectedly acquitted due to a lack of evidence. Fiona, however, refused to give up, accusing the justice system of corruption and continuing her fight for accountability. 6 months later, Fiona successfully appealed the court's decision, leading to the start of a new trial with a different judge. During this process, new details emerged. Samson D'Souza was revealed to have ties to a criminal network involved in distributing prohibited substances, which were sometimes stored in his home. This connection raised the possibility that he had access to the substances used to incapacitate Scarlett, making it easier for him to exploit her vulnerable state. Placido Carvalho was found to have assisted Samson and encouraged his actions, though he did not participate directly in the assault. Evidence suggested the men spiked Scarlett's drinks with strong substances, leading to her fatal overdose. Toxicology results indicated that Scarlett died before her body was discarded in the ocean, an attempt to conceal the crime. Charges against Placido were reduced to incitement, since he had left the bar on his motorcycle about 30 minutes before his shift ended. Ultimately, the court fully acquitted Placido and released him. Samson, however, was convicted in July 2019 of assault and causing death under aggravated circumstances. Despite the severity of his crimes, he received a sentence of only 10 years in prison. Story 3. A lot of people enjoy traveling solo without worrying that something bad could happen. The main perks are the total freedom to do whatever you want, the ability to quickly adjust plans, and the rare chance to spend time alone with your own thoughts and feelings. However, alongside these benefits, there are also plenty of risks, especially for women who decide to take solo trips. The tragic story of Maria Luisa Chadino, which happened in 2020 in Costa Rica, shocked the entire country and later made headlines internationally. The case drew widespread attention because it occurred at an expensive hotel in a popular resort area, and the victim was a well-known doctor who headed the anesthesiology department at one of the country's largest medical centers. Who was Maria Luisa Cedeno? Maria Luisa Cedeno was born on May 29, 1977, in La Fortuna, San Carlos, in the province of Alajuela, Costa Rica. She was the youngest of 5 children in a modest family. Her relatives were all simple workers with no education beyond what they got in school. From a young age, Maria Luisa was ambitious and very determined. She wanted to help others and dreamed of becoming a doctor, promising herself she'd be the first in her family to get a college degree. In school, her favorite subjects were chemistry and biology, and after graduating in 1994, she was accepted into the medical school at the most prestigious university in the country, located in San Jose. As a student, Maria Luisa moved to the capital and stayed there for the rest of her life, though she kept close ties with her family, regularly visiting and staying in touch with them. In 2000, after completing her degree, she started working as an anesthesiologist at one of the largest medical centers in the capital. She quickly advanced in her career, constantly learning and improving her skills. By 2015, Cedeno had become the head of the anesthesiology and recovery therapy department. She was loved and respected by her colleagues and became quite a prominent doctor, though she achieved all this by sacrificing her personal life. For a long time, Maria Luisa was alone and completely devoted to her work. In 2017, when she was 40, she started a romantic relationship with a doctor from the same hospital, although he worked in a different department. She believed he was the love of her life, someone she could build a strong and happy family with. However, at the beginning of 2020, the couple broke up because he started seeing a younger colleague. For Maria Luisa, the breakup was a devastating blow. She fell into a deep depression and buried herself in work for months, barely noticing anything around her. Her only comfort was her little dog, Mofalty, who she treated like her child. The last vacation. In July 2020, Maria Luisa decided she desperately needed a break and a change of scenery before she lost her mind. At the time, the COVID-19 pandemic was spreading worldwide, and various restrictions were in place to slow the virus. She chose to head to the coast and stay at a small but cozy hotel called La Mansion Inn, located in the scenic Punta Arena. This resort is usually popular with tourists from all over the world, but with the pandemic and strict lockdowns, it was almost deserted. At the hotel where she checked in, only a few rooms were occupied. However, the peace and quiet were exactly what she was looking for. Maria Luisa planned to spend the weekend there and head home on Monday. She brought along her beloved dog, Mofalt. She stayed in a ground floor room that had a second door leading to a private courtyard. These rooms were designed for travelers with pets, so that the animals could go outside and take care of their business in a designated area. All the other rooms with courtyard access were empty at the time. On July 18th, Maria Luisa checked in, dropped off her things, and headed to the beach. The next day passed just as quietly. She strolled along the shore, sunbathed, had dinner at the restaurant, and then went back to her room. She called her mother, and they talked for about half an hour. Maria Luisa mentioned how empty the hotel was with only a few staff members, most of whom were juggling multiple jobs. She planned to check out the next morning after breakfast, but she never made it that far. A lifeless body wrapped in a sheet. On the morning of July 20th, Maria Luisa didn't show up for breakfast. The hotel staff noticed this because there were so few guests, but they didn't think much of it, assuming she was just sleeping in before heading home. But when checkout time came and she still hadn't appeared, they decided to check her room. 2 staff members knocked on Maria Luisa's door, but there was no answer. They could hear her dog barking inside, so they knew she had to be there. They kept knocking and calling her name, but the only response was the barking. So they went around to the courtyard to see if they could reach her that way. The second door was unlocked, and the staff decided to enter to make sure everything was okay. As soon as they stepped inside, they noticed brownish stains on the floor that looked like dried blood, and on the bed, they found a body wrapped in a sheet. The hotel staff immediately called emergency services and informed the management. Unfortunately, the paramedics could only confirm that Maria Luisa was dead. She had been killed several hours before her body was found. Everything about the scene was strange, from the condition of the room to the circumstances of her death. The investigation begins. Maria Luisa's body showed multiple cuts, bruises, and bite marks left by different people. Defensive wounds on her hands indicated that she had fought back fiercely. The cause of death was mechanical asphyxia and a broken neck. Someone had strangled her so hard that they broke her cervical vertebrae. The autopsy also revealed that she had been sexually assaulted before she died. Next to her bed, there was a bottle of mineral water, an open bottle of expensive wine, and 2 glasses. According to the maid, Maria Luisa had indeed ordered these items the night before, but she had been alone. The records of her key card showed that after receiving her delivery, she didn't leave the room and no one entered. However, the glass door to the courtyard didn't. The hotel had plenty of security cameras, which might have shed some light on what happened, but it turned out none of them had been working for months. The administration claimed that due to the pandemic and the drop in guests, they had cut costs by shutting off the cameras. Forensic experts tested the bite marks on Maria Luisa's body for DNA, hoping to find the killer's saliva. But the results were shocking. The saliva found in the wounds was her own, because the bite marks were on her face, neck, and chest, where she could not physically reach. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator intentionally stained the wounds with her saliva to cover his tracks. Another surprising detail came from the pathologist, who reported that her body had been thoroughly washed after death. This meant that after she was attacked, tortured, and strangled, the perpetrator or perpetrators took her body to the bathroom, washed her, then laid her on the bed, stained the bite marks with her saliva, and wrapped her in a sheet. Since the hotel's cameras weren't working, and the place was almost empty due to the pandemic, no witnesses were found. None of the guests or staff reported seeing or hearing anything unusual, and no strangers were spotted on the property. The first suspect. News of the brutal murder of a well-known anesthesiologist quickly spread across the country, causing a huge public outcry. The police needed to solve the case as soon as possible and figure out who could have been so cruel to an innocent woman. When the victim's family was asked if she could have had a brief vacation fling, they were sure the answer was no. She was still heartbroken over her recent breakup and hoping for reconciliation. As for the 2 glasses found in the room, Maria Luisa's sister explained that she always used 2, one for wine and one for water. The forensic results confirmed this, as only the victim's fingerprints and lip marks were found on the glasses. During the interview with the police, Maria Luisa's mother suddenly recalled that during her last phone call with her daughter, Maria had mentioned a man who worked at the hotel. She said they had chatted during lunch, and he asked her why she was traveling alone and how long she planned to stay. This gave detectives their first suspect to question. That employee was 38-year-old Teodor Herrera Martinez, the son of a longtime friend of the hotel owner, Harry Bowden. In fact, thanks to his father's connections, Martinez had gotten the job at the hotel. He worked as a bartender and did personal errands for his boss. Right from the start of the interview, Martinez acted strange, very nervous, and claimed he didn't remember Maria Luisa or ever talking to her. Fresh scratches were clearly visible on his cheeks and neck, and he couldn't give a clear explanation of where they came from. When he was asked to remove his shirt, similar scratches were found on his chest and shoulders. Detectives suspected the victim had left those marks while fighting for her life, but they needed to wait for experts to confirm. Martinez was arrested, initially for 6 months, while the investigation continued. The second suspect. Forensics confirmed that blood and skin particles from Martinez were found under the victim's nails, but the bite marks on her body didn't match his dental impressions. The police continued to question hotel guests and staff, until a 36-year-old man named Luis Carlos Miranda came into focus. He wasn't a regular guest and didn't work at La Mancha Inn, but he was a friend of the hotel owner, which allowed him to stay there for free. One of the bite marks on the victim's body could have been made by Luis, but it wasn't clear enough to be certain. Still, the police arrested him as a second suspect for 6 months, just like Martinez. Miranda too denied ever seeing Maria Luisa or having any contact with her. The third suspect. About a week and a half after the shocking murder, a third suspect was arrested, Harry Bowden himself, the 69-year-old hotel owner. It's worth noting that Bowden, a businessman of Dutch origin, had extensive connections with politicians and entrepreneurs and owned several properties in different countries. What led to his arrest was that one of the bite marks on the victim's body matched Bowden's dental impressions. It also came to light that around 6 months before the murder, Bowden had undergone surgery at the hospital where Sabino worked. Despite Bowden insisting that he had never seen the woman before, police believed he might have noticed her during that time, taken her contact information, and lured her to his hotel. Due to his age and health issues, Bowden was placed under house arrest. However, when he suddenly changed his residence without notifying the police, he was taken into custody as there were fears he might try to leave the country. There was a fourth person involved in the case, Bowden's young husband, a man named Yadr Daniel Abanda. However, no evidence was found against him. Abanda denied involvement in the crime, claiming that his partner was not feeling well that night and did not leave their room. The investigation's theory. Once the autopsy and forensic results were in, investigators concluded that there were 3 attackers. There were no signs of ropes or restraints used to immobilize the victim, but all of her limbs showed bruises from fingers and palms indicating she was held down by hand. In Maria Luisa's mouth, experts found fabric fibers and a thread, which suggested she had been gagged. This likely explained why none of the other guests or staff heard any screams. Even though the victim's injuries and signs of torture showed, she must have desperately called for help. In Maria's phone, found in her room, there were messages to her sister, where she praised the hotel, saying how beautiful, cozy, and quiet it was. She mentioned how attentive and helpful the staff was, and she even noted that she had spent the evening chatting and dancing at the bar with a man who served coffee and looked after the property. Based on the description, this was Martinez. From the beginning, Martinez was the prime suspect. He was the only one of the 3 suspects with visible scratches. His skin and blood were found under the victim's fingernails, and his biological material was found in her body despite attempts to wash it off. However, casts of his teeth did not match the bite marks on her skin. Since Maria Luisa hadn't left her room after returning that evening and hadn't let anyone in, investigators believed that the attackers entered her room through the door leading to the courtyard. She might have left it unlocked so her dog could go out, and since the neighboring rooms were empty, no one would have noticed. The attackers likely moved quickly. Once inside, they knocked Maria unconscious with a blow to the head, gagged her, and then tortured and assaulted her for several hours. When they were done, they strangled her so violently with their bare hands that they broke her neck. Afterward, they washed her body in the bathroom, placed it on the bed, and wrapped it in a sheet, contaminating the bite marks with her own saliva. The trial. All 3 suspects denied any involvement in the crime, each claiming they were asleep in their rooms that night. But there were no witnesses to confirm their alibis, except for the hotel owner's husband, whose testimony was questionable from the start. However, strange text messages were found on the suspects' phones. In them they shared disturbing intimate fantasies, and the day before the crime, they talked about a guest who was alone. The public trial didn't begin until September 2022, more than 2 years after the murder. 71-year-old Harry Bowden appeared in court in a wheelchair as his knee problems had worsened, making it difficult for him to walk. Right away, the prosecution faced challenges in proving the involvement of Bowden and Miranda. The evidence against them was mostly circumstantial. Text messages on their phones and dental impressions, which the defense argued should be dismissed because the bite marks weren't a perfect match with their dental records. The expert who was supposed to testify about the bite marks on the victim had been hired by Bowden's lawyer. This orthodontist flew in from Madrid and claimed that the marks found on the victim's skin weren't strong enough evidence and couldn't definitively link the suspects to the crime. The day after his testimony, the expert returned to Spain, but the prosecution questioned his credibility. A follow-up investigation revealed that this individual wasn't properly accredited and was only a so-called expert by name. His testimony was thrown out, but the prosecution still struggled to prove the connection between the 2 main suspects and the bite marks. The prosecution argued that a crime this brutal and couldn't have been committed by just one person. They believed at least 3 people were involved in the assault and murder. The defense, however, challenged this, pointing out that one strong man could have carried out the crime alone. The verdict, the only undeniable evidence, was against Teodor Herrera Martinez. In addition to his semen being found inside the victim and his skin particles under her nails, also found Maria Luisa's blood on both the outside and inside of his shoes, with the shoe prints matching those found at the threshold of her room and near the bed. As a result, Martinez was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to 50 years in prison, with no possibility of parole. Given that he was 40 years old at the time of sentencing, this was effectively a life sentence. Martinez admitted that he had been intimate with the victim that night, but claimed it was consensual and insisted that someone else must have killed her after he left. Since there was no solid evidence against Bowden and Miranda, aside from the bite marks and text messages, their involvement couldn't be proven. Both men were acquitted and released in March 2023. However, in September of that same year, an appeals court reviewed a complaint filed by the victim's family and ordered the case to be reopened. By that time, though, both Bowden and Miranda had long since left Costa Rica. They fled the country as soon as they were released from court. Currently, they are living in the Netherlands, and even if the new trial finds them guilty, they won't face any punishment. This is because there is no extradition agreement between the Netherlands and Costa Rica, despite the severity of the crime. Story 4. How do you spend your weekends? Probably with your family, watching movies or reading books, walking with friends, or attending various events. The same cannot be said for the anti-hero of our story. A young man ordered pizza and groceries to his home, stocking up on sweets. But he decided to spend his weekend in a rather unconventional way, disposing of evidence of a crime. There was not a hint of remorse in him. The convict finally carried out his monstrous plan and enjoyed the process. The events that occurred early Sunday morning, February 6, 2022, in the city of Aalborg, Denmark, resemble a horror movie plot. Unfortunately, reality is scarier. There are no staged scenes or special effects, and the victim's suffering is not fake. In this incident, everything is real. From the trap, into which an innocent girl fell to her brutal end, and the sacrilegious concealment of evidence. This time, we are talking about the criminals living among us. Mia, 22-year-old Mia Skadaga-Stavine, was a sweet and sociable girl. From a young age, she loved helping people, so she chose a future profession in medicine. In 2016, she enrolled at Aalborg University, the largest in the country. In her chosen specialty, her classmates noted her inquisitive mind and the enthusiasm with which she approached her studies. As you know, studying medicine is quite difficult and extensive, but the energetic girl could handle everything. She led a healthy lifestyle and took care of herself. Besides, she tried her hand at modeling and even participated in several photo shoots. The night after lockdown, in 2022, her student days were coming to an end. There would be the final exams and graduation. Perhaps this is why the heroine of our story decided to relax and enjoy her last 3 days. Moreover, the lifting of restrictions imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic became a reason for celebration. Finally, all the country's residents could fully socialize and meet. Bars and clubs were gradually filling up. The country's population, tired of seclusion, took to the streets. Mia was no exception. Together with friends, she decided to celebrate the end of the semester and join the mass festivities. However, that evening she misjudged her choice of outerwear and drinks. Apparently, she planned to get home by car with friends, so she dressed nicely but too lightly. The same went for alcoholic beverages. Her group moved from one party to another, alternately changing bars. So when the youth decided to stay in one of the clubs, Stephen didn't notice how tipsy she became. Fatigue and lack of experience with alcohol took their toll. A friend recalled that such a state was uncharacteristic for Stephen. She was having a lot of fun and dancing even with strangers, and didn't want to stop. By 6 a.m., the club's closing time, almost no one was left. Many of her friends had already left earlier, so there was no one to give her a ride. Besides, she had spent all her money, and there was nothing left for a taxi. Because of this, Mia decided to wait for the bus. She spent some time with a 22-year-old guy she met at the party. At the bus stop, the pair talked about something after which the young man left. Apparently they were not going the same way, or he decided to walk home. Be that as it may, several hours passed after they parted, but the future nurse never returned home. She didn't return to her family the next day or the day after. North Jutland police officers made an official statement. After Mia Stephen disappeared, her remains were found in the forests of Dronningland, a small town with a population of about 3,500 people. What led to her demise and why her body was dismembered into 231 parts, we will find out next. Disappearance. Denmark is one of the countries with the lowest crime rate. It is known that its citizens feel happy and at peace. Certainly out of the ordinary cases do happen. Such incidents cause a wave of indignation, and the entire public follows the developments closely. However, this occurs infrequently and serves as an exception in their otherwise calm lifestyle. That's why the Stephen family didn't immediately rush to the authorities after their daughter's disappearance. She didn't return at the scheduled time, but everyone understood there might be an explanation. It was the first night after isolation, and the girl had probably stayed out late. Nevertheless, it's not to say her parents weren't worried. They simply believed that Mia would show up soon. But when that didn't happen, they called her boyfriend, as her cell phone was off. When all of Mia's friends and acquaintances were finally called, and none had seen her since the club, the family's patience ran out. This behavior was unlike her. If she was ever late, she would always notify them. Ultimately, the Stephen couple turned to the authorities for help. Fortunately, the police responded immediately and began the investigation. In the meantime, the girl's family continued their search. Her father drove around, carefully inspecting the surrounding area. Her mother and sister reached out to their social media audience, asking for any information about the missing girl's whereabouts. Her photo was circulated widely. The entire community rallied around their plight. Detectives began their work by gathering as much information as possible about the events of the previous night and early morning. They sought assistance from local residents living near where the girl supposedly disappeared. The police asked for CCTV footage, as well as photos and videos from the party. About 400 calls came in from concerned citizens willing to share any materials they had. Consequently, the authorities obtained more than 1,000 files. It goes without saying how challenging the task ahead of the specialists was. It took several days to solve it, fearing she might have frozen. However, she was nowhere to be found on the city streets. The initial videos provided no substantial results, but they confirmed her friend's statements. Mia indeed left the club around 6 a.m. and headed toward the bus stop. There, she was joined by an acquaintance she met earlier. They chatted for a bit, and he left, leaving the girl to wait for transport. The police managed to find and interview this guy. He detailed his acquaintance with the girl and explained his route after the club. His alibi was confirmed, and after a brief conversation, he was no longer a suspect. While some officers continued to analyze data from various sources, others interviewed everyone Mia had contact with that night. However, their testimonies did not advance the case. Next, the investigation focused on studying the missing girl's personality and lifestyle. It was revealed that she dreamed of a career in healthcare, was diligently studying, and was simply a good person. She had not been known to abuse alcohol, use prohibited substances, or suffer from any mental health issues. However, that evening many noted her unusual behavior. She drank much more than usual and behaved somewhat excessively freely at times. Could such behavior have backfired on her? There was no other explanation for her disappearance. Everyone around Mia stated that she had no enemies or ill wishers. A random stranger from the party might have misinterpreted her actions and thought she was an easy target. Suspects, when more than 3 days had passed since the disappearance, investigators did not expect a favorable outcome. By this time, no one had reported her whereabouts or demanded a ransom. This could only mean one thing: the girl was no longer alive. In any case, the chances of finding her alive were rapidly dwindling. Her relatives continued to hope for the opposite, while detectives sought to speed up the investigation. Finally, on February 9, 2022, the first suspects emerged. Investigators didn't stumble upon two young men, childhood friends, by accident. In the past, the guys had been noticed by law enforcement and were under suspicion multiple times. However, the next day, one of them was released, while the other remained behind bars. The reason was that there was no substantial evidence against the first man, and he also had a confirmed alibi. This was not the case for the second detainee, 36-year-old Thomas Thompson, who denied any involvement in the girl's disappearance. But it was evident he knew something, as he had access to the vehicle Maya Steven got into on that ill-fated morning. Initial evidence on February 8th, a breakthrough occurred in the investigation. Thanks to eyewitness accounts, specialists mapped out Mia's presumed route from the bar to the bus stop. Along this path, additional surveillance cameras had been set up to capture the girl. It was found that at 6:09 a.m., a black van approached her. The driver seemingly offered her a ride, but she refused and the vehicle drove away. Mia proceeded to the bus stop and met the guy from the party. After he left, she stayed there for a while, but the bus never came. By 7:30 a.m., the girl was thoroughly frozen. She walked back and forth to stay warm, jumping in place. She seemed completely desperate and didn't know what to do. So when the familiar van approached again, she got in. Mia's parents couldn't believe that their cautious and responsible daughter would do such a thing. However, they speculated that she did it because she was freezing. Nevertheless, the new information brought the case back to life. Apparently, the van driver could have been the last person to see the girl alive, so he needed to be found and questioned. Carefully reviewing the video footage, law enforcement officers managed to make out the vehicle's license plate. This led them to the suspects who had been using the van. Thomas Thompson was born in Southeast Asia, but later moved to a small place in Denmark with a population of just over 500 people. Initially, his family rented an apartment, but they later moved in with relatives and helped around the house. As a young man, he built a military career and achieved the rank of sergeant. During this time, he held a responsible position and was interested in martial arts. Thomas even received a certificate verifying his knowledge in first aid. After completing his service, he trained as an electrician and was considered a qualified specialist. His colleagues described him as a responsible employee, outwardly calm and approachable, but noted some peculiarities. His mood often changed quickly. In a short moment, he could become sad and pensive, although he had been cheerful and sociable before. Such sharp mood swings were attributed to his military past. It was known that he didn't consume alcohol or prohibited substances. He lived alone in a house located near the club and owned a black 2015 Volkswagen, which led to his arrest. It turned out that the vehicle in question belonged to Thompson, and he didn't have a confirmed alibi. Investigators suspected that he was the one who gave the girl a ride, after which she disappeared. But confirming this theory required more information and time. Burial. The confiscated van was thoroughly examined. Some experts focused on analyzing the material samples, while others began studying the GPS data. Interesting information emerged. Approximately 4 hours before Thomas met Mia, he attempted to disable the tracking system. However, it malfunctioned and reactivated after some time. Later, detectives managed to restore the exact route taken by the suspect's vehicle. It started from his home, made several loops, stopped near the girl, then continued on. Eventually, it picked up Mia and headed out of Aalborg. Thomas drove through several towns and turned into a wooded area where he spent some time, only to reappear a couple of days later. This part of the route undoubtedly raised the most questions. The suspicious coordinates were investigated. Specially trained dogs participated in the search operation. The animals soon found a hair tie, torn clothes and underwear, and other women's items, all at some distance from each other. Their arrangement resembled a straight line, suggesting someone had chased the woman. She fell, was attacked, and fought back. The owner's frequent stops indicated he could have pursued a girl who occasionally escaped the vehicle. Meanwhile, the dogs followed the trail and led the forensics team deeper into the forest. Among the vegetation were patches of freshly dug earth. Thus, under a thin layer of soil in several places, 231 fragments of a human body were found. Autopsy. It didn't take long to identify the discovery. The remains belonged to the missing Mia Stavine, but their condition complicated determining the cause of death. Most specialists leaned towards asphyxiation, with the possibility of exploitation even posthumously. Over time, more was uncovered. The unfortunate girl's body had been assembled like a puzzle, with some parts missing. Here's how Hans Petter Haugen, a seasoned pathologist, described it. This was a challenging task for forensic experts. None of us are accustomed to handling such cases. An electric saw was used to dismember the victim. The suspect tried to dissolve the body parts in drain cleaner and covered them with caustic soda. When he realized it wasn't working, he buried them in different places. Imagine how brutally the heroine's body was dismembered to prompt such an assessment from someone who had performed over 12,000 autopsies. Beginning of interrogation. During the initial interrogations, Thomas remained composed. He pretended not to understand why he was detained, but didn't resist fiercely. When asked why he had disabled the tracking system, he offered an absurd explanation. He claimed he had angered a police officer who later pursued him at every opportunity. However, it turned out this wasn't Thomas's first fabrication. The investigation revealed that the attempt to disable the device occurred at 2:14 a.m. due to a malfunction. The machine registered every 15 seconds, and it was reactivated at 9:23 a.m. Most likely the girl was no longer alive by then, and the suspect took her to his home for dismemberment. On February 10th, a press conference was held with public representatives. Detectives discussed the investigation's progress and shared available information. They announced that the missing girl was deceased and that the suspect was in custody. Authorities promised to uncover the truth and keep city residents informed. They were earnest in their commitment, especially after the terrible truth about the potential criminal came to light. Apparently, a maniac was operating in the city. It turned out that Thompson had far more serious offenses than law enforcement had previously thought. His psychological issues had been evident for some time. He was caught peeping on a female student. Similar incidents occurred in 2015 to 2016, when he was caught looking into the windows of young women and engaging in inappropriate behavior. One of the women reported the incident to her parents, who called the police. During the investigation, a profile was created based on descriptions that closely resembled Thomas's appearance. However, he was not apprehended. Moreover, investigators had every reason to believe that this was not an isolated incident. 12 years ago, an even more terrifying event took place. A woman contacted the police reporting an attempted assault. She claimed she woke up in the middle of the night to someone touching her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a stranger next to her but couldn't make out his face. Her awakening prompted the assailant to become more aggressive. He attacked the woman and began undressing her. She started to resist and call for help. Fortunately, she wasn't alone. Two friends she shared the apartment with rushed to her aid. The stranger headed for the open window and escaped, likely entering the same way. Police were called to the scene, but they were unable to catch the suspect. Due to a lack of evidence and the statute of limitations, it was impossible to bring the suspect to justice. However, there were strong reasons to suspect his involvement. Meanwhile, the affected women could be included in the case as witnesses whose testimonies contributed to the suspect's profile. When investigators spoke with Thompson's former girlfriend, other disturbing scenes from his life surfaced. It turned out that in relationships, he quickly went from being a sweet guy to a manipulator and aggressor. One woman admitted that after breaking up with him, she found the brake lines in her car cut. She immediately suspected her ex-boyfriend, with whom the breakup had been difficult. Fortunately, she wasn't harmed, but proving his involvement was impossible. Another woman recounted even more horrifying details. Thomas had sadistic tendencies in intimate situations. He would tie her naked to a radiator and take advantage of her. A third woman told investigators about strange files she accidentally found on his computer. It was a list of women with dates of their menstrual cycles. How he obtained this information was unclear, but it painted terrifying pictures in the imagination. It's worth noting that Thomas easily started romances. He had an attractive appearance and was popular with women. Changing stories. During the search of Thompson's home, forensic experts discovered blood stains. After comparative analysis, it was established that the traces belonged to the victim, confirming that after the brutal crime, the suspect brought the girl to his place. Furthermore, the genetic testing of materials from his car matched Mia's samples completely. There was no doubt about the man's involvement. However, everyone wanted to hear his account of the events. After undeniable evidence was obtained, the suspect began to speak. However, throughout several interrogations, he changed his story. It was clear he was lying and trying to shift the blame. In any case, the following came to light. Thomas admitted that he did indeed give Mia a ride, but denied intentionally waiting for her. He claimed he wanted to do a good deed by giving the freezing girl a lift home. According to him, she behaved boldly and said she wasn't in a hurry, so he suggested driving around for a bit, to which she agreed. They drove through the city for a while and then headed toward the woods, where they were intimate. However, something went wrong, and she had a seizure, during which she fell and broke her neck. However, in another statement, he changed his story, claiming that she accidentally suffocated due to the strap of her bag pressing on her neck, which Thompson also attributed to an accident. He also said that Mia eventually got out of the car and ran away, but she tripped and fell, sustaining a dangerous injury. Regardless, the girl was on the verge of death, and instead of providing first aid, which he was trained in, he let her die. He then took her home and disposed of the body in a callous manner. The suspect insisted he didn't want to call emergency services because he feared they wouldn't believe him and would accuse him of the crime. So he devised an elaborate plan. Initially, he tried to dissolve her body, which lay in a chemical solution for about a day, but the result didn't satisfy him, scattering the smallest pieces around. He also mentioned attempting to dispose of his stained clothes by burning them and pointed to the site of the fire. Their detectives found leftover fragments and some tools used in the crime. Thomas tried to portray the events as a ridiculous accident with the method of disposing of the body as a result of panic. However, the girl's relatives were outraged by his testimony. They were certain that Mia would never have agreed to be intimate with a stranger, considering his words blatant lies and blasphemy. Investigators held the same opinion. Before them sat a ruthless criminal pretending to be a victim of circumstance. The method of destroying evidence alone spoke volumes. Verdict. According to detectives, on the night of February 6th, Thomas went on the hunt. He finally found a suitable victim, waiting for her to be completely frozen and let her guard down. The suspect offered her a ride home, but once she got into his van, he began to threaten her, likely using a weapon. The girl resisted and tried to escape several times, but the odds were against her. The man managed to take advantage of and deprive the poor girl of life. Forensic experts believed asphyxiation was the most likely cause of death, but we must remember that not all body parts were found, which could hold other grim secrets. The fact of the attack was undeniable, and the crime was the result of the victim's resistance. The assault was indirectly confirmed, but proving it was difficult given the state of the body. Finally, Thompson was charged and brought to trial. During the hearing, former colleagues of Thomas testified for the prosecution, stating they had long suspected him of sadistic tendencies, citing videos shown during his service that evoked disgust and a thirst for revenge. The defendant's face showed different emotions. Scenes of egregious cruelty, where people were deprived of life and women were exploited, clearly delighted him. Regarding the defendant's mental state, psychiatrists provided their conclusion. They found him sane, but described him as having narcissistic and antisocial personality traits. In other words, a sociopath incapable of compassion. In court, Thomas also denied being guilty of exploiting and depriving the girl of life, but he decided to take responsibility for the dismemberment. In June 2023, the 38-year-old man was found guilty of depriving Mia Stevine of life and indecent conduct with her body under aggravating circumstances. The court sentenced him to indefinite detention with the possibility of parole after 10 years, considering his behavior dangerous to society. Such criminals tend to be released after 10 years. Remarkably, Thomas Thompson was acquitted of the exploitation charges due to a lack of evidence. Do you think the criminal received a just punishment? Can girls and women in Denmark continue to feel safe after this? Story 5. Lisa Maria Kaiser was born in 1994 in a large family where her 8 siblings also grew up. It was a large but far from prosperous family. Parents were busy with their own problems and did not show love and care towards their children. Moreover, there were rumors that abuse and violence were rampant in the family. The story in question unfolded in the year 2020, at the very time when the whole world was consumed with the fight against COVID-19. In one corner of Ecuador, quietly and unnoticed, truly terrible events were unfolding. Here, in the small parish of Pifo, on the northeastern outskirts of Quito, the protagonist of this tragic story was born and raised. Lisa Maria Kaiser, a woman with an enigmatic gaze whose life story became a true Ecuadorian nightmare. On that unfortunate Tuesday, October 27, 2020, Lisa sent several messages to the father of her children, David. They were words full of despair, because their paths with David at that time had already almost parted. In these lines, she confessed her love for him and her unexpected new pregnancy. However, in subsequent messages, Lisa wrote that life was losing its meaning for her, and the decision to terminate the pregnancy was inevitable. Lisa pleaded with David to come to her, but his refusal was resolute. His parents also urged him to stay home, and David took their advice. In the early morning hours of October 28, neighbors in Lisa's home heard a faint cry for help. Looking out the window, they found a woman lying on the floor with signs of vomiting. The neighbors rushed to help her, immediately calling emergency services. The doctors and police arrived and found Lisa in a critical condition, but still alive. After administering first aid, she was immediately hospitalized. However, in the house, her children, a girl of 5 and a boy of 9, were found unconscious. The doctors were unable to help them. Their little hearts had stopped beating at that point. Authorities learned the identity of the children's father and contacted David Acosta, who, upon learning of the tragedy, immediately arrived on the scene accompanied by his father. He was informed that Lisa was in the hospital and his children were found without signs of life. After several days of fighting for life in the hospital, Lisa finally regained consciousness. By that time, the investigators, guided by their findings, had presented the prosecutor's office with sufficiently convincing arguments to issue an arrest warrant for this mysterious woman. When she was released from the hospital, she was immediately transferred to a social rehabilitation center. The authorities insisted that Lissa undergo a psychological and psychiatric evaluation, as her state of mind required further investigation as part of the upcoming trial. Lissa ended up in a rehabilitation center, and doctors and psychologists took up their work. In a conversation with a criminal psychologist, Lissa opened up about her difficult childhood where her parents fought and abused each other and their children. Her childhood had a noticeable impact on her state of mind, and moments of quarrels and her parents' divorce became an integral part of her memory. Such a childhood forced Lissa to go to work from the age of 11 to be able to study. The girl strived to escape from her dysfunctional family and build her future in a different way. The expert report also indicated that Lissa had been abused. She talked about how, after several years of marriage, David, her husband, changed dramatically. He began to humiliate his spouse and then to raise his hand against her. On the day of the tragedy with the children, investigators working at the scene found several glasses with liquid residue on the table. These finds later revealed traces of epilepsy pills belonging to one of the children, as well as other chemicals requiring identification. Police officers thoroughly searched the house, and after noticing a strange odor in the kitchen, noticed a suspicious area under the utility room. They broke down the barrier and found a lifeless body wrapped in a blanket with characteristic signs of having been there for a long time. Later, further investigation revealed that the discovered body belonged to Jamie Yanchiguano, a 28-year-old who had been in contact with Lissa. Jamie had been reported missing by his family days before the gruesome discovery. According to Rosa Yanchiguano, Jamie's sister, he was last seen on October 18th. Rosa told investigators that after her brother disappeared, Lissa called several times inquiring about him. Lissa claimed to have received a text message from Jamie, in which he wrote how some illegal substance traffickers were holding him by force and demanding a ransom of $8,000. In doing so, she strongly cautioned Jamie's family against contacting the police. It became a key point in a complex investigation that required detectives to not only solve the tragedy, but to find out if there were any other hidden victims in the story. During her interrogation, Lissa said that in 2020, while working in a cookie factory, she met Jamie Yanchiguano. According to her, he became just a friend. Lissa sought to return to her husband, who was allegedly going to blackmail Jamie to get money from him. David made it clear to his wife that if she did not help him, he would divorce her. Later, David handed Lissa a white powder and told her to slip it into Jamie's food. When the task was completed, Jamie fell asleep and never woke up again. Realizing what had happened, Lissa tried in desperation to get her husband back, but all was unsuccessful, so she swallowed the same poison and gave it to her children. However, it did not have the expected effect on her, and Lissa turned to her neighbors for help, trying to save herself from the same horror that had befallen her children. After her testimony, investigators launched an investigation, but no evidence of David's involvement in the events was ever found. No one close to the couple could have predicted that Lissa Maria and David Acosta's fate would lead them through such a difficult ordeal. When they met, Lissa was only 16 years old and still in high school. She was a dreamy and romantic girl, and David was a strong and determined young man. Soon their friendship developed into strong feelings, and this led to Lissa's unexpected pregnancy. Although the young people's families did not approve of their relationship, David's parents always supported their son and welcomed Lissa into their family. In difficult moments, David's family became a true support for the young couple. Inviting Lissa to live with them, they made every effort to make sure she finished high school. When Lissa turned 18, the lovers got married. 2 years later, the young family was waiting for the appearance of a second child, a little daughter. David's parents decided to provide the young couple with their own housing. They gave Lissa and David a separate apartment, which became for them a corner of family happiness. But over time, the couple's relationship began to deteriorate. It was obvious that both spouses sinned of cheating, which led to mistrust and disappointment. Boundless love, which seemed unshakable, began to weaken. To make matters worse, Lissa complained of psychological abuse from David, which led her to seek help from the police. Eventually, she was granted a protective order, and David was forced to leave the family home. It was at this point that Lissa began to use her position and blackmail David, demanding money for the opportunity to see their joint children. The beginning of September 2020 brought an unexpected challenge into Lissa's life that drastically changed her daily routine. The young mother discovered that her oldest son was suffering from seizures, and in desperation she went to the emergency room at Baca Ortiz Hospital. After stabilizing the baby's condition, the doctors decided to conduct a series of tests revealing a focal form of epilepsy, a severe disease that affects a specific part of the brain. The doctors urged Lissa to undergo additional tests, including MRI scans, and to consult with specialists as soon as possible. However, the mother, Lissa, was unable to do so, as if ignoring the seriousness of the situation, decided not to follow these recommendations. A month later, the situation was repeated. Lissa was back in the emergency room with her son suffering from the same symptoms. After reviewing the boy's medical history, the doctors discovered that the mother had somehow failed to fulfill the prescriptions given to her earlier. No tests had been taken. Consultations with specialists had not taken place, and it seems that the son had not received the necessary treatment. The doctors, concerned for the child's welfare, once again reminded Lissa of the importance of following medical advice. They warned her that ignoring the doctor's advice could lead to legal consequences, as she could be putting her son's health and well-being at risk. However, this time, too, Lissa disregarded the doctor's warning. A couple weeks after discovering her son's illness, she decided to call David. The serious tone in her voice worried David. She informed him that a social worker would be coming to see her shortly to discuss their son's diagnosis and retirement. On the day of the appointment, David showed up, but the social worker was long gone. To brighten the waiting time, Lissa offered him a drink. However, as David drank the drink, he suddenly felt unwell. His condition was worsening, and the social worker had not shown up. So David decided to go home to get something to deal with his discomfort. The next morning, David woke up in a terrible state. He could barely speak because his tongue was numb. Every step caused discomfort, and his eyes hurt. His parents insisted on calling an ambulance. David was taken to the hospital, where he spent several days. Tests revealed the presence of a psychoactive substance in his system. But given that he hadn't used anything of the sort, David began to speculate how this could have happened. Eventually, he speculated that perhaps someone had deliberately slipped him some substance in a public place. David was grateful for his life and realized that what had happened could have ended much worse. In early October 2020, Lissa made the decision to hire a nanny for her children. Her cousin Patricia recommended her friend Bertha, a responsible 48-year-old woman looking for work. On Monday, October 5th, Bertha arrived at the young mother's house. Lissa urged her to take a pill that she said helped prevent infection with the COVID-19 virus, an epidemic of which was at its height at the time. Claiming that it was a highly effective natural remedy, Lissa convinced Bertha to swallow the medicine and enter the house. They sat down to discuss the babysitter's childcare duties. A few minutes later, Bertha began to feel sick. She felt a headache. Her stomach began to upset, and eventually she vomited. A short while later, Patricia showed up. It turned out that she had called her cousin repeatedly, but Lissa didn't answer, which alerted Patricia. She decided to check what had happened and immediately went to her house. Upon entering, she found Bertha lying on the couch, who was practically fainting already. Lissa shared with her cousin what had happened and expressed concern. Learning that Lissa still had not called an ambulance, Patricia immediately did so herself. After a while, doctors arrived and sent Bertha to the hospital. The condition of the victim managed to stabilize. Doctors diagnosed poisoning with a toxic substance, which often happens when using various medications. Doctors decided that Bertha did not tolerate some component of the composition of the pills from COVID-19. A few months before this tragic incident, in June of the same year, Lissa's former buddy, Mark Escanto, had died of poisoning. At the time, the cause of his death had gone unnoticed. But now, given all these strange circumstances, Mark's case required additional attention. Investigators scrutinized the deceased's home and found Lissa's fingerprints on the glasses used the night before Mark's death. This fact added new evidence to the investigation, pointing to Lissa's possible involvement in the incident. But suddenly a new accusation was made against Lissa. Her own family made a shocking report to the police. It turns out that on September 2nd, the family had a family gathering where Lissa offered to let everyone taste a drink of her own making. 7 brothers and sisters of the young woman, as well as their parents, drank the unknown drink and immediately felt sick. Fortunately, no one died, but the 56-year-old mother suffered a stroke. Lissa's father claimed that while the relatives were seeking medical attention, his daughter stole $1,300 from the house. Now the investigation included not only crimes against the children and a former boyfriend, but also an incident that jeopardized the lives and health of her own family members. As it turned out, that wasn't all. Investigators encountered another strange event. In May of that year, Jose Luis Arrezo, a friend of Lissa's, was found dead in his home. A few days before, Jose had suddenly disappeared, and neighbors soon smelled a rotting odor, prompting them to contact the authorities. An examination of the body initially revealed nothing suspicious and was ruled a heart attack. But one of Jose's sisters suspected something strange and hid a bottle of alcohol found in the refrigerator. In addition, Jose's family noticed that some items were missing from the house. It turned out that Lissa and Jose were friends, and when the guy died, the alleged killer contacted his relatives by phone with a distraught voice. She stated that Jose owed her a large sum of money, and she had to contact the family to repay the debt. This cunning plan did not work, and a little later Lissa called Jose's family again, changing her voice to conceal her identity. Identifying herself as Jose's friend, she claimed that she was pregnant by him and now had to apply for child support. Although Jose's family did not believe these stories, Lissa was not about to give up and made a third attempt to deceive them. She said she knew who was responsible for Jose's death and offered to meet to uncover the details. Had she not been arrested on charges of killing her own children and Jamie, the list of victims might have gotten longer. When the media reported the arrest of Lissa, who had poisoned 3 people, Jose's relatives understood. They immediately reported their suspicions to the authorities, and Jose's body was exhumed for forensic examination to determine the true cause of death. The relatives were not mistaken. Traces of poison were found in the remains of the deceased. On December 22, 2020, a hearing was held for Lissa Maria Kaiser for the murder of her 2 children, whose names and photos were classified, and for Jamie Ianchiguano. The trial was conducted virtually due to restrictions related to the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Lissa had been in contact from a social rehabilitation center. The prosecutor's statement said that Lissa gave her children a toxic mixture of insecticides and anti-epileptic drugs. In interrogations, she claimed that she had grown desperate and could not leave her children with her husband David, who did not care for the children. In fact, she admitted that she wished them dead. At the end of the hearing, the judge issued the defendant a court pass and ordered her remanded into custody pending trial. The children's trial next took place in 2021 at the Pichincha Provincial Court. The prosecutor presented a set of evidence to prove Lissa's guilt. Among them were statements by David, who revealed the content of messages the wife had received on the eve of the tragedy. In one of the messages, she claimed that she would take with her what belonged to her, referring to the children. She said she didn't know where her children and herself would go, heaven or hell. But now she felt as if she was in hell. Lissa added that she doesn't expect her husband to forgive her because she knows he hated her and now he will hate her even more. David also spoke about his unstable relationship with his wife. At the hearing, the defendant's reconstructed testimony was presented, stating that she took 2 pills that day, called for help, and then passed out. According to the reconstruction conducted by the prosecutor's office, the daughter died while still in bed, and her older brother tried to take a few steps to call for help, but fell and died. The conclusion of the forensic medical examination was extremely clear. The children died as a result of a premeditated crime. The deaths were the result of suffocation caused by pulmonary edema and intoxication caused by a mixture of epilepsy medication and other unspecified substances, presumably insecticides and disinfectants. The prosecution also charged Lissa with the death of Jamie Ianchiguano, whose body was found bricked up in the kitchen. The perpetrator was also suspected of attempting to kill David and members of her own family. The hearing raised the issue of Lissa's irresponsible attitude to her son's health after being diagnosed with localized epilepsy. The mother ignored instructions for further tests and follow-up examinations, and when the boy was hospitalized again, his condition was exacerbated by her own mother's negligence. Warnings from medical professionals did not change her attitude toward her son's treatment, leading to a threatened termination of her parental rights. Lissa's mental health investigations revealed her to be highly emotional and environmentally dependent. She sought constant attention and understanding from others and experienced severe anxiety when events did not unfold according to her plan. She also exhibited a tendency to self-harm. She attempted to say goodbye to her life at least 3 times, but was unsuccessful each time. Witnesses described her as insecure, attachment-seeking, exhibiting schizoid and erratic behavior. The findings of the psychological analysis also emphasized that on the day of the tragic events, Lissa acted with full awareness of her actions. After a long trial that lasted 10 months, Lissa Maria Kaiser was found guilty of the crime against her children. The Pichincha Provincial Court sentenced her to 34 years and 8 months imprisonment. In addition to this, she was ordered to pay David a compensation of more than $20,000. It was noted in the press that Lisa remained calm throughout the proceedings and only showed emotion when her children were mentioned. The Jamie Yanchiguano murder case, which began in August 2021, appeared to be unfinished. New details were revealed during the court hearing. Lisa admitted giving her friend a white substance mixed with alcohol, but claimed she got it from David. However, the investigation proved otherwise. According to a psychiatrist who interviewed Lissa, she did not want to take Jamie's life. She wanted to intimidate his family, so she could then extort money. She did demand $8,000 as ransom. Experts called the plan disorganized, which ultimately led to the crime. In addition, forensic tests revealed that it wasn't that simple. Jamie was found to have poison in his system, and the cause of death was strangulation. The body was found with a shattered rib cage and wire around the neck. Lissa claimed that after her friend died, she decided to bury him under a back room and cement him in. The store owner's testimony confirmed that Lissa bought building materials during the days of Jamie's disappearance. After the parties' arguments, the prosecutor's office requested a new trial in April 2022. At that trial, an additional charge of extortion was filed. Lissa called Jamie's relatives, claiming he was being held by a group of gangsters and demanded $8,000 for his release. The defense relied on the lack of conclusive evidence that Lissa was involved in Jamie's murder. Nevertheless, she was found guilty and received a 22-year prison sentence, as well as a sentence to pay $5,000 to the victim's mother. While Jamie's trial was underway, the investigation of Marcus Ganto and Jose Luis Arrezo, Lissa's alleged victims, was nearing completion. Marcus Ganto was 48 years old, and tests conducted after his death revealed traces of the same substance that Lissa had given to her children. In addition, Mark was found to have severe inflammation of the stomach. The family's lawyer claimed that Lissa met Mark, offered him a beer, and then put the poison in the drink. A glass with Lissa and Mark's fingerprints, as well as a swab containing the woman's DNA, was provided to authorities. Money. It is also known that Lissa had asked Mark to help her financially, and there is evidence that he loaned her at least $120. Mark was Lissa's first known victim. The final outcome of this case, as well as that of Jose Luis Arrezo, remain unknown. They may not have been reported in the press, or the investigation may not yet have reached the stage of being formally charged and brought to trial. Lissa Maria was only 26 years old. Her high-profile criminal case has become one of the most horrific and disturbing in Ecuador's recent history. These crimes made her known throughout the country as Dona Venado. Lissa Maria Kaiser is recognized as a serial killer in Ecuador. Her victims have endured terrible suffering, and their relatives have suffered unbearable pain. The charges include 5 murders and 9 attempted murders. Under Ecuadorian law, the maximum sentence she could face is 40 years in prison. That means Lissa could be released when she turns 70 years old. It is still unclear what motivated Dona Venado to commit such horrific acts. Was her act the result of resentment for not getting what she expected in life? Many speculate that the motive was money, and in David's case, Lissa acted out of a lust for revenge, which led to the tragedy with her children. The most horrific part of this story is not only the number of victims left in the path of Dona Venado, but also the fate of 2 innocent children who could not have guessed that their mother, who gave them life, would take it away so absurdly and cruelly. Story 6. This case begins in 2001 in Bad Beiswan, Germany. What seemed like a simple disappearance quickly escalated into a complex investigation that would span years and cross borders. A tangled web of lies, betrayal, and secrets would eventually lead to a devastating discovery. In 2001, 34-year-old Francesco Alfonsetti lived in Francavilla Fontana, a town in Brindisi, located in the Apulia region of Italy. He worked as a surveyor, had a wife, and was the father of 3 children. Due to the nature of his job, he frequently traveled across the country. However, whenever he returned home, he dedicated his time to his family, saw him as the perfect husband and father. Francesco himself happily maintained this image, often emphasizing how much he valued family life and its importance. Yet, none of his relatives or friends suspected that this devoted husband and father had secretly become engaged to a young woman 3 years earlier. Eleonora, a 22-year-old dentistry student, was deeply in love with her charming fiancé, and had no idea that she was not the only woman in his life. They met whenever possible. Eleonora was studying dentistry in Pescara in the Abruzzo region and lived in a nearby town. She was the only child of a wealthy couple. Her mother was Dutch and worked as a jewelry dealer in southern Italy, while her father, an Italian engineer, lived and worked in Venice. Elizabeth and her husband lived separately due to their respective jobs, but they made an effort to visit their daughter occasionally. During these meetings, Francesco often accompanied Eleonora. Since their engagement, he had been treated by everyone as if he were already part of the family. In May 2001, the four of them met at a restaurant. During the conversation, Eleonora's father casually asked the young couple when they planned to marry. Francesco seemed slightly uneasy, but quickly replied that they were waiting for Eleonora to finish her studies. Everyone nodded in agreement, interpreting Francesco's brief hesitation differently. None of them knew the true reason behind his discomfort. In reality, Eleonora's fiancé was not the only person at the table hiding secrets. A few months passed, and it was late October when Eleonora arrived at her mother, Elizabeth's apartment. She rang the doorbell, but there was no response. This didn't surprise her. Eleonora had her own set of keys and let herself in. It wasn't unusual for her mother to be out, but something inside the apartment immediately caught Eleonora's attention. On the table, in plain view, was an envelope with her name written on it. Curious, she picked it up and opened it. Inside was a letter from her mother. As she read the note, Eleonora was overcome with shock and disbelief. Elizabeth explained that she had decided to leave everything behind and start a new chapter in her life far from home. She emphasized her deep love for Eleonora and expressed regret for taking such a drastic step. Elizabeth also stated that she had important reasons for her decision, reasons she chose not to disclose in the letter. Eleonora, stunned by the unexpected news, tried to rationalize her mother's decision. The letter's tone suggested that Elizabeth might have been under significant emotional or psychological pressure. Yet Eleonora couldn't shake a nagging sense that something wasn't right. Eleonora was confused and terrified. She immediately tried calling her mother's cell phone, but only the operator answered, indicating it was turned off or out of service. At first, Eleonora suspected that her parents might have had a serious argument. She quickly called her father, but he was just as shocked as she was. He assured his daughter that no argument had taken place. While it was true that Elizabeth had, over the years, expressed frustration with their long-distance marriage, blaming him for the situation, he believed she had long since accepted it. When Eleonora asked if her mother might have been having an affair, her father flatly denied it. Eleonora, too, found this idea unlikely. She was confident her mother would have confided in her if that were the case. Neither Eleonora nor her father had any clue where Elizabeth had gone or when she had left. Eleonora recalled speaking with her mother about 3 weeks earlier on the landline phone. Both father and daughter agreed that Elizabeth's disappearance could only mean one thing. She was angry at her husband and wanted to teach him a lesson. Elizabeth's husband was so distraught by the situation that his daughter found herself comforting him. Afterward, she turned to her fiancé Francesco, calling him to share her worries. Francesco reassured her, insisting that this was likely a momentary whim and that Elizabeth would return once her anger subsided. As days turned into weeks, there was no further communication from Elizabeth. Calls went unanswered, and any attempt to locate her proved fruitless. Concern gave way to fear, and Eleonora couldn't escape the feeling that her mother's sudden disappearance wasn't as voluntary as the letter suggested. During this time, Francesco stayed close to Eleonora, offering support as she struggled with her mother's absence. Francesco's words seemed prophetic. Just a few days later, Eleonora received a postcard, but offered no explanation for her departure. While the postcard brought some relief, questions lingered. Why had Elizabeth left so abruptly? What had driven her to such an extreme step? And why had she chosen to reach out through such an impersonal means rather than calling her daughter? Garm, a picturesque Bavarian resort town nestled in the Alps, is known for its spa retreats and winter sports. But on the early morning of November 6, 2001, this serene location became the site of a horrifying discovery. A local woman driving along the rarely traveled B23 road between the villages of Salgrub and Bad Biasoyen noticed something unusual on the asphalt ahead. At first she couldn't make out what it was, but its shape was strange enough to catch her attention, and was struck by a gruesome sight. Lying in the middle of the cold, wet road was the lifeless body of a nearly naked woman. Blood was everywhere, pooling on the pavement and staining the surrounding area. The police arrived at the scene and determined that the victim had fought back against her attacker, as evidenced by bruises on her wrist and arm. She was ultimately overpowered. The perpetrator beat her unconscious, and then ran her over several times with a vehicle. The woman's face was so brutally disfigured that her features were unrecognizable. She was wearing only underwear, and near her body were a pair of earrings. Beyond that, there were no clothes or personal belongings to be found. It appeared that the perpetrator had tried to make identifying the victim as difficult as possible. The earrings were likely intended to be taken as well, but the attacker was unable to locate them before leaving the scene. That same day, an autopsy was conducted. The forensic expert estimated the woman's age to be between 25 and 30 years old and determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation caused by internal bleeding resulting from severe damage to her internal organs. The findings confirmed that the victim had been run over by a car multiple times. She had died several hours before her body was discovered, and shortly before her death she had been intimate. While there was no conclusive evidence of non-consensual activity, it could not be entirely ruled out either. The examination also revealed that the woman had previously been pregnant and had given birth at least once. The specialist ordered additional laboratory tests, but the results would take time. As the autopsy continued, the police in Garmisch-Partenkirchen received a piece of news that gave them a glimmer of hope. Earlier that morning, a passerby had discovered a plastic bag containing women's clothing abandoned near the banks of the Isar River, approximately 28 miles from where the body had been found. Fortunately, the individual reported the discovery to the local police, and at the request of investigators from Garmisch-Partenkirchen, the recovered items were immediately handed over to them. The investigators' intuition proved correct. Every piece of clothing was a perfect match for their victim, and the bra belonged to the same set as the underwear found on the body. It was also possible that the mysterious woman frequently traveled to Italy, or was even of Italian origin, as the clothing bore original Italian labels. The criminal police in Garm established a special commission called Soyen, named after the nearby town of Bad Bear-Soyen. The team began by reviewing missing person reports from Germany and Italy, eventually expanding their search to include other countries. The results of their efforts were disheartening. None of the cases matched the mysterious woman, despite searching through databases from 48 countries worldwide. Investigators pinned their hopes on new information from the lab tests, and indeed, when the results arrived, there was a glimmer of optimism. DNA belonging to the perpetrator had been successfully extracted from material found under the victim's fingernail. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed once more when the DNA failed to match any profiles in the available databases. Weeks passed with no progress. No new missing person cases surfaced in the databases that matched the victim, and the lack of knowledge about her identity made the investigation nearly impossible to advance. Among the investigators regarding the estimated age of the victim, could the forensic expert have been mistaken? A second analysis was commissioned, leading to another surprising revelation. This time, the specialist estimated the victim's age to be around 45 years old. Unfortunately, this new information also failed to provide a breakthrough. Despite the updated age range, the search through missing person reports still yielded no results, leaving investigators at yet another dead end. The Soyen Commission decided to commission a facial reconstruction of the deceased woman. The post-mortem portrait was completed relatively quickly and was immediately published in both German and Italian media, as well as featured in popular crime-themed television programs. The investigators hoped that the facial reconstruction would be a breakthrough. Surely someone would recognize the woman. However, after the reconstruction was published, no one came forward, and once again the investigators' hopes were dashed. In August 2002, 9 months had passed since the discovery of the body, and the victim's identity remained unknown. The Special Soyen Commission was disbanded, and the case was now handled by just 3 officers. Of course, they had plenty of ongoing work, but the mystery continued to haunt them. Why had no one been looking for this well-groomed, likely quite wealthy woman? Surely she must have had an employer or employees, not to mention close family. The investigators were haunted by the image of her mutilated body, a sight they would never forget, despite having seen many horrific cases before. One thing remained clear: the murderer was still at large. Determined not to give up, He was forced to. The three officers from GARM decided to focus on the victim's clothing after failing to find any leads through missing person reports or DNA evidence. The jacket belonging to the mysterious woman was not mass-produced. The investigators found that only 14 jackets had been made with the specific label sewn into it. Unfortunately, the Italian company that produced the jackets was unwilling to provide information about whether batch had been sold. The only option would be to obtain a search warrant for the company, but German officers were unable to get such a warrant through regular channels in a foreign country, and the Italian police, who were also involved in the investigation, were not convinced it was worth pursuing. The Germans, however, do not give up. They explore the options available through international cooperation and submit a request for legal assistance to the Italian. There is no response. So they submit the request again, and then once more. A year goes by, but finally they succeed. A search warrant for the jacket manufacturing company is issued. It is the end of October 2003 when the Italian police arrive in Parma at the company's headquarters, armed with the document that the German investigators had been waiting for so long. The officers from GARM hope that they will finally be able to uncover the identity of the mysterious woman whom, it seems, no one is looking for. The Italian police asked the company's director for the documents related to the sale of 14 jackets with a distinctive label. It turns out that this batch of goods was showcased at a fashion show. Afterward, the jackets returned to the company and were later sold. Unfortunately, it is unclear which stores they were sold to, as the company did not keep receipts. When this information reaches the police in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, their disappointment and frustration are indescribable. A few weeks pass, and the investigators face another setback. However, this case is like they receive an unexpected call from Italy. It's an employee from the Parma-based company who saw a program on Italian television about the woman being sought and recognized the distinctive label on the inside of a jacket. The caller is certain that 9 jackets from this batch were exclusively sent to a specific store in Bologna. She's unable to determine where the other 6 were sold, but this is a lead. The investigators hope that the sought-after jacket might have been among those 9, and if the buyer paid by card instead of cash, they may be able to trace her. At their request, their Italian colleagues travel to Bologna and quickly determine that 7 of the 9 jackets were paid for in cash, making it impossible to identify the buyers. However, 2 of the jackets were purchased with credit cards, offering a glimmer of hope that one might have been bought by the unidentified victim. Tracing the credit, the first buyer is a man from Sardinia, and the second is a woman named Elizabeth Landsman, born in the Netherlands but residing in southern Italy. Her age matches the estimated age of the victim. Landsman, a jeweler trader, purchased the jacket on October 2nd, 1999. The Italian police uncover more intriguing information. Elizabeth Landsman's neighbors unanimously state they haven't seen her in a long time, though they cannot pinpoint an exact timeline. They only occasionally noticed her daughter stopping by to empty the mailbox. Investigators learn that Landsman's 58-year-old husband lives in Bologna, while their adult daughter was studying dentistry in Pescara in 2001 and resided in a small town near Pescara. The Italian officers feel they are on the right track. They share all their findings with their colleagues in GARM shortly thereafter. The Italians also send an attachment containing Elizabeth Landsman's passport photo. The moment the attachment opens on the computer screen is charged with tension. The woman in the photograph is an almost perfect match for the face from the reconstruction. The emotion and joy of the German investigators are indescribable. So much time, effort, and dedication had gone into the search for the mysterious deceased, that her identification feels like not only a professional achievement, but also a deeply personal triumph. Officers who had been working on the case from the very beginning would remember this day for years to come, marking it as one of the most moving moments of their careers. Italian investigators began their search for Elizabeth's killer, with suspicions quickly focusing on her husband. They summoned him for questioning and presented photographs of the remains for identification. He recognized his wife, reacting with great emotion. When asked why he never reported her disappearance, he explained that Elizabeth had officially said goodbye to both him and their daughter before leaving. She had even sent a few postcards afterward. Believing she had abandoned him, he was deeply ashamed and told neighbors that he was a widower. The police sensed they were not dealing with the perpetrator. This was soon confirmed when the man's DNA did not match the samples found at the crime scene. Meanwhile, it came to light that Elizabeth's mobile phone was in the possession of a woman from Francavilla, Fontana. The woman claimed she did not know Elizabeth Landsman and said she received the phone as a gift from her husband. The police identified the husband as Francesco. They discovered he had been engaged for several years to a woman named Francesco's wife, naturally, was also unaware of his secret. Francesco immediately became the primary suspect, but there was not yet enough evidence to arrest him. Investigators decided to first question Elizabeth's daughter, scheduling the interrogation for Sunday, January 18, 2004. The questioning of Eleonora never took place. On Saturday, January 17th, Italian authorities received news that the young woman had taken her own life. According to reports, this occurred in Francesco's presence with him, allegedly trying to dissuade her until the last moment. Yet the circumstances surrounding the event were so suspicious that Francesco was almost immediately taken into police custody. The Italian police embarked on an exceptionally arduous investigation. Eleonora was deceased. Her father could not provide any useful information, and Francesco, who remained in custody, denied all allegations, offering implausible accounts of the event. He insisted that Eleonora had taken her own life because of her guilty conscience, claiming that she was the one who had killed her mother in Germany. No one believed his explanation, but uncovering the truth proved to be a painstaking process. Some aspects of the case remained unresolved, leaving the police to classify their reconstruction of events as the most probable version rather than definitive fact. Francesco, while engaged to Eleonora, was simultaneously having an affair with her mother, Elizabeth. During the summer of 2001, under some pretext, he obtained a large sum of money from Elizabeth, approximately 150,000 euros, part of the inheritance she had received after her father's death. Eleonora was likely unaware of both the loan and her mother's affair. Francesco, meanwhile, was primarily focused on securing the family's wealth for himself. The exact timing of Francesco and Elizabeth's affair is unknown, but police believe that at some point, Elizabeth began to feel guilty. Around 3 weeks before her death, she left home, likely to distance herself and reflect on her actions with the intention of ending the relationship. On November 1st, she met Francesco in Bad Soyen, indicating that breaking things off was not easy for her. This is further evidenced by the fact that, as the autopsy revealed, the two had intimate relations shortly before her death. It is believed that during this meeting Elizabeth demanded the return of her money, leading to an argument. Determined to keep the funds at any cost, Francesco killed her and took measures to hinder the identification of her body. He continued his deceitful life, playing the role of Eleonora's fiancé, and in Francavilla Fontana, that of a devoted family man, while also engaging in affairs with other women. When Eleonora was summoned for questioning, Francesco realized that his web of lies was about to collapse. To prevent this, he shot Eleonora and staged her death. His attempt was poorly executed, but due to insufficient evidence, the police were unable to definitively prove his involvement. Francesco was initially charged only with the murder of Elizabeth. In 2007, the court in Italy sentenced him to life imprisonment. In 2009, new evidence emerged, allowing him to be charged with the murder of Eleonora Salome. 2 years later, the court found him guilty and Francesco received a second life sentence. Story 7. Today's case took place in 2018 and features many shocking twists and turns that could easily serve as the plot for a good movie. Let's journey to Monroe County, Missouri, where on the evening of April 27, 2018, Glenn McSparran was on his way to his mother's house taking a shortcut. It was already dark, silence filled the air, broken only by the sound of a nearby stream and the whisper of the surrounding forest. At one point, Glenn noticed 2 vehicles parked on the roadside. He stopped and asked a man standing nearby if he needed any help, however the man declined. Glenn continued on to his mother's house, dropped off his daughter, and began heading back along the same route. At some point, he noticed a figure lying in the middle of the gravel road. He stopped, got out of his car, and approached the person. To his horror, he realized it was an unconscious woman. As he moved closer, his car's headlights illuminated her face, and as soon as Glenn looked into her eyes, he knew that it was too late to save her. He immediately called the police, and when authorities arrived, they found a car parked not far from the scene, one of the 2 vehicles Glenn had seen earlier. It was confirmed that the car belonged to Molly Watson. Molly was born on December 15, 1982 in Mobley, Missouri, to parents Timothy and Sandy Watson, and she had a brother named Tim. From what's known, her childhood was a happy one, growing up with loving parents and a close bond with her brother. Molly was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, yet she didn't let it hinder her dreams or ambition. According to those close to her, she was open-minded, unafraid of new challenges, knew what she wanted, and remained true to herself in any situation. As an adult, Molly earned a master's degree in psychology and worked in the education sector. Personally, she loved comics, video games, Harry Potter, Disney, cosplay, and nail art. She even sold her own nail polish line for a time. In her free time, she loved reading a good book in the company of her 5 cats. Molly appeared calm and reserved, but she had a strong personality. Her love life was particularly tumultuous and surprising. In her mid-20s, she married for the first time, but the marriage proved unsuccessful and ended in divorce after 2 years. During the divorce process, she discovered she was pregnant, and before her son was born, she entered a new relationship, this time with a woman. Molly and Amber Brady had known each other since childhood, though they hadn't been particularly fond of each other back then. However, reconnecting after more than 2 decades turned out to be a perfect match. Like Molly, Amber had never been in a relationship with a woman before and had recently ended her marriage as well. A few months later, Molly gave birth to a son, whom she named Declan. Sadly, he was born with cerebral palsy, but with Amber's support, they managed well through this new and challenging yet beautiful chapter of life. After her maternity leave, 28-year-old Molly found a job at the Moberly Area Correctional Center. One of her co-workers was a corrections officer named James Addy. James was 16 years older than Molly. He was born on July 4, 1965, and had joined the Navy as a teenager. Despite the significant age difference and different backgrounds, the two found common ground. Their days at work were enjoyable as they spent their time talking about various topics. Both had families of their own. James was married, but he told his new acquaintance that he and his wife Melanie, with whom he had 2 children, were on the brink of divorce. Over time, his relationship with 28-year-old Molly evolved into something more. Began an affair. They would secretly meet for evening rendezvous at motels, hiding the affair from their respective partners. Meanwhile, Amber had no idea that her partner was unfaithful. Gradually, though, she started to notice some disturbing signs. Once she saw Molly at a gas station with an older man, which sparked her suspicion. Determined to follow her, and knocked on the door. When Molly opened it, she was, as one might expect, in shock. Caught in the act, there was no point in offering any excuses. After breaking up with Amber, Molly officially started dating James. It was clear that the 28-year-old was head over heels. However, her family and friends weren't entirely enthusiastic about the relationship. It was no secret that Molly was the one paying for all their outings, and many doubted the relationship would stand the test of time. However, the couple proved them wrong. After 7 years, in October 2017, James' divorce from Melanie was finalized, allowing him to formalize his relationship with Molly, or at least that's what James claimed. At 34, Molly was overjoyed. She didn't wait for James to propose. Instead, she proposed to him. At 52, James said yes. Molly immediately began planning the wedding. She picked out rings, hired a wedding planner, makeup artist, and hairstylist. The theme colors were to be burgundy and gold, with a touch of Renaissance style. Molly wanted the theme to be inspired by Disney, specifically Beauty and the Beast, so she could feel like a true princess on her wedding day. The wedding was scheduled for April 29, 2018. Despite her excitement, her family and friends still harbored doubts about her choice of partner. Some even told Molly that they might not attend the wedding. James left a bad impression on them. He never looked anyone in the eye, showed no emotion, and generally came across as somewhat frightening. However, Molly was oblivious to this. She was completely blinded by her feelings. Around this time, Molly also started a YouTube channel where she decided to share details about her life. Every day, she tried to publish a vlog in which she talked about her daily routine and any topics she felt like sharing with her viewers. Occasionally, she also posted videos of herself singing. She had a lovely, soft voice reminiscent of Disney princesses. Molly shared her preparations for her dream wedding with her audience. She showed the 2 wedding dresses she had chosen, because she couldn't decide on just one. She wanted the day to be absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, before that beautiful day could arrive a tragedy. Multiple tragedies, in fact, struck. At the end of 2017, James's ex-wife was involved in a very serious car accident. She had to be placed on life support. Her condition was critical, and during this exceptionally difficult time, James had to support their children alongside Molly. However, they decided not to postpone their wedding date. As April approached, and the ceremony was just a week away, Melanie unfortunately passed away. This left the wedding in serious doubt. James had to focus on planning the arrangements for the funeral, leaving Molly to finalize the last details of the wedding on her own, and decided not to postpone the ceremony. I should mention that Melanie was not James' first wife. She wasn't even his second or third. Before meeting Molly, he had been married 4 times. This made the conversation at the courthouse while arranging for the marriage license quite awkward. It didn't help that James acted nervously and was reluctant to answer questions. Now, unfortunately, we know that Molly was never given the chance to walk down the aisle. Just 2 days before what was supposed to be the happiest day of her life, circumstances took a tragic turn. After a passerby discovered her body on a gravel road on April 27, 2018, police had no doubt that a murder had occurred. This was not just a random accident or a hit and run. Initially, investigators believed that the woman might have lost her life due to a blunt force trauma to the back of her head. Upon closer examination of her injuries, it was revealed that she had been shot. They ruled out robbery as a motive because the victim still had her jewelry on. Inside the car, they found documents related to her upcoming wedding to James, which helped the police identify whom they needed to inform about this tragic incident. Around 2:30 a.m., they knocked on James' door, but surprisingly, it was not the 53-year-old man who opened it. It was his wife, Melanie. Yes, the same wife, Melanie, from whom he was allegedly divorced, who later passed away. James and Melanie were taken in for questioning. At that moment, the investigators had no idea they were speaking to a woman who, theoretically, should not have awoken from a coma following a serious car accident and should have been dead. What they did know was that they were who in just 2 days was supposed to marry another woman. This is the kind of moment in a movie or book where the audience might shake their heads at how unrealistic and contrived the plot seemed. Yet this was happening in real life. It turned out that Melanie was aware of Molly's existence, but thought she was just another co-worker of her husband. When she was told that the questioning was about Molly's death, assumed that all individuals who knew her were being interviewed. However, when she was informed of the affair, the woman was in shock. It became clear that for the last 7 years, she had been unaware of James's infidelity. She testified that he returned home every night, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He didn't seem unhappy in his marriage, nor did he show signs of stress. Only in hindsight did Melanie remember that he had actually been coming home 2 hours after work ended, but she dismissed it as just part of his routine. James never explained why his returns took so long, but over time Melanie simply got used to it. She emphasized once again that it never crossed her mind that he might be unfaithful. It turned out that for many years James had been living a double life. Up until December 2017, he had convinced his mistress that his divorce was taking longer than expected, even though the application had never been filed. Later, for unknown reasons, he decided to fabricate an accident and then the death of his wife. For obvious reasons, once these deceptions came to light, the police began to suspect that James was involved in Molly's murder. If he was capable of such daily lies for 7 years, he might also be capable of committing murder. Perhaps even to protect those lies. Melanie testified that she noticed nothing unusual in her husband's behavior that fateful day. However, she mentioned that he had scheduled a meeting with a friend in the evening. James claimed he left at 7:30 p.m., but returned an hour later because he had been stood up. However, the testimonies of his wife and daughter contradicted this version of events. The 53-year-old arrived home only around 10 p.m., which meant he had no alibi for the time of the murder. His teenage daughter hadn't been asleep yet because she was studying and remembered the moment her father came home, noting that he immediately went to take a shower and started the laundry. James was arrested and scheduled for questioning the next day. Melanie was released after a preliminary conversation. She returned home and had to pretend in front of her teenage that everything was fine, as the girl was preparing for a school dance. Melanie tried to sort through everything she had learned. She also decided to search the house for evidence of her husband's relationship with Molly. She found evidence in the attic. In a trunk, she discovered photos and other proof of this 7-year relationship. It turned out that during this time, the couple had taken several trips together, including to Florida and Mexico. Melanie recalled the excuses she had heard from her husband to justify these absences. Sometimes it was for work training, other times it was a trip with friends. For years, James had been living a true double life. He had 2 partners and was on the verge of having 2 wives. Melanie explained to her daughter that Dad was at the police station giving testimony, but didn't go into details about the case. The girl found out only from her friend, who had discovered an article about it online. Such a situation would be difficult for anyone, but especially for a teenager who still had to go to school every day and face people judging her based on her father's mistakes. As the case gained media attention, Emma learned more about the details and her father's lies, eventually coming across pictures of his mistress. It turned out that she had met Molly before. When preparing to attend a cosplay convention, James had taken her to Molly's house and wanted his mistress to sew a costume for Emma. As James' wife and children pieced together what had happened, the police focused on finding evidence directly linking the man to Molly's murder. At the crime scene, tire tracks matching his car were secured as evidence. When they searched his home, they found that his vehicle was covered in mud, consistent with the conditions on the road where the victim's body was discovered. Another crucial piece of evidence was a white t-shirt with a print found near Molly's body, which surely belonged to the suspect, as the print was personalized by his daughter, Emma. The shirt contained the victim's DNA and traces of gunpowder. Investigating the bullet was not possible as it had been destroyed, so they could not match it to the weapon that the suspect had at home. However, the man's phone records showed a 20-minute call with his mistress that evening, and that he had been in the area where her body was found. The previously mentioned witness, who discovered Molly's body, Glenn, testified that while driving down that road, taking his daughter to her grandmother's house, he briefly spoke with the owner of one of the parked vehicles, describing the stranger as a short white man around 50 years old. According to the prosecution, James killed his mistress because she had learned about his lies regarding his wife. Not only that he had never divorced her, but most importantly, that Melanie was still alive. Molly's internet search history revealed that she had looked up Melanie's obituary and hospital records, indicating that she was indeed still alive. Of course, she found nothing. The police believed that James feared the consequences of all his darkest secrets being revealed, and thought it would be easier to get rid of Molly. As is often the case, what I don't understand how James could think that the police wouldn't connect him to this crime when he so clumsily disposed of evidence. Above all, he left a personalized t-shirt belonging to his own daughter near the site where the body was abandoned. Additionally, in the victim's car, which was located near the crime scene, there was a document with his name on it which clearly proved his long-term infidelity and double life. 2021. Experts on tire tracks and other witnesses were called. Melanie reiterated that she had no idea about the affair, but she also admitted that she believed her husband could be capable of murder. She described him as possessive and controlling, and in her opinion, he could resort to such extreme measures to solve his problems. The next witness was the defendant's daughter. She told the court that on the night her father returned home after 10 p.m., he seemed anxious. In addition to doing laundry, he had definitely used bleach. His daughter could smell its distinctive strong scent. He was going to go meet a friend, and he left, and I think a couple of hours later, Mom went to bed, and I was still up doing homework at around 10 p.m., and that's around the time that Dad came home. He asked me what I was still doing up, and I just told him I was turning in homework, and he walked out. And then a little bit after that, I finished and got up and went to go brush my teeth. And while I was brushing my teeth, he came to the bathroom and just stood at the doorway and then walked back out. When you were in the bathroom that night, how did your dad act while he was waiting for you? He looked just really antsy about it. I don't know. And do you remember if your dad did any laundry that night? Yes. It was when I walked out of the bathroom and through the dining room, I heard the washing machine going. And did you smell anything? Yes, I smelled bleach. As far as your marriage with James Addy, can you describe it for the jury? It was good sometimes. It was bad sometimes. I thought we both tried to make it work. I thought we both tried. So in April of 2018, were you still married to Mr. Addy and living in that same home? Yes. Did you have any idea that your husband was using this cell phone to communicate with his girlfriend? No, until the early morning hours of April 28th of 2018. Did you have any idea your husband was having an affair? No. Do you remember what he was wearing when he left? Blue jeans, a black jacket, and boots. After the evening of April 27th of 2018, did you ever find that jacket? No. Did you look for that jacket? Yes. We see this car in the garage in this photo. Is that normally where that car was parked? No, he would usually park it outside the garage. To your knowledge, was he working on the car that evening? No, not that I know of. After the police came and spoke with your husband that night and left, did you start looking around the house? The next day, yes. Why is that? I just wanted to see if there was anything else that I could find. Did you find something? I did, in the garage. Was that the same garage that maroon car was parked in? Yes. And what was in that loft area? I found some boxes of things that had belonged to Molly. I found a locked chest that when I opened it had a photo album. So Mr. Ate went on at least 2 trips without you, is that right? Correct. Did you ever go on trips without Mr. Addy? Yes. Did you have conversations with Mr. Addy about those trips? Yes. What if anything did he tell you about you going on trips? He didn't want me to travel without him. Why was that? He assumed I would have an opportunity to have an affair. Were you divorced from Mr. Addy in October of 2017? No. Did you have any idea that your husband of 22 years signed a form that said you were? No. Did you have any idea that form was a marriage license to marry another woman? No. Were you in a horrible car crash a few months after that divorce date in October of 2017 around Christmas or New Year's? No. And is it fair to say you did not pass away in April of 2018? That's correct. James did not testify during the trial, but he chose to read a statement, which was a love letter to Molly, the woman whose murder he was about to be convicted of. He also requested a new trial, claiming that his defense attorney was ineffective and did not present all the evidence to support his case. In July 2021, James was found guilty of first-degree murder and armed criminal action. He was sentenced to life in prison plus an additional 10 years. Until the end, he maintained his innocence and immediately announced his intention to appeal the verdict. It was reported that while serving his sentence, he allegedly told another inmate that he ended up in prison because someone ended up face down in a ditch. This brings us to the end of this case. Unfortunately, Molly's loved ones had to attend her funeral in April 2018, along with the wedding that never happened. Both of her parents passed away within just a few months, and their deteriorating health and eventual deaths were attributed to the trauma they experienced from losing their beloved daughter. Molly's parents never even lived to see the verdict that convicted her murderer. This entire case is heartbreaking, and unfortunately, it is certainly not the first and won't be the last instance where the selfishness of one person has cost multiple lives. Molly Watson's son, Jack, has been living with his family members since her tragic death. Jack's custody and well-being became a priority, and reports indicate he is being raised in a supportive environment. I just want to say, Molly was my best friend and sister that I will never see again. This monster took her from not only I, but all the family and friends that love her. This horrible tragedy caused my mom to go over the edge before she passed away this year. She was diagnosed with severe psychological trauma from Molly's murder. My dad had been taking care of my mom for over 2 years, dealing with the stress of a murdered daughter and a wife of 50 years that sometimes couldn't recognize him. The stress from that took his life in September of 2020 of a heart attack. The heartache and stress of it all has taken a toll on all of us. Molly had the world in front of her. She was taken from us way too soon. I truly believe if he had have chose to break up with her instead of murder her, I would still have my sister, my mom, and my dad with me. I just ask, plead with the jury to give this monster the max sentence possible. He chose to take her life without mercy, and I ask the jury to not have mercy on him. Story 8. In today's episode, I want to tell you about events that occurred relatively recently, in 2019. This story takes place in Great Baddow near Chelmsford in Essex, though a verdict in the case was only reached a few weeks ago. Let's delve into the story of Virginia McCullough. John and Lois McCullough had lived in Great Baddow for many years with their youngest daughter, Virginia. They had 5 daughters in total, and Virginia was the youngest. The others had already moved out, each starting their own family. Despite having lived in Great Baddow for many years, John and Lois weren't well known among their neighbors. They were known to be quite private and rarely engaged in casual conversations when encountering neighbors on the street. They often kept their heads down as if avoiding eye contact. Neither they nor their neighbors knew much about each other. It was known that John was a lecturer at a university in Chelmsford and had a keen interest in golf and snooker. As for his wife's profession, I couldn't find information on that. However, it was known that Lois enjoyed corresponding with people from various parts of the world. She had pen pals she had written to for years, though she never met them face to face. It seemed Lois enjoyed connecting with people far away, but wasn't interested in building relationships with those living on the same street. This might have been partly due to her mental health challenges. Lois suffered from anxiety and had been diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder. which manifested in her need to have everything in her home meticulously organized with every item in its place. By the time of the events I'll discuss today, both John and Lois were retired. She was 71 and her husband was 70. John had several health issues including type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and glaucoma. Despite these health problems, they could count on the care of their youngest daughter, Virginia, who still lived with them. The retirees dreamed of eventually moving to the seaside, ideally to Clacton-on-Sea. Though Chelmsford isn't too far from the coast, it's only about an hour's drive. They often thought about how wonderful it would be to retire in a coastal town. But for now, they continued to live in their old house, taking occasional trips to the seaside, sometimes for several days at a time. From 2019 onward, these trips became more frequent, to the point where they spent more time away from their family home than in it. They also started going on extended trips abroad, including cruises. This change in lifestyle gradually distanced them from family and friends. Even when someone wanted to visit, Virginia would inform them that her parents were away. Occasionally, the retirees would send postcards to their children and friends from their travels, but somehow they never managed to meet with them. John also stopped going to his favorite pub, where he used to go nearly every Friday. He had a regular companion with whom he enjoyed discussing everything that had happened throughout the week. However, as he and Lois began spending most of their time on trips to the coast, these regular Friday meetups ceased. It was as if their new life in a seaside town had completely replaced the routines that were part of their former lives. Then, with the lockdown in March 2020, interactions with others became even more limited and sometimes impossible. Travel between cities and visiting loved ones were often restricted, but when the lockdown was finally lifted, everything returned to its previous course. The McCullers began to seize every opportunity to travel to the seaside again. They did this so often that whenever Virginia's sisters tried to reach out to their parents, they often found no one home, or were told that when they were, they felt too unwell to receive any visitors. Had seen their parents for over 4 years. It's unclear how long this situation would have continued if not for the fact that, in September 2023, John's family doctor began to take an interest in the matter. He noticed that the checkup appointments he scheduled were consistently canceled by Virginia. She always had an excuse ready. Either her parents were out or John felt well enough that he didn't think he needed to see the doctor. The last time the doctor had actually seen him was in 2019. The doctor also noticed something else. John had been prescribed medication, which he previously picked up quite regularly, but for some time he hadn't even collected his prescription. The doctor made several attempts to contact John directly, hoping to speak with him, but each time he could only speak briefly with Virginia. This seemed suspicious, prompting him to report the situation to the police. He felt it was important to verify the well-being of the elderly couple, despite Virginia's assurances that they were fine. When the police called the McCulloughs' home, Virginia answered. She explained that her parents weren't home at that moment. They were in Clacton and planned to return to Chelmsford in October. She suggested that the officers try contacting them then, but the police weren't willing to wait. Something about the story didn't sit right with them. They learned that nobody had seen John and Lois for a very long time. While they weren't particularly sociable, they were usually seen occasionally, either around the house or on the way to the store. But now it was as if they had vanished. Fearing the worst, on September 15, 2023, officers went to their house to investigate. After knocking on the door for some time with no answer, they had no choice but to force it open. Once inside, they discovered that the house wasn't empty. Virginia, then 35 years old, was still living there. She showed no fear or surprise as the police entered. She remained calm and emotionless, even as she was informed that she was being arrested on suspicion of her parents' murder. When they asked if there was anything in the house she wanted them to know about, she confirmed that she needed to show them 2 places. She first led them to a bedroom at the back of the house, her father's room. Due to his health issues, John and Lois no longer shared a bedroom. Each had their own space, with John's room on the ground floor and Lois upstairs. Once they entered the room, Virginia, without touching anything, simply pointed to the corner of the bed, saying that her father's body was there. At first glance, nothing seemed out of place. The bed was covered with multiple layers of blankets and throws, and on top of these were various objects, including paintings. It was now clear where John's body was, but the police still needed to find out what had happened to Lois. Virginia continued to speak in a calm, nearly whispering tone, saying that the situation to show them everything. Since the house was now considered a crime scene, she wasn't allowed to move around freely. Instead, she had to explain where her mother's body could be found. It turned out that upstairs, in the bedroom Lois had once occupied, there were 5 wardrobes, and in one of them, hidden under blankets, was her mother's body. Although she wasn't obligated to speak further, Virginia kept talking, as if finally able to reveal that she had held on to for over 4 years. The police hadn't asked for details, they were there only to make the arrest. But Virginia still briefly recounted what had happened in June 2019. She remained exceptionally calm and didn't give the impression of someone capable of taking her parents' lives. During her arrest, she even joked with the officers, asking them to cheer up, at least you've caught the bad guy. She admitted that she knew this day would come eventually and felt a great sense of relief. No longer would she need to keep this secret from the world. She would face the consequences for what she had done. No one in at the moment. Hold it. It's the plates. Got it. Stay where you are. Show me your hands. You need a car? Yep. You need a car? No. The time is 12:12. You're under arrest for suspicion of murder against Jonathan McCulloch and Lars McCulloch. Okay. She doesn't say anything, but in my home defense, if you don't mention or question, socialite just won't let you do something about the evidence. Okay. Is there anything in the pocket we should know about? Yes, there is. Can I take you to it? No, you can tell me. Eric, can we go in there? I need to tell you something that was upstairs on the top floor as well. It's fine. Yeah, okay. Is it here on that? Yeah. It's much of a torture. I'm sorry, not that much. No, it's fine. I know, but obviously I've got to be careful. My dad's body isn't there. Right, okay. Yep, okay. Obviously I'll be saying. What about your mom? A little bit more complicated. That's why I said can I go upstairs and show you. Right, can you explain it to us please, because we're trying to preserve this. It's now going to be a sin, so we need to preserve this the best we can. So I don't want you walking up there, alright? Because that's for your well-being, as well as ours. Oh no, up. Okay, so where will we find your mom? Okay, so upstairs there are about 5 wardrobes. It's behind the bed, but back next to the sink. That's the second one. Slips a pile of those into his drink. There were about 2 or 3 drinks that I bought downstairs. They were basically, he didn't drink all of them. He only drunk probably about half of 2. But yeah, when I went in the morning, this was before my mother. When I went in the morning early hours, I got up about half an hour early. About 6 came in and he was gone. He was gone. It's absolutely if you want to talk. The thing is, purpose of your arrest is for a prompt, effective investigation as well by questioning you. You can't do that here. It needs to be done at the PlayStation, alright? I did know that this would kind of come eventually, and it's proper that I serve my punishment. So yeah. Okay, so Virginia, I'm just going to ask you this. This is what I've written down based on the information you just told us, because what we regarded as a significant comment, because you've made it under caution after your arrest. Those paintings, by the way, are part of. That's them. My granddad's okay, right? So I've written this, please. I, Virginia McCulloch, have informed Police Constable 77329 Brown and 79,387 at Bowers after entering my house on Friday, September 15th, 2023, that I murdered my father, John McCulloch, who was stated was under a bed in the rear ground floor of the house, and my mother upstairs in a cupboard next to the sink wardrobe. It's a double wardrobe, right? Okay, I've written cupboard, it's like 4 walls, but it's the one near the sink. Double wardrobe pickup. Then what's significant? That's all written down there here now. I've just read out to you. You're happy to sign that to say that's a true account. I thought you should call the bad guy. I've just woken up today and done my job. No, he's not a lot, I think. He's not a lot. I also in the handbag as well there's, and again because you're probably going to need to know about it, there's a card in there, card 1 money, and that's bank card where there's a lot of transactions that have taken place. I've lost a few years from money that pertains to my parents. So murder weapon is upstairs in the wedding room, kitchen room. It's in the middle of the brown carpet, against the opposite shelves. So there are 2 long white shelves, they're opposite where that wall is. That's where the knife is. So the next bit is very hard to talk about. That's probably the most grisly detail. So on the ground floor, underneath the stairs, there's a few like storage boxes and things. I think it's in one of the boxes or in a bag or something. If you want me to shush after this, it's fine, but every bit helps. You will find, theoretically, it's helpful. There's a hammer. I know, but I'm trying to help so you find everything. It's in the middle, underneath the stairs. It will still have blood on it. It's rusted, but it will still have blood traces on it. So not cooperating is futile. There's no point in not cooperating. There really isn't. And whilst I can't comment on my archipelago, that's the other side of the coin, I think. Virginia was taken into custody, and an investigation was launched into the events from 4 years prior. Through the course of the investigation, it was discovered that as early as March 2019, Virginia had begun contemplating killing her parents. She concluded that the best way to do so would be to add a large amount of pills to their food or drink. She began testing how many would be required to end their lives. She crushed tablets and mixed them into their meals, observing the effects. However, her initial attempts didn't go as she had hoped. Her parents would quickly fall asleep, but they would eventually wake up. 2019, she decided to try again, this time using even more pills. That evening, she prepared 3 drinks for her father, which she purchased from a local shop. Each drink contained several pills, and the alcohol was meant to enhance their effects. Virginia believed this dose should be enough to kill him. She left her father with the drinks, and then took similar drinks to her mother's bedroom, although her mother's drinks contained slightly fewer pills. Afterwards, she went to bed. The next morning, at around 6, she awoke and went downstairs to check if the pills had worked. John was already dead. Virginia then went to check if the drink had affected her mother in the same way. However, when she entered her mother's bedroom, she found that Lois had not died in the night. She was lying on her bed, listening to the radio, having not finished all the drinks her daughter had prepared. The pills only made her drowsy, but the dose wasn't lethal. Lois smiled at her daughter, unaware of Virginia's intentions, but Virginia knew she couldn't simply leave her mother alive. If Lois went downstairs, she would see John's lifeless body, and reporting it would inevitably lead to Virginia's arrest. Unable to allow that, Virginia had to take Lois's life. She had anticipated the possibility of things not going as planned, so she had a backup plan. She left her mother's room, went downstairs, retrieved a hammer she had prepared in advance, and returned to Lois. Sadly, Lois was still conscious when Virginia struck the first blow, then another. Lois managed to ask what Virginia was doing, but her daughter didn't respond. Virginia continued striking. Determined to ensure her mother was dead, Virginia went downstairs again, this time to the kitchen where she retrieved a knife she had purchased a month earlier. She returned to Lois's bedroom and delivered 8 stab wounds. Finally, she could be certain her parents were dead. However, during the attack, Virginia injured her own hand severely, causing a wound that she couldn't stop from bleeding. At that time, Virginia arranged an appointment with a doctor, the same one who would later question the prolonged absence of her parents. She claimed she had injured herself while cutting vegetables. The wound was deep, and the staff had to help her stop the bleeding. Once treated, Virginia left the clinic and went to the shops, where she bought items needed to conceal the bodies, including rubber gloves and 2 sleeping bags. That same day, she called the clinic again, requesting a prescription for tranquilizers, explaining that she was shaken by an incident in which her friend had been attacked. When she returned home, Virginia began hiding the body. She left each of her parents in their respective rooms. She wrapped John's body in a sleeping bag and hid it under the bed, which she later reinforced with concrete blocks. 2 days after the murder, she bought the blocks along with cement and sand, creating a structure resembling a makeshift tomb. She covered everything with 11 layers of plastic sheets, blankets, and bedspreads so that, even if someone noticed it, it wouldn't attract attention. It simply looked like a large bed. As for Lois' body, Virginia also wrapped her in a sleeping bag and placed her in one of the wardrobes in her bedroom. She then covered her with several blankets and taped the wardrobe shut, partially blocking it with concrete blocks. If any of the other daughters visited their parents after their deaths, they would likely have noticed this unusual wardrobe set up in the bedroom. However, Virginia managed to keep everyone away from the house. The couple's 4 other daughters didn't visit for over 4 years. It's unclear if they lived far away, or if Virginia had convinced them there was no reason to come. She often to send messages to her sisters, sending greetings from various cities, and giving the impression that their parents were traveling extensively. The first of these messages was sent on the very day Virginia killed Lois, just before 3 p.m., informing one of her sisters that they would spend the week in a seaside town. She also sent emails, supposedly from her father, and did everything she could to make her family believe they were still in touch with John and Lois. On one occasion, Virginia even had a phone conversation with her sister, pretending to be their mother. Although her voice sounded a bit different, she attributed it to an illness. She also sent holiday cards to relatives and friends on their behalf, doing whatever was necessary to maintain the illusion that Lois and John were alive. Virginia took great pains to ensure the truth wouldn't come out. Over those 4 years, she frequently changed both her own phone number and her parents' numbers. When police searched her home, they found 145 different SIM cards. She had changed Lois's number 10 times, her father's 16 times, and the remaining SIM cards were for her own use. It was established that she had purchased a new phone 10 times since her parents' deaths, and in one of them she changed the SIM card 78 times. The constant switching of numbers and devices suggested a deep-seated paranoia. But why did Virginia go to such lengths? Why did Lois and John have to die? During the investigation, she claimed she had felt trapped in her situation, and that killing them was the only way to escape. She said her mother was never the best parent to her, at times even abusive when she was a child, though the abuse stopped when she became an adult, living under the same roof. With her mother became unbearable, and Virginia felt she couldn't continue like that, but was killing her parents the only solution? Couldn't she have followed her sister's lead and moved out to live independently? Or was there more to the story? As investigators delved deeper, they uncovered Virginia's severe financial troubles. Despite telling her parents she worked as a web designer and leaving the house daily to supposedly go to an office, she hadn't had a job since 2017 when she last worked in a bar. Without income, Virginia had no way to contribute to the household expenses, though she lived and ate with her parents. With no money of her own, Virginia came up with a plan to access her parents' savings. Her father had entrusted her with handling various payments on his behalf, granting her access to his account. As time went on, the elderly couple started noticing that there was running low, and it wasn't just small amounts. They sometimes found it was short by tens of thousands of pounds, far less than they expected. But Virginia always had an explanation. She would claim it was due to errors on the bank's website, which she insisted were common. She also told her parents that they had likely fallen victim to a bank account hack, probably by a hacker. She reassured them not to worry, saying the bank would return the stolen money, and she would take care of everything. Lois even mentioned this to one of her pen pals, not understanding why they kept having issues with their accounts. Both parents were very concerned, but had no idea that in addition to withdrawing money from their accounts, their daughter had also taken out multiple credit cards in their names, putting them even further into debt. Meanwhile, Virginia was unfazed. She needed the money to fund her online gaming habit, which had become an obsession. She spent enormous amounts on gaming and couldn't stop. She hoped that one day she would become a successful artist, earning enough to repay her parents for everything she had taken. But over time, she began to realize that this dream was unlikely to come true, and the chance of earning enough to pay back Lois and John was slim. As her parents began asking more questions about the missing funds, Virginia realized they would eventually uncover the truth, that their own daughter had been stealing from them all along. She couldn't let that happen, primarily because she didn't want to lose her financial lifeline. So she decided that she had to take their lives. If she played her cards right, she could continue using their pensions and savings for a while longer. For years, as her parents' bodies lay in their bedrooms, Virginia calmly spent their money and applied for additional credit cards. By the time of the crime, her debt had reached around £60,000. Since she had started stealing from her parents, she had taken a total of £150,000 with £21,000 spent on online games. These findings were shocking for both investigators and the family of John and Lois. How could a daughter so brazenly rob her own parents? However, both her sisters and neighbors, who knew Virginia, considered her someone who had no trouble lying. People viewed her as a chronic liar, manipulator, and rather strange. After her parents were dead, Virginia began appearing around the neighborhood with a fake pregnancy belly. She likely hoped this would distract people from asking questions about her parents. Perhaps if anyone asked about them, those conversations would make her uncomfortable. By showing a pregnancy, she might steer people toward talking about the baby instead, but most people quickly realized the pregnancy was fake, making her seem even more eccentric in their eyes. Virginia's attempts to ingratiate herself with the neighbors backfired. She began bringing food to her closest neighbors, but no one could understand her intentions. People would find various food items left on their doorsteps. Sometimes it was store-bought items, other times it was fast food, like hamburgers or fries, and occasionally even coffee or donuts. The neighbors didn't know why she was doing this, as such gestures were unusual in their community. One of the neighbors asked Virginia to stop leaving food, but she didn't intend to end this habit. What was also strange was that she contacted the police many times after her parents had already passed away. From July 2020 until her arrest, she called them 238 times. Often these were trivial matters such as noise or litter on the street. But shortly before her arrest, she called in to report that a group of 3 men had broken into her garden and attacked her. Although she did have some small scratches on her face, what she was saying didn't make any sense, and the police officers didn't quite believe her. They checked surveillance cameras in the area, but saw no sign of any such people during the time she claimed it happened. Since the police couldn't find anything to support her story, the case was closed. But it was strange that she kept drawing the police's attention to herself. Was she struggling to keep this secret and hoping that they would discover the truth on their own? Or, as some later believed, were these signs of paranoia? Virginia cooperated with the police, admitted to committing the crime, and even told officers exactly where in the house they could find both weapons she used to kill Lois. On October 11th of this year, just a few weeks ago, she was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole only after serving 36 years. The judge determined the minimum sentence she must serve primarily because she confessed to her crimes and cooperated fully with the authorities. Consideration was also given to her mental health struggles. She was diagnosed with autism and had signs of personality disorders. At the time of the crime, she was also experiencing mild depression. All of these factors influenced the court's decision to set this reduced minimum term, which was lowered by 4 years from what she would otherwise have received. As the verdict was announced, her face showed little emotion. She accepted it with a calm demeanor and left the courtroom the same way. She won't be eligible for release until she's 72 years old. Statements from 3 of the defendant's siblings were read in court by prosecutor Lisa Wilding Casey during the sentencing hearing. One said that, "Our parents were completely blameless victims," and added that McCullough deprived them of their retirement dream. Another said she felt utterly sick to her core, and Virginia always said Mom and Dad were fine, and made up lie after lie about their daily activities. A third sibling said, "Their only mantra we lived by was that we, their children, are safe and happy. Our dad was caring and hardworking, and he had a passion for education and writing," they said. He worked tirelessly in his career in university education, which spanned many years. Dad enjoyed lots of hobbies, with particular favorites being golf and snooker. As we think of Dad, we remember the numerous jokes he used to tell us and the laughs Our mom was kind, caring, and thoughtful. Mom delighted in her grandchildren. She had friends from around the world through her pen friend hobby, many of whom she had written to for several decades. Mom had a passion for history and maintained a keen interest in the royal family. Mom and Dad loved their trips to the seaside together, where they enjoyed many walks and visited lots of different attractions. Their love for the seaside was so great that they were hoping to move to the coast in their retirement years. Mom and Dad always enjoyed the time they spent with us. Family was their pride and joy. Our family has been left devastated and heartbroken at the deaths of our parents who were taken from us so cruelly. As we try to move forward with our lives, we will remember the happy times we enjoyed with them. Our Mom and Dad are forever in our hearts and are loved and missed beyond any measure. That's the end of this story. Interested in more real-life murder mysteries? Be sure to like and subscribe to our channel. Leave me a comment and I'll read you. Enjoy life because there is only one life.